5 minutes before we got Garrett battling Andy once again. It's like a 15 to 20 year battle in the making. What's up, Keith? Guadank? Guadigno. Hi, lady, says Albert H. You guys pumped up? We got some high stakes and live at the bike here. We got a Ling Lin fan, Silvacos. Slide into her DMs. I'm just kidding. I don't think she has social media, but we'll let her know. She's got a fan. 3 minutes. And I have a guest commentator today, a LA reg from Chicago, Ryan Malky.
What's up, chat? This is Ryan Malky making my commentating debut.
He's played on a few shows, most of them nosebleed stakes. We'll ask them as the show starts. I don't remember. I know you've played 2550. You've also played 100, 200.
Yeah, I pretty much take what's given to me these days.
And we had to talk about this like, I don't even know, half a year ago. Is like 10 years ago I was in his shoes and I couldn't get in the main game. I had to be in the must move, and
Hey, that's poker in the modern day.
yeah.
And chat, please give me any advice. You could rip me a new one. It's all good. This is true day one debut.
Ryan Malky's used to running bad in poker, so nothing you guys can say can hurt him.
Welcome to the game.
Bally's presents Live at the Bike is the world's longest-running high-stakes poker series. Bally's presents Live at the Bike is authentic high-stakes action coming to you from the beautiful Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. If you like watching authentic high-stakes action, help our channel grow, like and subscribe. Click the bell to be notified when we do go live for these action hands that star Garrett Adelstein, Andy, Ryusk, Tom, Lingland. That will be released in the following days.
I'm from New York.
Today,
Graduated in May.
oh, excuse me. I am D22 Soso Wayne Chung, veteran of Live at the Bike, and I have a special guest today co-commentating, Ryan Malky.
Where'd you go?
What's up, guys?
Brown.
You've seen Ryan play on the show, high stakes, 25-50 up to 100, 200, the 200 big blind ante, and he's been a reg in the Los Angeles area, and I believe you're from Chicago, right?
Yes, I'm from Chicago. I've started off my career playing in Chicago, and I've been in Los Angeles for about 5 years now, dabbling in everything from 510 up to the rare 100, 200, which you could see on some of the recent Live at the Bike streams.
So let's introduce the players. Seat 1 is Tom, who has played on several shows. Seat 2 needs no introduction, Garrett Adelstein, and we could talk with Ryan Malky about his experiences against them. There's Andy in seat 9, I guess. We're 6-handed today. We were 8-handed, but there were a couple cancels. There's Andy Stacks Poker. There's his YouTube. That's also his Twitter handle. And earlier we saw Garrett Adelstein as G-Man Poker on Twitter. Give him a follow. There's our dealer, Corey, one of our dealers.
And we have an electrifying lineup here. There are going to be some pots.
That is Brandon, a newcomer from the East Coast. Has some online background. Went to Brown, computer science major. Bright kid. Who are we rooting for today? It's Andy, Lingland, Garrett, or Ryusk.
I went to high school in Korea.
Cool.
So, yeah, a lot of kids came out here.
Yeah, English is pretty good for someone who went to high school in Korea. Your English is pretty good. You have very low accent.
Oh, yeah, but I grew up in the Bay Area.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah, it's obvious you grew up in the United States.
Yeah.
Wow, all these nut curries.
Don't
And-
abuse me today.
Here we're kicking off the action.
Recently,
Ling
South
Lin's
Korea's
been in
has quite a
JJ's
lot in
Austrian
common
game
culturally
and a couple other
with,
games.
like,
She's
United States.
been around the LA area.
I'd say,
Attended UCLA.
I'm pretty grateful that I got to experience living in Korea for a while.
Yeah.
And with Lingling and Garrett in the game, you know you're going to get action. This is
Wild.
going to be an electrifying lineup. We're going to see some very unique hands go down. Some big pots. People are going to be put in
So
very
what years
challenging
did you live there then?
decision spots.
From 7th grade to...
And we're going to let these players run the show. We're all here for the same reason. We're all fans. We got some
I'm
of the
gonna
top
just,
players in Los
ask you the
Angeles,
same
if
question
not
we talked
even
about on stream,
in a
right?
broader sense in this game. So there's always something to be learned. Whether you're here to learn something, watch big pots, it's going to happen.
Anyway, she's like, she was human trafficked.
Oh, is it North Korean woman, right?
Yeah, it was just an incredible book. I just loved it so much. But I learned quite a bit about South Korean culture, and I think I'm forgetting the word, but maybe it's like the reintegration program and whatever. When like people do escape to South Korea, and everything about it to me is just absolutely fascinating.
Yeah,
So Garrett's been raving about this book for quite a while. I
When
don't want
you
to
were
get the
that
title
age,
wrong. So
did you,
Which book was it?
Get to know any,
this
like,
girl
sort
escaped
of,
from North Korea and basically
Korean
told her
defectors,
story
or
and
not really?
No, never got in touch. I was...
I mean, it's obviously very rare. It's not like it's like 10% of the population
Yeah.
or something. Yeah.
Yeah, in Korea, I had like a pretty unique experience because I still went to like an English teaching school. So,
Did you even learn Korean?
no, I didn't learn anything.
You never became fluent.
there's a little bit of echo, and we're gonna
You
fix it
became
in a few
fluent, I
minutes.
assume, right? By the,
I got better, but I wouldn't...
The book
I
that
say that Korean speakers would be...
Garrett is talking about is called In Order to Live. He's mentioned it on several streams by Yeonmi Park.
lived in Seoul for those years.
Yeah, cool. Good time. And then parents are still there, so every holiday season, go back to Korea.
Nice. Sweet. Yeah. What about during COVID? Where'd you
During COVID, I was hanging out in Korea mostly, doing online classes in Korea.
Yeah.
So it was just like, it was great.
Yeah. You have dual citizenship?
No, just the U.S. citizen. Yeah. hated the army conscription. So
Yeah.
that was pretty nice.
What is it, 2 years?
Like 16 months now, 17 months. Yeah, I'm at the age where like a lot of my Korean friends are going to the army now, so it's really sad to say bye and then.
Mute yourself when you touch your mic.
Is that JD or is that Junior?
Can he play?
Ryusuke is outside. He's buying in a lot. So there are protocols. There's Crystal's in the background. She's not feeling well and actually got injured, so she's not playing today. And that is her puppy back there. Andy, who's back from Taiwan.
Thursdays are too serious, so I'm not coming on.
Late night rally.
Abuse me all day, yes.
You try to abuse someone, they
He
re-abuse,
abused
and they re-abuse you.
No, I never tried
Yo,
to.
yeah,
You watch
Yeah,
the stream?
this is common conversation at the poker table. No, you're up on me. No, you're up on me. You destroyed me.
Every hand I
I've
should
been watching Bluff.
Like, I don't remember what I destroyed you with. I only remember what you destroyed me
He went
with.
all on the right.
With the 7.
You had a 4, yeah, you had a 4.
Ling Ling executing the deflection tactic. No, I did not stack you 10 times the other week.
Exactly. Yeah.
It's a good strategy.
This is how you guys know that Ryan Malky is a good player, is because I'm always like,
Oh, yeah.
I'm up on you, and I'm going to keep it that way. I do that to Chris Brewer, too, because obviously these guys are just like, you know, will bitch slap me any day. But
I mean, it's
And I was able
no
to watch some
secret.
of your,
These
vlogs
are
in Taiwan.
top-class players, whether it's Garrett, Andy, Chris Brewer's been on the show.
yeah.
Sitting at the table with them is always a challenge. They do not make life easy.
Yeah.
And we're off.
So here we go. We're going to start 5-man. It's going to be 6-handed. There are a couple of cancels a day, which is rough, but that's that goes with the job.
I just like didn't care about like any of that stuff, you know.
Positive about the lineup, not about the cancellations.
Ling Ling with Jack 8 on the button, raise it up. 3x Andy's going to call from the big blind. Straddle isn't on yet. So Ling Ling's got a double gut shot.
Can you remind me your name? Tom? Okay.
Andy is going to
I'm the Korean that you're saying that
check.
grew up here and didn't experience the Korean stuff.
And Ling Ling with
That was me.
a C-bet.
Here, look. Double got
You were born here?
No, actually,
And
I came on spot.
sounds like she says double gutter. I don't know if she showed it. And a good start for Ling Ling.
You know what? I can get by if I a little bit. I could write. I could read Korean. I could read.
That was a really strong answer.
I could read. I could read Korean.
Okay.
I can still read Korean. Yeah, it's like someone that comes to the United States reading words they can't understand what the hell it means. They just pronounce it right. You could just.
Oh, okay.
There's Crystals and the cute little puppy.
But
Shout out to Eric,
get by a little bit. Come on.
PA and cameraman.
You'd be like the same as us when we went to Korea a couple years ago. And
So yeah, Korean, the language, unlike traditional Chinese, is phonetic, just like the alphabet in English.
I would say frowned upon.
What's up, JJ De La Garza? Says Ling Ling punished him in his last session. Ryan was there too and watched him quit.
They actually had.
You watched him quit?
Ling Ling played a particular hand against JJ fantastic and made more money than any other player would have made.
So Ling Ling's going to open Queen 10 offsuit. Brandon's going to 3-bet with the same hand in position. And Tom is going to call the big blind pocket 7s.
Look, I play my age.
You listening to techno right now?
And
I don't see Ling Ling going anywhere.
I just from with my drive.
yeah, this is a spot that Andy has had in the past.
It's EDM for my
Except
kids.
Andy was, I think, in the hijack
Every
with
time I
Queen
see
10
someone
off.
wearing earphones,
But this thing with
that's
like
still
these
there when everybody had the
lower end Broadway cards can really get you into trouble. Not necessarily in this spot, but you know, if you're trapped in by real hands, aces, kings, queens, and you flop top pair with Queen 10.
thought they were so cool.
And a very good flop for pocket 7s. And we can already see right away that there's going to be this dynamic with Brandon playing very aggressively against Ling Ling in these, you want to say, later position situations.
So everyone always talks so fucking loud.
Very bad card for Tom on the turn. It's going to be hard for him to hold on here.
And Brandon, who hashtag representing the ace.
Why would instead of just trying to keep them in the house all day? And,
That's a popular hashtag these days, huh? People know to represent the ace when they're the
I should bet the
last aggressor pre-flop. And it's going to be hard for anyone to really do much here, and Brandon's gonna win a nice pot to start. Well done, Brandon.
Well done, Brandon.
With the queen 10 off. Not everyone wins a pot this big with queen 10 off on their second hand.
Tim trying to be nice to get on the show. He's like, Wayne Chung, Bill the poker guy.
So what are you excited to see today, Wayne? There's an
All of
abuse.
them.
All of them,
All
right?
of them.
Big fan.
I'll be honest, my favorite people to watch
Is that the read?
are Chris Brewer and Dan Zach. But, you know, watching Garrett, Andy, Ling Lin, Tom, Reeves.
I wouldn't say
there's
I haven't
Reeves.
watched too much, but I think
And the newcomer, Brandon.
the best.
Most,
The
you know,
best
like,
clip of you
when you
I've
see
seen
new
is when you have
players,
the jacket of clubs and you're just
it's
laughing
always like
endlessly.
opening like a fresh
that one
book.
where
You
you-
just don't know what to
Against,
expect.
and
And sometimes you
shuffle.
just
Yeah,
learn
yeah,
things
five
from
flush.
people
Yeah, the
that you
six
just
five flush.
never thought of. I think
He's just laughing his ass off.
I was with the World Series of Poker champion Espen yesterday on a yacht meetup, and he was saying that one of the
It's his
reasons
first
a lot of
time
people
playing on a
overrate
live stream.
themselves is
Yeah,
like
he's
we do
forget
what
him.
we're good at, and we don't see
guy
our blind
acts.
spots. And you know, like if I see Ryan, I'm like, oh, he didn't do this spot, he sucks. Or Ryan sees me and he's like, oh, he didn't do this spot, it sucks. But you know, we're potentially developing different aspects of our game.
Oh yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
it's
you're
the
right.
same time.
Where are we, guys?
1,000?
Okay.
And Wayne casually dropping his yacht party yesterday.
I don't want that.
I got a big time, everybody.
Those are death.
No,
Those are the
Weez
worst
also
ships in the
went,
world.
Which one?
Wow.
and
25.
he stayed longer
They have to,
and
what's the fucking point of them? We have no use
smashed
for
a
'em.
profit in their yacht game.
You're supposed to.
What are you're gonna bet? You're such a waste.
Andy?
4 of those.
Andy with the 10-7 suited raises up 2.5x. Tom with this fofo, gonna call in the small blind. Garrett with
My
king
turn.
8 off.
Fuck. 250 call.
And look at,
Dear God,
you know,
my
with
fault.
that kind of price, like, you know, got to be
It's the
going
longest pre-flop action
pretty
I've
far
ever
down
seen
the
in my life.
the hand tree
Now you're
due to the
complaining
pot
or
odds.
too slow?
Yeah, I'm the one slowing it up.
I thought you.
Corey.
Garrett's flopping the 8.
Yeah.
We got a 300 bet. I think, did Garrett just lead?
All right, Andy.
Oh no, Andy. Check to Andy, which is what I thought. With the back door, hard draw plus, ace high dry board.
Not everything. You already know your
And Garrett, of
style.
course, with his second pair, high kicker. He goes check, check.
I saw your hands.
And let's see if
I have an 8.
Andy bluffs this river, and he quickly checks.
I missed the wrong flop. You had
That
4-4 last
4-minute
flop?
hand was totally
The
worth
first
it.
flop went
We're in
4-4. I
2021.
have pocket 4s this time.
He's
I
flop,
have pocket 7s.
c-bet, check turn, get to the river. Used to be the most boring. No one really thought about these situations, but here we are. These make up win rates, and that is modern poker.
For
sure.
And you learn quite a bit when a player
At the river or not.
instantly checks back.
Like, it's a bad turn though.
I'll do it.
What's that line JJ says? Have a balanced strategy?
I don't know if I like the way you stack your chips in there, to be honest. It's a little bit tilting.
The great thing about live poker
Yeah, that's what I want.
is there's so many ways to skin that cat.
Right.
No, they're so sleepy.
No one,
I can't.
especially in a structure like this, there's an Andy out there. Stacks are
You know in
deep.
Macau, anybody stack like
So
this?
Brandon looks like he opens, and Andy picks up kings in the cutoff and 3 bets.
Usually
And
you
Brandon's got the king jack suited.
Okay.
So this
You know, Gary,
hands
you're
like
right.
these have evolved over the years. Like when you're raising
Sorry to
with,
tell you.
you know, high suited
Sorry to
cards and you
tell
get
you,
3
Lane.
bet.
Oh, the purple.
In the beginning,
Yeah, I'll buy
when
some.
No Limit became
Yeah, yeah.
popularized after the Chris Moneymaker room,
Get
you're
rid of
never
it.
folding this. And it got to a point
Yeah.
where you do fold them.
And now, not only do you not
No,
fold
there's only
them,
that
You
many.
4 bet.
and I really like this play by Brandon.
you
This
can-
is
you can-
definitely
oh,
going to
you
be
go
4
get
bet
Yeah, yes.
Yellows?
some of the time.
And Andy, who got cooler kings against aces before against AJ, now just calls to see a flop, and there's a jack high flop. Brandon, who flops the jack, bets 1/3 pot very quickly. Andy just calls. And that ace makes ace jack top 2. Is ace jack a 4-better out of
Fold any
position?
aces. Pre-flop. That's the solution.
Brandon knows that now he is way ahead or way behind because either Andy had a lower pair than Jack or potentially floated with a big ace. Andy's going to elect a pot control line as he thinks he's way ahead or way behind. And let's see what Brandon does here. He would chop with a jack that's not ace jack. Let's see if Andy puts in a value bet.
This is a total different field. This is a two in terms of people and all.
This just shows Andy's awareness of the
I
situation.
would say every
To value
poker
bet
game
kings
playing
here
has a different feel from the one before. Yeah,
takes a
there's
certain
no
level of
pattern in
understanding.
one casino versus
Yeah,
another.
Brandon with a pretty
games are,
interesting
yeah.
decision, and it's not clear whether
A little crazy or something.
it's going to be a call, fold, or a raise. He does have a
Yeah,
king in his hand.
Yeah,
Some
it
people
always
might
kinda
say
depends
that's
on
a
the
good
line.
card to have.
All walking
He does have the jack.
all in.
And there he goes. And Andy immediately regretting that decision.
Yeah.
Ace jack, nothing.
Brandon turning his jack into a bluff.
I like it a lot. This is a great hand. He blocks ace king. He blocks pocket jacks. The interesting thing that Andy needs to think about here is how often does Brandon decide to slow play two streets after the turn checks through with a hand like pocket aces, pocket jacks. Pocket aces can reasonably play like this. Pocket jacks, a lot of players are going to find a bet at some point, just scared it's going to check down.
This is so cold. This is too cold. Yeah.
17 more? 18, 19 more?
Yeah. Huh?
Three's no good?
Such a tough spot, and Andy with the classic question, ace no good. Andy is known for using his intuition to just navigate these spots, Sometimes we get soul read, sometimes it's just tough,
Yeah, and as everyone knows, Andy has amazing, amazing instincts.
Yeah.
He's able to surmise certain decision points better than anyone else and make very hard decisions correctly. And it's very hard to play against. But as we can see here,
I don't this is a spot where we just don't know. That peak looks like he's going to fold, but we don't know. Maybe he can get a read.
and Brandon gets this one through. Very, very well played by Brandon.
Well played.
Very weird.
You could have my hand. 4 deuce, Andy. I have 4 deuce.
Show, if you want to show, show.
No. It's painful. I don't.
Oh.
Yeah, when Andy sees that, it's gonna be
Very, very weird.
painful.
I didn't have a three, but I had a very strong hand. But
Button. Me?
my hand was like the same as a three, basically.
Ace,
Just like,
What are we doing? Ling Ling knows what I have probably.
no, I don't know what you have.
Same as this too. You got ace.
Brandon will
you got
be
ace-
battling
Crazy
tomorrow
quick one.
against
Most probably you're very careful.
Saya and John Cohen.
So you probably made a good fold.
I mean, it's like.
So easy game tomorrow, huh?
Yeah, easy game. Yeah, Andy's gonna be bothered by that one. So when you stepped on the scene, what was Andy playing? Andy
Are
was
you
playing
seeing
high
the
stakes,
flop?
right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
By the time I started playing, Andy was already top dog. I would play against him in another casino from time to time, and it was without question that he was a level above everyone else. He would step in and sort of be
Clean up.
be the alpha male in the room, but that's why we play poker.
Defend a small
I've always been drawn to the challenge. Playing against better players is part of the gig, and that's how you get better. And honestly, it's part of the fun, even when you go on insane downswings because of it.
They're slippery as hell. Man.
So Garrett stealing on the button, suited connector, 8-7 suited, and Ling Lin calling and small white ace-9 off, and she won't be pushed around. She's gonna check raise ace high. Garrett with a gut shot. He doesn't know it, but he's like 40-60.
Oh.
But Garrett's going to
I had
let
the
it go.
best hand. I think so.
Did you hate hearing that? Had the best hand. You just know that
Can I have some five?
it's always like ace high, pocket twos, just like.
What part of Japan are you from?
Ling Ling is a very dangerous player. She's going to give a hard time to Garrett and everyone else at this table.
Yeah, the zoo called Ling Ling. You gotta get back to the zoo after the session.
Oh, really? Yeah, when I was in the airport.
Was it the best hand? No.
Lived in
Great play.
Fusa City, Yokota Air Base.
Best hand, right?
Don't
And
forget
Garrett
about the
gives
great
credit
play.
where credit's due. She had the best hand and put in more money in the
It's
pot.
the
And
best hand, then it's a normal play.
once you're doing
It's a
that, the
great
game's
play,
going to be pretty
not a
easy.
normal play, a great play.
The reason
Smash
you're
that
the
thumbs up,
best
hit
hand,
subscribe. Again, this
nothing
is
special.
Ryan Malky. He's
You're not playing?
been a rag in the live LA poker streets.
No,
Claims he doesn't
that's
play
not
online.
playing.
With how well he plays, I'm kind of like, eh. So Ling Ling on the dealer button with
That's what, you know what,
a steal.
You want to share?
oh, no, the people are saying.
And these blinds are not small. It's 50, 100, 100 big blind ante. So stealing these blinds can buy you bottled water in Los Angeles and New York and San Francisco,
Yeah.
or a house in Texas.
Oh, they're not commentating live right now.
So one of the funny things is, like, you know, Ryan Malky's been pretty active in the last 10 years, and I battled against some of his good friends who are just like some of the most feared people in Los Angeles. And, yeah, you mentioned like Neil's one of your friends. Who else?
Prior to COVID, most of my playing time was in another casino, and, you know, it was death row over there some nights. And if you wanted to make it, you're battling the best. There was Brian Kim, who everyone's familiar with.
Because he just can't help himself.
Except for the World Series commentary. So Queen 10 against Ace King. Queen 10's going to
Get a monster hand.
outflop.
Especially if he raises big pre-flop, he's continuing 100% all the way through that hand, right? And so if you flop a set or you got big pocket pair, you're never gonna lay it down, even for it. I tell you what's funny, we were in a game probably a year and a half.
Andrew
ago.
Yersk out of position is just going to check
I'll
call.
take it.
Bottom set
Appreciate it.
on an ace queen.
Okay.
Yersk with the 10 of clubs.
King queen set.
Thank you.
get pocket seven.
Okay.
Keep that out. It was like a
Ace King
Just
with
about the
3
nicest
middle
thing you
lane
can
cards
say
on
to
the
me.
board. You know, we love all this. And of course, Brandon's going to river an ace. Rewarded newcomer's luck.
And he had
And let's see if he gets paid here.
like 300,000.
This is a little different than the previous situation, where it's easier for Brandon to have some bluffs when it goes button for a small blind.
Drawn dead basically in the hand.
So 3,000 into 2,500, a little bit over the pot.
How do you knock?
So Brandon's a killer off the bat.
Yeah.
He is playing fantastic, I think, in every hand.
You get value out of a
And
set
he's
of
gonna
things.
get looked up here quite a
Plays
bit.
you out of the hand. But he just kept looking at his stack, and he was up 200,000. What the hell is this?
And with
Excellent.
an excellent fold.
Yeah.
Ryusk is no stranger to making good decisions, I can see.
And one of the brutal things about being on stream when you're a veteran, like, you know, Andy and Garrett, is like they have so many hours, days, weeks, years of footage. Whereas like Brandon's coming in and he just, you know, has all the tricks in the book. This one time, you know, Alec Torelli didn't know my history on the show, so I induced a bluff out of him. But, you know, if he knew me better, he would just probably wouldn't have fired.
Ling with the real hand, opening from the hijack.
So do you call me 7 deuce or just 3 bet?
And Ling
You need to play in
is
the Bellagio.
a master at the table talk.
Suited sometimes call.
Yeah.
Oh, I like it, yes.
Guys, last chance. ballyplay.com/LATV. You have until 4 p.m. to submit your answers to win LATV swag.
And look at this. Ling bets the flop and gets called by King Jack, and right away a statement is being made.
I don't know how you actually play at all.
Okay, I show you.
Ryusk knows her woman.
Is that why I have such a hard time playing against women?
Sometimes
I don't know.
69.
I actually
9-6?
used to have
9-6, yes.
a terrible time. And the last time that Garrett and Andy were on the show, they were talking about, I don't remember the woman's name, but she was at the other casino, and she just like, they were talking about stories where she just soul read them. She knew these guys. and Garrett and Andy would just be like, how does she know when I pull off this massive upset? Maybe these women just, you know, and guys have to adapt to figure it out. So Brian Kim's playing the show. I think Neil's played once, but
Neil has made a very brief appearance, and it was a very epic 5 minutes.
Oh, really? Only 5 minutes. So Garrett's gonna looks like re-raise out of the small blind and take it.
Yesterday, I played with Garrett.
Yo, you got skinny.
Hold on.
You got skinny.
After streaming. I have 7 deuce.
And shout out to Wayne, JJ, Yale. What they do in the booth is not easy. I'm in like my first 20 minutes, and this is harder than playing.
Yes.
I don't want to say what
I don't know about that, but playing high stakes poker is probably
Bet.
incredibly tough.
Do you have a deuce?
Easy game when you're running good, but we actually have some hands to talk about if you're up for answering.
Of course, any questions you want to throw my way.
We talked about it briefly, and again, I don't want to throw you under the bus or embarrass you, but
So you
you
love
had a
it.
hand on with Chris Brewer where you had a full house. I don't
Yes.
remember the action, but the board had, what was it, 3 6s on the board?
That's natural 9.
Yes, I also don't remember the action, but just a testament, and the viewers are not going to know the hand we're talking about, but let's just say Chris Brewer, if he finds a situation to make it hard for you, he makes it hard for you.
Oh,
I
he
believe his
makes
bet
it
was
hard.
10,500 and 3,500.
Yeah, so I know the action in the end, but over here, Tom flops top pair, Ling Ling flops bottom pair and a flush draw. So Tom's going to elect to bet ace queen on the ace jack 10, in which, in this situation, he should have range advantage. It's just like, if two players have history, you could bet this and you can get barreled off your hand because, like, some people get saucy because, you know, Tom would have to have a very, very strong hand to withstand, you know, action like this. I mean, Tom's definitely going to call here, but like if Lingland barrels 2 more streets and Tom doesn't improve and Lingland doesn't get a diamond, but she gets a diamond. But Tom does have a redraw. It's just tough situations to be in. Actually, I do remember a hand that Mr. Malky and I had who was very similar to this. On the board, we couldn't see each other's cards, but it was ace high board with 2 suit. Lingland's going to bet his flush, and this is a situation where Tom knows that if he wasn't beat on the flop, he could easily be beaten on the turn. Tom with flush draw, second nut flush draw, and a gut shot to nut straight. And of course, if a king hits, then what? And if a diamond hits, he has the second nuts. And Lingland with the third nuts. And Lingland's going to check the third nuts, and Tom assuredly has to bet with the second nuts. 11,450.
Should bet for value.
Oh, he
I
checked
got lucky.
behind.
I got lucky. Just in case you were trapping me with a freaking king at the time.
I would have paid
Just in
you
case,
off.
I don't want to go 4 and you go all in. I'm like, ah.
We've all been there.
Yeah.
Andy already experienced that earlier, and he's happy to take the pot as it is.
I see.
Once again, I think Ling Ling played his hand
Ling had the
exceptionally.
diamond of just
She
passing.
applied pressure early on with a very
we
strong,
didn't
good
divide.
bluffing
How long
hand.
were you here?
Got there and bet for value, and then checked
that
when her
too
hand was
much?
no longer
You've been
good.
here for 2
I'll
years or
call
going in?
5K.
I wasn't,
How-
yes,
you're here
I wasn't
for
for
2
4.
years?
I wasn't valid
No, no, no.
Four,
I
Looking at your stack, I was like,
I'd say in
There's a lot of
2
stuff the
years.
camera
okay,
doesn't.
okay. How
You
long
know,
are you
Ryan
in
and I
LA?
have played the show
2 months.
quite a
2
bit.
months, 10 more
The
days.
camera doesn't pick
Oh,
up
you
a lot
only
of
have 10
stuff,
days left?
and for people who are
He's had 10
more
days left
geared
for
towards
like
live
2
reads,
months.
you know, Garrett and Andy,
That's true. I
especially,
saw your Twitter every day, so I'm
Potentially
thinking
Tom, too.
tomorrow.
Like, it could really sway your
and then
decision.
It's still on the stream. And then the next
and
tweet is
the
like, oh, I'm gonna
sample
play one
size is
more
so
week.
small on stream that
Extending.
you know,
1
you
month
could
ago,
look
my
like a
friend
hero, you
asked
could
me,
look embarrassed.
When you will back to Japan?
Yeah.
Maybe 2 more weeks.
10 more days.
Yeah.
10 days.
So we're gonna play a
Yesterday,
pot here.
he
Both
asked
players
me
flopping
again,
something.
Uh,
Garrett on
when
the
you will
button.
back to Japan? Maybe 10 more
Garrett
days.
elects to check his hand back. Obviously a great play some of the time.
Bellagio's
How
like
many
a
10
European.
days do you have left in you?
Yeah, but maximum is 3
Lingland
months.
value bets
Okay.
for 9.
So you only have 12, 10 days left in you.
And now let's see if Garrett can find a way to win this hand. And he usually does.
Left hand, yes.
Oh, genius. Yes. You're
And
right.
he's gonna try. Likely going to work, but Leland has some. I've played quite a bit with her, and she's got some intuition, sniffing out what the cool kids call BS.
I don't think she folds as much as the majority of players
What are
would
you
here.
eating, Susan?
And it's hard for
How's
That's
it?
why Garrett's so
really
challenging.
good.
He is one of the players who's going to find more bluffs than most players will here.
Gato.
Yeah, he's wondering.
It's worth it though, right?
She's wondering. Oh, and
He gets
Garrett
through.
gets away with
I don't wanna
robbery,
waste my time playing.
You know what? I'll take.
giving Garrett credit for something like Ace King, Ace Jack,
From Starbucks.
but check back the flop.
Garrett is not short on value bets on that river.
Yeah.
Do you have like some cold? Any cold drink? Anything. I'm not picky about it.
Tom started with 25.
And there's that good-looking guy walking through the back you always see.
So good looking.
$300.
Raise to 300. Call. Fold. Call.
So Garrett Ace-7 off, raising the cutoff. Leland calls in the button, 3-5 off. Reuse in the big blind.
Very standard
call.
hand so far. I think all
Yep.
these hands make sense.
And everyone gets a little something. So the Ace-2-7 board, 4-5 has the double gut
Seven
shot.
deuce.
Be careful.
Oh, sorry, that would be Ace-3-5.
You're hopping in with that
4-5 is the double gut shot. Only people who play garbage cards.
Don't tell them what I
So
told
Garrett's
you
going to bet his
Garrett
ace.
checks.
Oh, Garrett checked, excuse me.
Garrett checks blocking the most likely cards to call him. Three-way in the sort of situation where you should be doing quite a bit of checking. And this is something we're learning in more modern poker. When it's multi-way, players calling behind you, you should be doing quite a bit of checking. And then he puts in the check raise.
If the card readers, it's not picking up, they'll tell us, and then he's going to bring the camera and hold up the cards.
Oh, okay.
A diamond on the turn will be a fun card.
And Leland still with a gut shot.
What do you think so far? This casino,
You like it?
I like it. Yeah.
big.
And this hand will likely go bet by Garrett, fold by Ling Ling, unless someone gets creative.
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah.
Nice.
For sure. The camera for some reason.
There's a
doesn't
little
project
creativity.
it. The set is way
Once
better.
again,
Yeah.
It goes deep, that's why.
It looks
Deep.
like half the size.
Garrett checking the type of hand
What about
that will
hustlers? Does it look better than this?
often face a bet, which is very good when you have two pair.
I think it's more
This
smaller.
And also
it's a
blocking
different,
hands
like,
that will
feel.
call.
I mean,
The,
This one feels like a lot cleaner.
the stream table.
Are we going to see a double check raise?
It looks pretty decent size. Everything
Potentially.
else of it, when you go inside, it's also.
Or
It's a lot smaller.
Leland could check and just get a free card. But no.
Garrett knows his opponent.
Yep. I saw a lot of yellow chips, so she's going to bet 3,500 into 55.
No, what else?
Oh, sorry, 35 into 5K. And check and raise is permitted at the Park West Bicycle Hotel and Casino. And Garrett's just not going to waste any
These
time.
graphics are correct. Ling Ling has 5,000 behind.
raise
I'm
150,000.
not sure.
5-3 off. Okay. Don't play that hand. That's not a good hand.
And that was unlucky for Ling Ling. She made a go at it with 5-3 off, and
No, I know, but is this funny?
this time did not bode well for her, but other times I'm sure she wins the pot that most other players would not.
I should have checked. Maybe I hit him at 4.
Yeah. I think that's. Sometimes you kick yourself later. You're like, damn, I should just checked it. You know.
Yeah,
Like,
I know. I could.
especially when it's a semi bluff. You know.
Adding point.
Yeah, at 20. So Gary can have all you can eat. So that's
Oh, that's better, yeah.
24.
maybe he'll call
Hey,
me.
save some for me.
I'm not more. I'm not an all card guy. I
Gary,
prefer all you
no, it's okay. I'll save some for you. Andy.
24 2.
I'm already on 2. Like this is
Same.
same
I
from
believe
what?
you didn't call the last 4.
I have 5-3 offsuit. That's 5 hearts, 3 diamonds.
Sounds like they did. She did have about 5.
trying to make a
Tom's got
stand with that
Ace
hand.
King, raising up 3x.
Call.
She's calling in the small blind, 10-6 suited. And he looks like he took
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
flop.
play seriously now.
Top for
No more bullshit.
Tom.
That's what you said yesterday.
Gonna start playing good now.
Yeah, now, from now.
Starting now.
Now, right now,
That's a
right this
classic.
second.
That's a classic. The amount of times I said that in my head.
And Tom shows the table that he was not going for the steal.
How about a straddle
This
round?
time
Maybe
he had
that'll
it.
make everyone play great. All right. Just one round.
That's
one
a good
round.
one. That's a
One
good
round.
one.
Oh, he said he saw me adding 20K. So you know what? Let's just
Yeah.
let's
Now you
get
have
it all.
You guys
big
haven't
lines. It's too complicated to play 51 with
got in the mix with the predictor
Now
game,
you're pocket
visit
Let's
get us
better
ballyplay.com
this
forward
way.
slash
Let's
live to the bike. You
explain
have
it
until
to
4 p.m.
It's Japanese.
200 straddle.
forward slash LATB.
Raise.
See, you did it.
600.
Come get it.
All right, Lingman, starts now.
Come
You
get
have
it.
until 4 p.m.
Don't
Lock
Forget,
in your
you're gonna
answers.
play good.
Yes.
Don't forget,
Winners
you play
will
good
get
on this.
But
swag.
don't go to your big plan. That's not nice.
LATB swag.
God, it's such
And
a
next
nit.
week,
Now
Phil
that you play
Hellman's
good,
week.
why
laptop?
play? Yeah.
Join in for even better prizes
You're in
than
lockdown.
LATB swag.
Here we had England opening up from the hijack, and I think finally she's going to get her first W of the day.
Nobody respect my raise or bet.
I could have something, you know that.
Hard out here for a woman. in
Fortunately, it'd be hard for her to
poker,
get
right?
further
is.
value
Have
here.
something.
It's not a very friendly environment. It's on you,
All
Paul.
right. Go ahead, check it, Lane.
Ling Lin with a flush draw, even though
I don't have a 3-5 this time.
You don't have 5-3 this time?
Honesty from a poker player.
yeah,
Something new every day. Tom with the pocket threes. It probably does not put her on 5-3.
almost Tom, almost got there, just missed.
That happens a lot, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And very nice. I was curious if we'd ever see Tom bluff this hand. When you're going to bluff these types of hands, I think it's a good idea to really make it as challenging as you can for your opponent and put in some big bets here. You're not really betting a queen. Your hands are quite strong when you are betting for value.
You're good. I got pocket threes.
And Wingwin correctly makes a pretty challenging call regardless, even versus the
Start playing good.
not massive size.
Yeah,
Start playing good.
I don't want you guys to get too uncomfortable when I play good. So I got.
There's always that
Thank you.
dichotomy of
What are we doing for?
when you bluff,
I'm good. I just.
you want to make it challenging. At the same time, sometimes a smaller bet is very valuation scary.
Oh, you're absolutely. If you can identify
hand,
the situation where you
Did you
can
even
bet
see my
smaller
hand?
with bluffs and get folds, that's where you're reaching that next level.
Yeah, I saw your hand. What are you talking about?
If you understand your opponent is going to interpret the sizing a certain way, I am not a player who does that well. I almost don't
Man
even want to
only wants
consider
one
that
thing,
for
and
that
it's
leveling
disgusting.
reasons.
That's all you do, pushing for the strategy. That's what I heard.
Yeah,
600.
There's Andy with the raise, the 600. Sounds like the straddle's on.
that's all you do.
Here we go.
Yeah, we didn't hear it, but Garrett's classic line: round of straddles.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm playing good, so I'm gonna pull this cash.
And Andy's going to get away with a little robbery.
And Linglin with the incorrect fold. She was ahead pre-flop.
Bullshit.
I
Let's
think
do a
we get the
bomb
best
pot.
hand.
I got 3 in a row
You were ahead.
yesterday.
I hate bomb pot.
That's my bad.
That's
story.
it's a tough. The King 7-0 versus a 3x open in an ante game is probably a very difficult situation.
I agree.
Oh, that was actually great bet.
I, had to
Very
fuck- I, think,
sneaky.
I knew I was. I know I was behind.
But when you get there,
But then
no one
my
sees
God.
it.
I bet the turn. Obviously, you must probably more like. Oh,
I have
maybe not.
pair and a flush.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
When you
yeah,
play
it's
hands
fine.
like that,
Then
then
you don't
your
I
your
gotta bet
opponent
turn and
is
reverse
like,
them all.
well,
Oh, it's so
nothing
easy
that
to
comes out as a blank anymore.
Wait when you see my cards.
Yeah, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I put you on the ace. I didn't like the ace anyway, but you didn't like it either, so I knew you didn't like the ace.
I like it, but I don't want to get raised.
600.
I like the club.
19 more minutes to submit your answers to win LATB swag. Go to ballyplay.com/LATB. You have until 4 p.m.
With the flush
Swag prizes now, but next week the prizes will be better.
All my pocket pairs come out on one flop.
Yeah.
Is that 3 of a kind for Brandon? Oh,
Put all bad.
This
Gosh.
is an action turn here.
Yeah. Flush draw for Andy. Brandon's just going to bet out.
It's hard to hit a set.
And
I
Brandon
feel
elects
like
to use
for
the
a lot of
overbet,
people,
which I like a lot, and he
When
gets it
both
through.
all
How old
are
are you?
hitting.
22? 23?
22.
Alright.
Turning 23 in January.
To be 22, man.
This shows how
Good
dangerous
times.
Brandon can be.
Gary, the interview
He
still
could
not
have
over? I thought it's
many
over.
worse drawing hands.
Oh no, I'm
than
gonna be
king
interviewing
high
this guy.
I
When
know
he
you-
1.5
I try to
pops
suck
this
up all
turn
the
when
blood
flop
of young
checks
people.
through,
Oh,
and
They're
he
so
gets
full
a
of life.
hand
They're
as
so
good
much
as
more
king
fun
deuce of
than
hearts
me,
to
you
fold. That makes that
Long
extremely
into
good.
it.
And I
pretty
very
boring
much like that
22.
play
Are
by
you?
Brandon.
All right.
Shout out to Briefcase Joe,
Never
aka
mind.
Joseph
How
Lerman,
much that?
donated $10. Lucky chip for Ling Lin to beat these clowns up.
6.
Raise.
It's now on the internet forever.
Brown's not a big party school, huh?
Put our heads down, hit the books.
Yeah, nice.
600 from Andy. Call.
What'd you major in?
And Andy
Engineering
once
of
again
some sort?
opening
Yes, yes.
Cool.
with the
Nice.
queen 10 offsuit from the hijack. This is his third hand he's raising the straddle round.
You said
All
it
premium
earlier.
hands.
No, I didn't. I just said what I did.
So
for my
you're
job.
engineer.
We got a four-way pot.
Yes. Should be.
Another dryish ace,
Be nice
this
to
time
my
with
new
a
friend,
flush draw.
okay, Lane?
Oh, I
Such
hate
a,
him.
you're such a boy.
No, he put me
Four-way.
all
Can
day.
Andy
your
just
money
like
yesterday?
barrel and get the folds?
Yeah, he took some money.
No, you keep saying
Nope.
that.
He just
I didn't.
elects to turn the queen.
Check, check. Oh,
Why is it so cold? You know,
1500.
Ling Lin, it's your heart that's cold. I'm just kidding. She's gonna punch you in the face after.
Let's get that on camera.
Heads up.
Check.
Check dark.
So Tom's going to bet his flush draw, and Andy rivers 2 pair.
25?
2500.
Damn, Andy.
And you just with a quick call, way header. I mean, it's, you know, he can't beat any super
I
strong
I
hands
want
like
to see.
King Jack set, aces up.
Oh, 5, 6.
That's a good hand.
Yeah, on the turn again.
I'm sure against some players, Andy would find a raise
Still
here. I
25.
think
Yeah.
first Tom, he thought just calling this hand would
I don't even have on the
suffice.
river.
I don't want to tease you and make you think that there's a chance of getting through. But pull the band-aid off right
I
quick.
almost.
Yeah, Andy's very polite. He's just like a lot of us, if we're gonna do something, especially do a
You gotta
bluff
be
catch, and we don't want to
Yeah.
waste
Play
anybody's
good
time
now.
and just move on to the next hand.
All I could do in that hand, that's how I give up. The 10 of heart would have been better for me.
Yeah.
You got Andy to check dark. I don't think I've ever seen it. Not one time ever.
Well, when I
so-
saw
On
that,
your tricks, man.
Yeah, that's
All the
good.
old school tricks.
You figured if you check dark, you'd river 2 pair, huh? Yeah, well done. yeah.
Dark.
Yeah.
How
but you
would
know,
you
the tricky part, when you check dark, I thought for sure you had a flush draw. Like you had a club draw only. You know? So that was the trick part of saying that. I put you on a flush draw. 6.
Andy had your number that hand.
Call. Call.
At least reward me with the 10.
Don't worry about me. Worry
I know,
about
I
the
should
good
have
players
3-bet
over
you.
there.
I should have 3-bet you. Isolate. Yeah.
But once they call, we
I
got
know.
to make hands now.
Oh, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah,
what-
otherwise we can just do whatever we do.
I know. This is, well, I said 2,000.
Check to Ling Lin, who has top pair
Oh,
weak kicker.
Oh, good.
Bets,
check the raise
takes it
count.
down.
From Gary. One time I remember in commerce, I was so mad. He check raised me.
Uh-huh.
Who knows? Like
I don't usually
so
do that.
many times
I think that's
with
impolite.
nothing. And then one time I almost caught up.
Decade ago.
Like, what let him make
Yeah,
up?
Ling Lin's
Ling
played
and I
against
go
Garrett and
way,
Andy
way back.
like for a very long time. Sounds like a decade. I mean, I don't want to misquote stuff because
So what happened in this brilliant hand 15 years ago?
yeah,
I
hand
never-
history time from 10 years
Hey,
ago.
Can't say that.
Just laid it down.
I laid down.
We're going down memory lane
There were
here.
other hands
A
too. I
hand
had
that Garrett
all
check
the-
raise. Ling
Would you
Lin.
say checking and
About
raising
10 years
is
ago.
impolite, Ling?
But that's all you do to me.
And it happened again tonight. Times have not
You
changed.
check twice, and then I bet, and then you still check raise.
Uh-huh. Yeah. To do it twice in one hand is particularly fucked up.
Yeah, that was.
Some really grimy shit
What
right
the hell
there.
did you have? Tell me.
Can I say the
had
time I
5
double
3.
checked?
I mean, I can't tell you what I had. I had 5-4 offsuit.
Do you remember the hand?
Heads up.
I do.
Okay, we could talk about it after.
So good fold.
I had 5 high.
I check raise the best hand. Good fold.
I get
Checks to Brandon, who has
300.
ace queen on a 2 Broadway board, no pair. He's gonna bet, get a call.
Check.
Brandon
No, stop
can
doing the
continue
fist
firing or
Okay, no
slow
more fist
down.
bumping. Right?
This
That's
young
fine.
kid
Last
doesn't
time
look
I
like he
watched
likes
the
slowing
whole
down.
school video, that's all you did.
A 10 would obviously
get
be
is like
brutal
fish
for
here.
Tom.
Yo, what the fuck you think? You think I'm fist bumping you because I think you're a world-class player? Get out of here.
Brandon
Wait,
overbets
then
this
who is
turn.
You see me
and
fist bumping Andy?
he can do no wrong in this
right?
session.
I
Yeah.
know. It's like I don't think it's a
Another
really.
excellent hand by Brandon.
It's not sincere
These
fist
young
bump. I
Thundercats.
don't want it anymore.
All right,
Try to
ladies.
call him.
No more fist bumps.
Well,
for you
let's talk
then.
about the Chris Brewer hand you had. On the river, you were faced with how big? Was it a 2x pot or 3x
This
pot?
kid bet I thought they were betting twice the size of the pot. I was facing 3 times the size of the pot.
From Chris Brewer.
From
And
Chris
you had
focused.
pocket 8s, I believe.
So
Correct.
And the board was 6, 6, 6. And what were the other 2 cards? It was lower. Were both lower than
Yes,
6,
2
right?
low
Yeah,
cards.
Really, I got.
Yeah, because he thinks I'm the fish. I'm not gonna.
I believe
fist
the
bump him.
action
Fuck
pre-flop
that.
was Chris in
You're like,
early
oh, this
position.
guy not
I called in
actually
position,
can't
and we went
play.
4 ways.
I
And he
offer
check
fist
called
bumps. I
a
don't
small
take
bet
them.
from me.
Yeah, I know.
That shit's
Turn check
And he
through.
did that. You're like.
River
You
made
look away.
3 of a kind on the board.
Alright,
And he
alright.
3x
You
pots
and
the
me, we
river as
have
he
a.
should, because he can have all the overpairs.
Right.
This is the neutral
And
zone.
I
here.
sat there in
No
misery
crossing.
for a few minutes, and I knew that whatever I chose would be incorrect.
Yep.
And that's where we
Yeah, I
ended
never
up.
seen
We've
fist
all
bump
been there.
Andy.
That's
Never.
that's what I just.
And I thought it was
said.
excellent by Chris Brewer, as it normally is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, he only fist
The
bump
very,
fish.
I think, the very first session or second session I played with them, like he was on the come up, and we were only playing 5-5, and I got him one hand, and I'm like, I'm never playing this kid ever again. I'm gonna stay.
You know
lifetime
right
winner.
away with Chris.
Yeah.
You don't have to play with it for too long to know that he's an exceptional talent.
Yeah. It's so funny because, like, you know, it was on live as a bike. I was in the small blind, and you know, somebody stole from the blind. I flatted
No
nines in the
more
small blind.
straddle?
Which, if you know anything about me,
I'm happy
if
to-
I flat from the
I'm
small
happy to
blind,
keep
you
straddling.
better just
That's
like
just easy.
something's wrong.
See how
'Cause
you
I'm not
side
gonna
Yeah,
it?
you
flat
set in the
this one.
trap.
Yeah. So Chris Brewer squeezed from the big blind, and I induced the bluff, and
How come you're such a bully to me, Ling?
that's the first and only
You're
time I'll
real-
ever
You're the one taking my
outplay Chris
money.
Brewer.
You're a real bully.
So here we go. Ryusk raising up with Snowmen, JJ De La
You
Garza's
haven't
favorite
toughened me
hand.
up yet.
Tom's going to call in
Stay
small
too long.
blind, 5 deuce suited. And big blind, Garrett's got queen jack off. Top 2 pair. Is that a good hand?
Now Garrett's going to go for some value. That's 500 into 1500.
And gets a call from Ryusk as a bluff catcher.
When you're facing a bet this small from the big blind, they can have so many bluffs.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to fold. And now we're going to see a big bet from Garrett. And I think in there I am incorrect.
Really? I saw him. Oh, okay. What do you consider a big bet? It has to be pot or higher?
Oh.
I think these days pot or higher. 80% or bigger would be a big bet.
So,
Call him. That's a bluff for sure.
I think so. I think so.
don't you love these conversations? You're the only one who knows. Like, we have the whole cams now, but you're the only one who knows. That's got to be a bluff. No, he had it for sure.
Snap,
It's-
like a handy snap with
And like
palm.
you just don't even want to answer because you don't want to give away information. Garrett just with a little grin.
He handles those situations phenomenally.
Yeah.
You want to be a gentleman, you want to converse and talk about the hands, but, you know, in all honesty, sometimes you don't want to discuss your specific hand at the
Super
time.
heartbreaking.
You're literally like, you're throwing.
All right, guys, you have 10 minutes to submit. Go to ballyplay.com/LATB.
I did that on a stream last week.
Pick the right
went all in
questions.
against the
Sorry,
guy.
pick the right answers to the questions.
He takes like a second,
Win some
looks
LATB
back at his
merch.
hand and it goes
Get in the
all
mix
in.
now
Like, I
because
had
next week
already
during
put
Phil
him all
Hellman's
in.
week,
And like
there
it was
will
only
be
the turn.
much,
so like
much
you
better
know
prizes.
You always
And we have
are up
liftoff.
against the
Ryusk
stone
has
nuts
7
in that
deuce in the
spot,
hijack.
drawing
What
the
I've
head.
heard is his
Yeah.
favorite hand
Someone
from
calls
this
it all
show.
in by saying
Tom
all
calls with the
Yeah,
button.
they look at, they're
And
like
England with the real
razzled. They're
hand.
like, can we get more money than all in? Because I'd like to go all in. Yeah.
And I like
Very
Ryusk.
devastating.
I think he's going to win this hand.
The college home games.
Yeah.
where,
And the
you
table's
put
gonna
them
get the
in,
bad
they
news.
go all in.
you're like, fuck.
And the sickest part, Wayne, is the 7 deuce game is not on. This is for individual
So
amusement.
Do you play every seven deuce or just
Every 7 deuce.
You need to
every
play-
seven
every
deuce?
seven
You need to play Bellagio.
Do you think
and
it's
the
harder
Rose
to
Line.
win if you're the only one playing all
seriously?
16 seven
Yeah.
deuces and no one else?
I've gotten him to fold. He'll admit, I've gotten him to fold it. I've gotten him to fold
Great,
it
I'm gonna be
pre-flop.
revealing what I do.
One time he just straight raised
know
folded
people I
it.
play
That
with
was
listen.
it. Yeah.
Crazy. But you always put
Sometimes.
some money.
Yeah.
If you
That's where
mix
from. You just
seven
basically look
deuce
at
in a
the board,
normal
figure out what's the strongest
button
hand at
cut
that
off
point.
steel range,
then pretend
it's
to
really
be
not
on.
that bad.
It's really not that bad. You can get away with it.
Very effective strategy.
The conditions are just right.
Yeah, with the right table, who
crazy.
thinks you're a net.
I hope anyone listening take anything away. That's what they take away from this show.
I've
And you
shown
still win.
quite a few seven deuce in
You got
these
nothing.
situations.
You can't-
Garrett
you
has a
gotta pretend
monster
you
on the
got
button,
nothing.
Overall, you
and
still
Brandon
No,
has a
I'm saying,
monster in the big
I mean,
blind.
he's playing seven deuce like ace queen, ace jack, ace queen. And so if you're calling with pocket threes or,
Monsters for
you
a
know,
steel situation.
or something, and it's all big
These
balls,
are
nothing.
these are
You bet
quite
all
near
of
the
it.
top in these steel situations.
That's the thing people always say, oh,
Now I want to interview you too. So what made you decide to take that kind of play?
Let's see if Brandon's gonna bluff at it. Looks like he is.
Seven deuce
And
won
Garrett's
you a
gonna
huge
stare
fine
his
in the
opponent,
past.
new young opponent's
Just for fun.
eyes in
Just
a
for fun.
hoodie,
Yeah.
or
When you
sorry,
just started.
mouth cover with hoodie, and Brandon's gonna get it off.
And Brandon bet quarter
When did you
pot and got a
start
quick
playing
fold.
seven
And
deuce?
this is exactly what we were just talking about. Garrett
2 months
is
ago.
perceiving
That's it?
that
Yeah.
small quarter pot sizing to have virtually no
You're that good
bluffs.
already?
And he folds a very reasonable
but you
bluff
play it
catcher.
without the added benefit. In Bellagio, you win.
This
This
gets
is why
300,
I
everyone gets
don't
300.
really play.
Yeah?
And the person who
Well, I
folds
play
up
all
gets
the
500.
games. I'll play no
yeah,
limit,
yeah,
but
I
I'm just
know.
like,
Good round, I'm
yeah,
in.
I'm done with
Yeah.
no limit.
Let's
Open
do
rabbit
it.
hole.
What the hell? It's only been 2 minutes.
It's just too
No,
far
but
down.
I don't
For
like,
people like
okay,
Ryan Malky,
I don't
Andy,
like
Garrett,
seven
who are
deuce
no one
game.
called them
Yeah,
specialists, I
because-
just hats off to you guys. It's rough out there.
Same, but
You don't like seven
yeah.
deuce game. Okay.
I mean, I think I can speak for everyone. It is an incredibly, incredly challenging and humbling game.
Yeah.
If at any point you think you get it, you'll quickly learn you don't get it.
Yeah.
Fold, fold.
I knew I never got it. So we got a 3-bet from Garrett against Tom with the 7-10 suited, which is the bicycle
Andy,
hand
we
because
call?
the bicycle's off, the 7-10 freeway.
Oh, sorry, Tom.
Thanks.
We're both fucked by that.
And Tom
Fold.
gonna fold, ace-10 off, out of position.
Can I suggest
Very
something?
difficult to play, as we all know.
No, no.
Okay. Can
Once
I
again,
give
guys,
some
5 minutes
idea?
Not
left
even
for the
close.
predictor game.
All right, like let's
valleyplay.com/LATB. Put in your guesses, or
That's what
Soul
I'm
reads
going
the answers of the questions,
You want me to play more shitty hands?
No, I'm begging you to play good. I keep telling you.
and win some
Okay, then.
LATB
Yeah.
merch this week
We'll
and
do it
better
sometime.
prizes next week during Philhelm Week.
Sometimes. We got to keep Andy in the game. We got to make him.
I appreciate it.
The new guy's trying to fucking make him quit already. He gave you the 3-time look back too after the hand, bro. You're always dead.
See?
He never has
Moment I
anything.
open.
Yeah. The 3-time look
You wanted
back
to
always
so
is
bad.
a
I was like,
bluff.
don't do it to me.
What, me?
It's gotta be a bluff.
Brandon
Look
just
back
like
3 times.
I don't know which hand you guys are
unknown.
talking about.
The big
So
one.
the thing too is
After
like
the
when you're an
hand,
unknown,
you
you
look
have
back
all your
twice,
tricks up your
maybe.
sleeve.
But
I
3
remember when I
times
first
look
went to
back,
Vegas.
Is that in
I was known
Always a
in
bluff.
LA, San Diego, and the Bay, but nobody knew me in Vegas. I pulled
You
off
forgot
all
what
the
you had,
tricks.
though, huh?
But then if you become a
3
reg,
different times.
you
in a
know, they start seeing the
3-second
tricks and they're
period.
like,
He has.
this
I
mother
think
bleep.
No, they only knows me.
And especially once you start playing on stream,
Oh yeah.
you enter down the that rabbit hole thought process. What do they know? What do they think of me? And there's many different games everyone could be playing at the same time.
So even after
You know,
seeing
back
the
then I
hand
always
with Chris
watched live
Burr,
at the bike.
are you okay with your fold?
And little I saw
No, I
all
lost.
the women.
No, see, it's really challenging.
Little, they all
Even
lose 20,000
after I
in,
see
like,
the
2
result of a
hours.
hand, I
Right.
still don't
Quit.
even know
I
how
was
to
like,
begin
One day I'm gonna go there. I hope
One
I
day
can
you're
do
gonna
it.
go
what
do
it is
that.
I want to do.
No,
It's
my
just a
goal is
challenging
not lose
situation.
20,000 in 2
Yeah.
hours.
Yeah.
At least last longer.
Well,
I
you
think
got-
he's
on pace to
he's
lose
making quite a bit
35,
of money with
so
that
that's
bet on
good.
the river.
Just as long as you don't lose
I-
20.
once I start
more than
folding
2
it,
hours.
pocket eights a lot.
Right.
Raise to 6.
And that's the scary thing about playing against these players. Like, if the hands were reversed, I'm not going to win that hand.
This is why I tell people about poker. It's about parity. So Brandon's gonna open cutoff, King Jack suited. Rios smooths 7 deuce. There was one time in the past I was the 7 deuce game was on, and Oh, I'm gonna be throwing Andy to the bus. He did the same thing. He smoothed on the button with 7 deuce and just like won the pot post flop, and just like we all had to on top of it, you know, give him money. Garrett with the queen 8 suited.
Fold.
Brandon checks with the 2 overcards and the flush draw, letting Ryusk barrel. Ryusk gonna have to put in at least the barrel in the river, but probably 2 barrels.
Check.
Oh no, yeah, he's gonna check back. Sorry, I totally missed that. And Brandon's gonna make the flush. Easy game. Zigging. We should be zigging, zagging when he should be zagging.
And this is something new. You see, Brandon opened the cutoff, and this went 3 ways, and he checked this flop. And I think a couple years ago, you would always see a bet.
Bet.
And Ryusk was 7 high. Oh, sorry, he rivered a pair of 2s. So he can beat all the busted draws up top, like, you know, queen jack, queen 9, jack 9, or like, you know, 6, 7.
It's easy because we see the cards, but this is not a snap fold by Ryusk by any means. He beats quite a few hands here.
Seven deuce,
He
really?
makes the correct fold.
like I know
Table
what that
probably
other
doesn't
card
believe
was.
that he actually had it, but we see here.
I have 1 pair.
Queen jack, jack 9, so many
Hell
hands.
out of here.
So one of the
How do
things
you
is
get so
Brandon,
many 7
before
deuces,
he
though?
played on
It's almost
stream,
like-
probably got
How do
away
you
with
run that good?
all these
Never come as
shenanigans.
king.
And now his opponents have
He's
seen
thinking
him do
best
all this
2000.
stuff.
Everyone
He
just
will be
fold,
getting
just
away with
fold,
less.
Someone call. What do I do in the turn?
Brandon, how did you even graduate? You
Ryu
must, like,
sniffed
play too
out
much poker
that he was running into it
in
and
school.
How did I even graduate?
discontinued his bluff by the turn correctly.
Do all my homework.
You got a dirty stack. You just made $75.
Raise. 600.
Oh, nice.
Careful peeling, Tom. Careful peeling your cards.
Oh, I'm sorry. You can see it?
I didn't see it, but I mean, like, if you lifted it higher,
Yeah, I
would-
better go. My left arm.
You check. You check.
Heads up.
You got some good peripheral vision.
You check. I bet 10,000.
You're gonna do it for me?
Right to Bear Arms, they just gave a sub to Andy's channel. Yeah, he's got a lot of good content on there, and of course, reviews his hands on Live the Bike, so you get insight from the man himself.
So Andy opened the button here, and Lingland called
Better if
in
you had something
the
as well.
big blind, and Andy checks back
Yeah,
and
right.
gets a
Better
bet
right
on the
together.
turn.
With 12,000.
This is why they're so challenging to play against. This looks like
I
a
didn't
good
have
card
7
for
deuce at the
Lingland,
time now.
but in fact, Andy is here with the nuts, and he smooth calls.
This is straight, but there's 3 hearts. But yeah, it's Andy's not going anywhere. And Lingland's gonna have to thinks she may have to bluff to win. Andy could have like a big heart, but she's gonna give it up. Andy wondering how much he can get away with. Also potentially worrying about a check raise.
38.
3,800.
Bets a little bit over the pot, and Lingland has nothing to call. Except the king jack high.
I think if Andy got check raised on this river after the previous hand with pocket kings, there'd be a little theme for the session going on.
Unhappiness.
That's when you talk to yourself on the car ride home.
Yep. A couple sessions ago, I was on Live the Bike and just like got smashed, and after 2 buy-ins, I just said, forget it, I'm done. I've been down this road before when I keep playing. Can fry an egg on my head.
What do you do after a session like that?
I kept playing, actually. I played a smaller game. You know, this is, you know, I'm a veteran now. In my younger years, I probably would have kept at the bigger game and just...
I would say that takes even more discipline to get crushed in a bigger game, step down to a smaller game. I don't have it in me.
I'm an adult now, so...
Yeah, what's that like?
Well, after this hand, we could talk about that. But Tom with a strong hand on the button, king queen off. Lingland 3 bets out of the big blind, jack 4 suited. Tom won't be pushed around. Let's see what happens on the flop. That's an okay flop for Tom. What do you think?
I think it's an okay flop for Lingland to potentially run a bluff, which could and very poorly for
I
her.
play the occasional home game.
He will get at least one bet, and we gotta hope that the turn is not a diamond.
Oh, they're all the games are pretty much private out there, right? Private games. And stuff.
Yeah, it's hard to find anything really that's like safe.
And a
Yeah,
pretty
for sure.
big bet
I like playing at casinos
for this type of flop compared to what you normally see.
So Tom is,
Okay.
like, I do know Tom.
Oh, yeah? Oh, you've
So
played him a few times.
he is
Yeah,
worried,
last
and
time I-
as we all are. Like, King Queen is obviously a strong hand, but
Yeah, I mean, it's super convenient.
we
You
lose
can
to
go
Ace
home,
King, King 10, Pocket
yeah,
Tens,
you can just live here.
and you're not out of the woods against, you know, Queen Jack.
What are your plans after, like, you gonna stay on the East Coast?
And
or
this is a very
looking
good
for-
current card for
opportunities
Lingland
out here?
to potentially not lose any more
I'm
money.
staying in New York for now. I have like a lot of friends.
Yeah.
I
Come on,
mean,
Lingland. He's
California's
got
obviously
Queen
the
Jack.
best
You
part
can
of
barrel him
town,
off. I'm just kidding.
You know, I still have a whole life ahead of me. So
Yeah,
I'm not gonna
right.
commit to anything.
For sure.
Don't do it, bro.
Don't do it.
Fuck.
A hard
I
way
can
to
tell
make
you're a super smart, sharp kid. There's so many better choices you can make.
4,000.
Put it this way, like, I'll speak for myself, but I know Andy probably agrees with this at least to some extent for him as well. Like, every time I play poker, I wonder, like, is it worth it? Like, even one more time. Like, should I play even one more time? Yeah, there's so many bad things about this. And when you're young and brilliant and maybe not quite as good as me yet, in that scenario, it's a no fucking brainer. Do not make this your fucking primary source of income. It's not even fucking close. And that's like a word of advice to anyone out there who's hoping to do the
I don't know how
same.
those guys do it, honestly. Like the Bellagio guys, those guys play every day.
Oh, those guys are.
100,000 in every game, 200,000 in every game. I'm like, how do you play it every single day?
Yeah. I say this mostly as a function of, again, it's clear, like, you're very well educated, you're a brilliant kid, like, whatever. Like, maybe it'd be a little different if you didn't, like, have a million opportunities at your feet, but.
Poker's gonna be around whether I'm doing something or not.
Exactly.
But
You can still play sometimes or whatever, but relying on that as your primary income source is a death wish.
Garrett very public about dissuading, Garrett and Andy both dissuading people
1800.
regarding professional poker.
Yeah.
Longtime listeners know that poker was my primary source of income, and I was a high stakes pro. And I went broke about, I think, like 10 years ago, and did rehabilitation, rebuilt stuff. I was very unhappy as a high stakes pro. So right now,
Just see if this one the last flop.
With that said, great
Brandon's
game
going
for
to
fun.
pile on from the
As long as you don't
BB,
need it to
sniffing
eat,
weakness,
then it's a great
takes
game.
it down.
Yeah.
I don't know how those guys
Do you
do
agree with
Definitely
Garrett's
enjoyed a lot
sentiment?
more that-
Yeah, and I ask it
When
because
it's
some,
not my
like,
primary
okay, let's be
source.
honest,
Sure,
like
yeah.
That was
some
the case in
people
college, but
Yeah.
now since
who
I
hear
have,
this get insulted because
Needing
They-
to win is,
I've had this
the
conversation
end
with
of the
people and
world.
they just
Yeah.
feel like
like
they
things
can't
being
do
out of your
anything
control.
else.
yeah. If you need to
So-
win, like, you will not sometimes.
It's,
So
you know,
like, yeah.
Well, all guys trying to
They
unstuff
know
themselves
better,
all day long.
but
They get stuck in
they
the
just
stuff
don't
they
have
get
any
themselves.
other
Yeah.
options. I think we've had this conversation about like a year ago. I don't remember. Just like, I mean, you're no limit only special. It's really hard to find good games,
Happy to continue.
even if you're like,
Yeah, let's just
you
do
know,
it,
you
huh?
crush
It's
5-5,
up to-
5-10,
well,
whatever.
Are we
pick
okay
up
with it,
game,
Link?
you got
Keep it going?
Andy
I want
raising up
double
Queen Jack
first,
suited,
then we can
under the
straight-
gun,
All right, we'll do it
6-handed.
sometimes for now.
Leland calls on the button,
You want to what? First?
7-6 suited,
Double up first? Okay. Let's do it sometime.
and Ryusk
Hey, Brandon, once you double her up,
calls the
we'll do
king 5.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Flops 3 of a kind kings.
I want to play some deep.
Andy gonna c-bet with his backdoor diamonds and his gut shot.
Heads up.
Ryusk calls, and he turns a jack. It's a third spade. Yeah.
Give him one more out. Oh,
What's that?
give it one more out. Let me feel. Let me get a feel.
Check, check.
Feel it out.
Andy's got showdown now. Fourth spade.
We're ready whenever you're ready.
Oh, oh my God.
And Andy got
Peer
really lucky with this
pressure.
run out. He's
Too
unlikely to
much.
lose any more money.
So I'm the one holding the straight. Oh.
The luckier run out is if he hit a 10.
I think about luck a different way these days. Oh, if I could have lost way more money had this card come.
Yeah, a lot of times, especially when you have
The-
combo
the-
draws
No spade.
and you miss
Probably does call 200.
the flush draw, you're like, oh, I missed.
That-
And then
that
you
my
see
card?
the other person had a bigger flush draw. You're like, I got really lucky to not hit that flush.
I mean, I have to tell you, there's so many hidden ways to be
Stacked
lucky or unlucky in this game.
Lose a little more money.
Most of them hidden from the human eye.
Hold. Hold.
friendly poke.
Yeah, that's we don't see that too often. Uh-oh. Hey, side bet, 1 nickel. It's gonna be a 2. You're 2 for 2, right?
You mostly played on the internet then, I guess, not casinos.
Yeah, mostly at home. Yeah, just
Which do you like more? What's more fun for you?
for me, I like I never play live. It's just like it sucks. I don't like going to the casino and just like if I'm stuck, I just like can't bear standing. I'm sitting down at the
Yeah.
casino.
Yeah.
I can just get it here.
If I'm tilted,
Double
I
down.
can just like turn off a computer.
Sure.
Selection.
This is the thinner
Oh, okay. How much?
EP raise, but Garrett, no stranger to 6 max, online and live.
I don't know how much you trust online. I think it's always a trust factor for me.
If he thinks
You know,
that,
back when poker's, or the
could
big
take it
one was
down?
back in the day, when before it all went
Due
all the way
to
up.
respect raising from early
Yeah,
position.
that's how much trust you have.
Why
in
not
the
pick
system.
up the
I always
blinds?
get answer not too much money locked up anywhere outside of
Yeah, it's
my
just
control.
you're about a video game. You're about people like colluding. They're on the phone with each other, or the 2 guys playing the same 2 hands.
It's really easy. Yeah.
That's what it's.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
Doing this occasionally
Super sketchy.
Yeah. But you have no idea. That's the you just don't know.
Playing live occasionally is really fun though, but yesterday I played for 5 hours and my head was throbbing
I mean,
because of like the
this is
lights
fun.
and yeah, this
But
is this
out
is
there, no
Raise to
fun.
3.
No fun at all out there.
Fold. Call. Fold.
What were you up to after college? Sorry.
What,
Don't mind me asking.
what was
Just
I
after
up?
college?
Oh, like what did I do?
Were you playing poker? or-
I played poker like for fun. Like I
Okay.
was like going to casinos pretty much after
Raise.
my job and everything
1700.
Okay.
for like a few years. But I was like doing a day job too, and I was like pretty much just spending. But like all my like free time was just playing poker,
Cool.
and then eventually I just quit. Yeah,
Nice.
different era though. Different era that time.
Oh really?
Yeah.
What was so different about it?
Just poker was just different. It was just easier, and like there was no like solvers didn't exist, and like the games were just way easier, way more profitable back then.
Remember, some guy told me one time. This
Yeah.
is right when the Crystal Moneymaker thing hit. He said, "Poker used to be so easy."
We have
everyone got
liftoff
good at
here.
It became so
Wing
tough.
Win
Like every game
Opens
got
up 7-3
super tough.
suited from under the gun. Gets a call from a use gun to cut off, and Garrett squeezes King 10 suited.
But the guys like it used to be so easy, but everyone got
You
good.
see a card?
Everyone got good overnight.
Yeah.
So many
See a card?
books, videos,
Yeah.
Did you see an exposed
tutorials.
card?
and
No.
No.
Everyone got really good at it,
Oh,
you know.
no. Yeah.
There was no more easy games anymore. Like if you went to the higher stakes, it got tough. No more easy stuff. So the thing is, they're glad the boom came, but they hated it from a game perspective because they just couldn't.
Garrett, who
Like you said, making a book for a living became
did a
very
brilliant
difficult.
squeeze,
For sure.
now is
Are you the type
in
to,
trouble
enjoy
unless he,
playing games, like,
blows
on
people
field,
off
or
his
would you
hand.
rather just, like, cruise?
Uh,
Like, do you like that like challenge?
I do. I do. I mean, there was a period of time where I was just playing every day with like not great.
I guess
games,
if a
like
brick
very
comes
tough
off,
games.
or
I did enjoy
Garrett
it,
could just,
uh-huh.
river the hand.
Check.
It's an unfortunate river for Wing Win. She deserves this for
I think
Yeah.
that's like
getting in there with the
ultimate,
7-3
like,
suited.
As somebody like you actually
You went on the river. For
Right, for sure.
in my opinion.
For sure, yeah.
Garrett
yeah.
gets lucky on the
I don't
river.
know if you would agree, but
Yeah, because then you're.
He couldn't
playing
hit
for
the
sake
king of hearts
competition
Yeah.
or the
rather
10 of
than,
hearts.
Yeah, for sure.
So he had a 4-outer.
So bullshit. Yeah, the whole way.
It is bullshit, Wing Win.
Why didn't you?
I don't get check
Are you
raise.
chicken player? Or?
Yeah,
And Garrett with the reputation of being,
Because
I've talked about Garrett,
I
how,
got
like he's
what's your
run
name again? How do you say
way
it?
over
Use
ED
K.
on stream. Like he has millions of hands online. He absolutely knows
risque.
this.
This case was behind me, so you might have something.
Uh-huh.
Fold.
What's going on?
Raise. 400. Fold.
You're the only one I can beat, man. I'm the only one I can beat right now.
Heads up.
Everyone else kills me.
You are. You're right.
400. Call.
Go ahead. I check it.
Check.
3,000.
3,000.
3,000. I wish I had something in this hand.
Fold.
You got maybe.
Barely.
Barely?
Yeah, barely. Yeah, barely.
Thank you.
I didn't like when you say I'm the only one you can beat.
Well, I can barely beat.
I gotta
can
do
barely beat him.
something.
Just Charlo.
Stay around, I guess.
Not around?
Thank God.
Garrett's dying over there.
If I call 3,000 with my hand, the upstairs would say he could see the cards. If I call 3,000 with my hand, they'd say you can see the cards.
Oh.
That's how bad. That's
So
how low
you're
my. I
7
would.
high.
Ling Lin with
My 10 would have
the
played.
bluff. Really hard for Tom to call there.
Yes.
And we're entering another straddle round.
Raise to 1,000. Fold.
Tom limps into cutoff.
Call.
And Garrett makes a 1,000 from the
What's the
button
call?
with pocket sixes.
Call. 3 clears.
Just because Ruski called.
Fair.
Check.
And as far as we can see, Ryu's flopping the best of it.
1,000. Call. Call.
And this is an action turn if
Check.
there's some chance that Tom has diamonds.
Got it. 3,000.
Really just not joking, like, this is just phenomenal. How can Garrett runs?
We don't know this yet. This could be the most unlucky.
You're
turn.
right, you're right, you're right. If Tom has diamonds, then it could cost Garrett a lot of money.
Raise.
Oh,
There it
okay,
is.
there we go. Mystery hands. You're absolutely right.
Supposed to only make it 8.
And that is a massive raise.
He wanted to make it 8, and he had an extra brown chip, which is a $5,000 chip in there.
So 13 it is.
And Garrett is faced with a very tough decision with only 5,000 behind in Tom's stack.
About
Can he-
59,
6,000
yeah.
behind.
Adding time.
It's such a tough decision because if you call and the river is a brick, are you really going to fold for the last 6?
Rare time that Garrett is using the time chip. Him and Andy are known for acting incredibly
Wish you would've
fast.
only
Rarely.
made it
I got, well, I'm glad I didn't.
8. Yeah.
I'll definitely show. What you got?
You have a good hand.
I got a decent hand. I got a decent hand.
I'll fold.
Fold.
Nice hand.
And Mr. Malky's right.
Brandon only needs one
That
hand.
is
to do that. I
decent.
need both.
Decent.
Hit a diamond. You got
That's
it
a
right.
very decent hand.
Yeah, it was a big flop.
I got a decent hand.
A big flop for not getting anything. Turn was good.
Thank you very much. Here, can I have 1 time?
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Yep.
So if we didn't give you the time bank, but we didn't fold it, and then, okay.
It's
automatic.
Until you're out.
Hey guys, if you're loving Live at the Bike
Any more left.
with Garrett, Andy, Leland, Tom, Brandon, and Ryu, smash that thumbs up, hit subscribe. We just hit 200,000 subscribers. Next goal's 300,000.
Raise to 500.
We got to raise the 500 from Lingland on the button.
We raise 2,000.
Brandon 3 bets on the small blind. England with 2 overs and likes to play. It's a 4x raise. Re-raise. Doesn't call. She's going to re-raise, and that's going to put Brandon in a blunder. 5's not so hot against a 4-bet.
And I just love this play by Lingland. She's just very astute in what is happening here pre-flop. And if Brandon wants to take this
14, just 14.
aggressive action versus her, she's going to make him play pots.
Oh, and Brandon rips. I'm thinking that Lingland's priced?
Holy
oh, no, maybe
shit.
not.
Both these players.
Spicy one, huh? Spicy, huh?
Oh.
Ace-5 hot.
And everyone thinks it's ace-5, but little do they know.
I thought she was reaching for my cards. I was like, fuck.
Oh, when Lingland would have got
Mad.
there.
I should have called.
Just tilt call.
You should have
and-
called him.
Ace queen, huh?
No, I have very shitty hand, but I still hit.
I fold deuce.
Brandon just timing everything
Yeah.
flawlessly.
No. Gold suited. No. No.
Painful
Deuce
to
7
fold.
diamond.
Very
Yeah.
painful to fold.
Oh, it's suited. That's
Good, suited, suited.
There the chip counts.
I was about to say. I don't
Lucky
believe
knife
you.
fight. Tom, most
Crazy
active
card?
player.
I've not seen one of his hands.
Lin, also there. Reese,
Huh?
I've
Garrett.
seen one of his
Actually,
hands. Not one
everybody's
of
pretty
I only
active.
see one card, yeah.
Like
But
30%
I
innings.
haven't
Nothing to sneeze at.
No, I'm just saying, I haven't seen one card.
Smash
We haven't
that
seen
thumbs
any
up, hit subscribe. Brandon up the most,
But
that's
sometimes you
20K.
just call just to see
Garrett
the
up
hand. Like when I was
8.
younger, I would just call
Tom
just to see the hand.
3,580.
I know I'm like, but most of the
Down
time I
11.
just want to see it. Just
Come
to
on,
see-
Andy, we gotta
I'll
turn
pay you
this
off
around.
1,000 just to see your hand.
Mine is. I
Reese
bet
down
you
11,
can't see my
Lingland
hand.
down 20.
You play like, you play a lot like when my.
Plenty of time left for all these players to either run it up even more or make their comeback.
I'm straddle?
Trying to pounder it.
The night
Let's
is young.
keep it on. I'm too tilted.
There we go.
We were all waiting. It didn't take that long.
Good restraint, not taking the bait with the pound though. You're playing great. You're playing better than you think. Not
I
giving
got
you
a
the
call,
pound,
right?
like.
You didn't
I got a
see
call
what
Risque.
happened?
Thank you.
What's that?
Just for the sake of,
Just
just because you have 7
Give
deuce.
me a 5. And that shitty hand would
This
have
case,
hit.
Risque might have 7
It
deuce.
took me 15 minutes to realize he's the best player at the table. It's too bad you haven't figured it
Yeah,
out.
keep a feeding him then. Yeah. I'm so pissed off. He little abused me every day.
Yeah, like,
Reese
anytime you play a hand
Fluffing
against him,
it
whatever
all
you want
here.
to happen, the opposite will happen. I
I
guarantee
know.
it.
Oh,
Period.
God.
hoping his opponent catch-ups by the turn. Unfortunately for him, Tom
I'll lose
Stop defending
100,000.
my big
cannot oblige his $1,000 bet.
Show me 10.
Bro.
Oh
nice
my
game.
God. I thought about doing something. That's so crazy.
But
What a
can we,
good-
What is it? What is let's go again or vamos? How do you say it?
Koi.
Koi! Koi!
so can we just change to 50, 100, 200 instead of 180? Like, why do we need an extra 180?
Because it's more action. The fuck kind
Oh,
of person
it's
is
It's
that?
already 3 blinds.
Yeah,
It's
and
different.
more action is what it is.
He's happy that you flipped over the 8.
Do you want the extra 100 when you raise your shitty hands and win the hand?
No. I
You don't want the
3
100.
blinds. I like 3 blinds.
You got it.
Yeah, but no Andy.
I mean, what is it you really want?
I want
You want a hug?
50, 100,
Is that what you
200.
want? You need a hug.
Under one condition, though. Put some money on the table, Link.
Yeah, stack me those first. Come get it first, okay?
I feel stupid. I was like, yeah, don't, quit your day job. Like,
Yeah.
like I might be better than you. Like
Guy-
5 minutes later, I'm like, oh god, no, that guy plays on the internet. He's significantly better at poker than you or me. It's
Exactly.
probably not even fucking close. He's definitely smarter than you or me. That's for sure.
100%.
Yeah. It's like it's a fucking.
I play the board.
I'd bet it all. I'd bet it all on him versus our combined score on an IQ test. Yeah.
Garrett, ever the smooth talker.
Can I just have 50?
You see where I went to school, Michael? You see what I'm repping here? You see what I'm working, as you would say, Andy, you see what I'm working with here? I'm working with like the 37th best state school in the country.
I thought you were saying 37th best state in the Arizona.
Yeah.
It's right below Arizona State.
That's where he went.
Chat
Damn
Sandy
it.
Joy. Thanks for all the feedback. I do have the Twitch chat open now. We didn't have it open earlier.
Get more?
I
One right behind you.
I think I got him. What do you think? Think I got it now?
That's it.
Yeah.
Here's like 3 clicks.
Yeah.
So I think it's slippery.
Yeah.
You can't go too high on them.
600.
600.
Brandon once again with his pocket fives, opening the hijack.
Oh, I'm thinking about it.
Oh, lazy.
Reuse coming along from the cutoff. Tom in the small blind. And then Garrett waking up with pocket queens.
The advantage of having a high VPIP is when you have a real hand, people are just, you know, not necessarily going to give you credit. Having a superpower of knowing when active players have real hands is, you know, very useful.
Thanks.
Wow. That's 38, right?
Yeah.
Can't decide after the floor.
Here we go. Heads up, newcomer Brandon versus the legend Garrett Adelstein. Oh, and a set of 5s for Brandon.
This man can do no wrong in this play and is flopping it when it matters. Garrett's going to lose the pot here.
Unless that queen comes out.
13.
Looks like Garrett bet pot and Brandon's just not going to waste any time.
This hand is also already incredibly interesting. When Garrett bets pot here, he's essentially saying Brandon shouldn't have too many strong hands on this board. They would have had to have folded to the squeeze. As we can see, Brandon is not folding pocket 6s, pocket 5s. And he immediately comes in for the small raise.
Oh, they're just getting backed up fast.
And Garrett calls. He's going to reevaluate as there is a spade draw. And Brandon's just thinking about the freaking mirage.
Thirteen.
13.
13, that's a little bit less than pot. So let's see if the legend Garrett Adelstein, who's known for his great live reads, can suss out the situation. He's made some big folds before on Live at the Bike.
The pot on the turn was 33,000, and Brandon bet 13,000.
Yeah.
Big chips.
And we can see that Brandon had a plan from the flop to raise flop small, bet small on the turn, and he's leaving about 30,000 to 50,000 on the river.
Is it 10, Michael?
Yeah, it's 10. It's 10. Yes, 10.
60,000 on the river.
I have 28.
And this is a very challenging spot for Garrett.
Yep.
Is that right, Michael, or is it more than that?
I actually can't help with that.
I got 10, 12, 16, 18, 28, 20, 29 with the 25.
Even rougher, Garrett does not have a spade, which unblocks things like ace king spades, ace queen of spades. King, queen of spades. If you've played No Limit Hold'em for any significant time, you've been in this spot. Easy to do, easy to see when you see the whole cards, what to do. The Twitch chat, Brandon sometimes could have JJ. Could have a lot of things. Could be a semi-bluff with 3s, 4s, spade draw.
I dare you show bluff now.
And Brandon must be disheartened, especially after he sees what Garrett laid down.
He didn't look 3 times. This time.
All right.
Ryan,
Brandon
theoretically,
here too.
is it a call-off?
I have this.
Abusive.
We're gonna have to defer to the best here. He just made a world-class fold.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of players lose their stack there.
Yeah. I think a lot of people, too, would just say, I don't have the queen of spades. And that's a, you know.
It's not too hard to justify just putting it in.
Yeah. Especially since Brandon just flatted, so it's unlikely he has kings or aces.
6.
Garrett essentially says you do not have it in you to bluff for the type of decisions you've made in this hand.
Andy's going to raise with ace-10, cut off. Tom flats with ace-jack off. And some of the cool kids now do flat with things like ace-queen, ace-jack, king-queen. Lean in with ace-9. 1 ace left in the deck. And Ling Lin going to take a stab at it. 2,000 to 26. Tom wondering if it's ace-jack high is good, if it's overcards to Ling Lin's main hand, but no, her aggression takes it down.
Risky, the only Japanese I can remember, I remember some Japanese, right, a little bit. The most important Japanese phrase I learned was, where's toilet? Where's the toilet? That's the one I never forget.
Oh.
You know, you learn like chotomate, you know,
Chotomate.
sumasen.
I'm 2.
But the toilet desu ka was like,
Yeah.
you had,
Yes.
that's the one.
Okay, yeah, whenever you have an answer.
I'm not adding this one. 6.
No problem. 600.
Cool.
Andy with the jack-10 and hijack, raise it up. Try king high board, c-bet from Andy.
Ryusk has the ace of diamonds, so he's going nowhere after 1 bet.
Andy turning the straight draw, of course gonna barrel. Take it down.
And well played by Andy.
50.
Shout out to the handsome people in the chat, especially Nick from Yuma.
Were you guys keeping the 2 going, or was that?
I think so, yeah.
So I'm 2. Andy got you?
Ling Ling wants it on, so we gotta oblige.
See Nick from Yuma. Does not understand how
So you
Garrett
guys all
folded queens
listen to
there.
Yeah,
That's what makes him
back
the
down to
best.
25.
I don't
We're
understand
just the
either.
last one
The
to-
times he does call, he will be correct. The times he folds, he is correct.
Tom with the ace jack and the hijack gonna limp in, and Garrett picks up kings in the cutoff,
Andy, are you
raising up Ling Lin.
Yeah. Another place, though. Another place. No, not here.
Suited on the button, calls.
Different place. You playing here?
Yeah, playing here again tomorrow.
Nice, nice.
Tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow.
Oh.
How long are you staying in
Bunch
town?
of blanks.
Saturday.
Saturday?
Yeah, just playing this week.
Nice.
Unfortunate for Garrett, it might be challenging
New
to
York.
New York?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
make any money in this hand.
And Tom gonna give it up.
Sometimes that's how poker goes.
Yeah.
Very good timing. Picking up kings after losing a pot. Table may perceive you as a little steamy, and you can get a little bit more value than you otherwise would.
Oh, 3 months too, okay.
And connect card?
I always
really?
think
Yeah.
one of the roughest things from Nolan Holm
Okay, okay,
is
Gambling too.
Oh, you're gambling there too?
fairly
Like gambler?
infrequent in
Do you gamble in
most
Dubai?
I
live
like it.
casino games
No.
There's nothing in Dubai?
that they're big pots.
Yeah,
So when a big
illegal.
pot goes down,
it's
especially if you
illegal.
lost, and the next like 3 or 4 orbits is like raise, fold, raise, call, c-bet, flop, fold. Online, you could have 16 tables. Live, it's a little rough.
You can have 16 tables. Normal people. For us dyslexic folks.
Ling Lin with the Jackson 5 suited, raising the cutoff. Brandon 3 bets. And Reese picks up the father of all ace kings suited.
I like that.
Tom with the 7s.
6 spot.
And Garrett made a good point. A lot of us, especially with an internet poker background like Garrett and I, like when we see these new school internet kids, we're like, Jesus, what did these guys study? How many hands in 2021, 2022 do these guys have? Oh, and Ling Lin won't be pushed around. 4 bets.
Raise. Shit.
Don't see Ryusk folding this.
That's the worst feeling.
Really like this play by Ling Lin. She's understanding once again.
How much behind?
Brandon was light, she was correct. Unfortunately, this time, Ryusk has a hand.
5,000?
5,000.
5,000.
This is why she's so challenging to play against.
Agreed.
Oh, so freaking gross.
And if you're Ling Lin, you're not putting Ryusk on a hand this big.
Yeah.
Why have Ruski go shove?
Unfortunately, they share diamonds. But fortunately for Ling Lin, she's going to see a flop without having to put the rest of her stack in.
And Tom,
Oh, you got the yellow.
let's see if we can get a read that he's against 2 unmade hands. In fact, one with an undercard. He has a lot of equity here. And he denies a diamond. And he gives it up.
Not much Tom can do. It hurts, but he makes a disciplined fold. Can we find it?
GG.
I wouldn't be surprised if Ling Ling just goes all in. It's a great flop for her.
Snap call.
I thought she might have ace king. I thought she might have.
You want to see?
Come on, ace or king. Oh,
Okay.
too much. Too much.
This guy told me so much. Okay, I'll be back. I can't take it. I was like, don't do it this time because they have some hands. Oh,
No, I had pocket pairs, but it would have been. I would have lost to you. You would have. Yeah, she probably committed something to the phone. lost to the jack on the turn.
Easiest call ever, huh?
And sometimes things just don't go your way.
Too.
Come on, what? Ace or king? Oh, ace, king, king.
Yeah, that's like the best thing you heard all in. Okay.
But yeah, like I guess 2 Friday. I don't even remember. I think 2 Fridays ago.
You know what's
I
funny about
was
that? She played Jack
playing.
5 with me in the last stream.
Got in
same,
good.
same situation.
Lose.
She
Or
tried to
got
do
quartered.
that whole thing at the end, and I was like,
Got in good.
it was the weirdest thing.
Lose
I was
both
like,
runs.
same hand. Must
Pair
like Jack
flush
5.
draw. Got in on the turn. Lose both runs. I left and I played a smaller game.
Wayne, we need to rethink your on-stream strategy here.
I think you, me, and John Cohen all need to.
All of this is, you know, getting unlucky in a few hands here and there. That's just part of the gig. If you play long enough, you're going to go through stretches.
Yeah.
Everyone at this table knows it, or has experienced it to some capacity.
Yeah. Brandon's raised the 400, upping his pre-flop raise size. And top flop's like 6.
You know, hold on.
And Brandon betting this turn for value.
And Tom, oh,
Check.
so gross.
And aggression, again, is rewarded.
I almost want to pace what the hell you have.
And Tom's gonna see the bad news.
Brandon bets 5,000 into 2,500 on the river, which may get a fold from this hand.
And can I borrow 5,000 to call? I know you want to see it.
And Tom's really curious this hand. What would make Brandon so confident?
I actually was just the comment earlier about the 20 sweatshirts. That was a good one, dude. That was very good. That's honestly what I was thinking about. It's such a good one. 20 more sweatshirts.
He gets to keep the money though. Call it a draw.
I guess if I want to give him $5,000 with this mediocre hand.
And I don't fault Tom at all if he makes this call here.
Yeah, just, you know, Brandon acts like he's just pushing around, and that's what happens when aggressive players finally make a hand. You get paid.
Yeah, as Garrett has already mentioned, Brandon is playing excellent, and Tom with an amazing fold.
That's, you know, the situation you had with Chris Brewer. It's like, you know, you would have been right in this situation. We would have been wrong if we were in Tom's spot and we just made a hero call, you know? It's
The only reason I brought this jacket was so that Garrett doesn't read my soul.
Very cold in here too.
It's also cold.
It's so rough on Garrett because he's so famous
I was
now in the
like-
poker world.
Take like
I don't know. I
2
haven't.
sweatshirts.
And you better believe that everyone's had multiple
Yeah, I have
conversations
some.
of what they would do if they played against Garrett.
My 200?
Yeah.
We're still strata.
Yeah.
But this is what makes live poker such a fun game. You can come up with as many ideas and strategies, and once you get there, you're in a situation you could have never foreseen developing. And he opens up the button with Jack 6 suited to 600.
Hashtag suited.
Me again?
Nice. How much each?
Looks like a bet in the fold. But yeah, I mean, moving down stake, if you are determined to be a professional poker player, if you can't move down stakes after 1, you're potentially outclassed in the field that you're playing in, or 2, you're emotionally compromised, or 3, your bankroll can't handle it. You're just dead.
You knew I was gonna fall down.
Yes, I agree with that.
It's like those 3 things. Like if you can't move down stakes, and you're gonna have to, because there's no way.
Just think of when you see
I don't think
him,
anybody in
he
poker
looks kind of
history has just
risque, so
straight
it's
running
like
up
risque.
and stayed up there, and nothing bad's happened.
And if it has, it's such a small.
Anomaly. Yeah.
Was that call?
Everyone has a different relationship to dropping down.
call.
Some people it doesn't seem to bother them much.
I have
It's
pocket
just
change.
another day. Other people get attached to where they're at.
I was afraid of
Moving
that.
down will
That's
either hurt
why I
their
didn't
ego,
want to do one call.
boring.
I was afraid that you might do something.
There's
crazy
a
with that.
full house
I was doing something.
for
that
Andy.
was-
6.
Fortunately for Andy. Well, Tom does have a good hand that he will be
That's my
continuing.
concern. Yeah, well, if I was last, it had to be easy, but I know you're not. You were feeling a little risque with your hand.
Yeah, I didn't put him on that big hand. It's crazy. And he flat.
All right, you win, Andy. You can bet twice. You have it.
24.
And Andy found that third 3. But I think, you know, one of the fallacies of poker is
I'm in the.
that every play is all these fancy plays, when the fancy plays is you have to find spots and they're far and in between, and they can so easily blow up in your face.
6.
Straddle must be on as Andy raised to 600.
This is mine, right? This is my change? Oh, that's collection? Okay.
Yeah, no, you had exact.
Looks like England added on 50,000. She'll be looking to make a comeback.
She has far more determination than I do. I tell you that.
Check, check, check.
And look at this turn.
Check, check.
Nobody
And
bet.
England goes for the check raise, but
Oh, Jesus.
Let's raise it to 500, 1,000. This is
Wow.
pure shooting.
I would have flopped top 2 that hand. That would've been that.
Really?
Yeah, high
Oh,
queen
God. Come on.
But that's right. The way you're feeling, you're probably gonna call to the gutter. Yeah, gutter, right?
Of course I'm calling.
no matter
What
what,
the hell? No matter how much you bet.
No
I
matter
had
what.
back to flush draw, too.
if there was any
That would've been
justice
bad.
in this game,
There isn't, we know.
England comes back in one hand, turns the stones,
It's on you.
Sorry.
and she should get paid.
Raise on the button. Looks like she's going to pick up some lunch money.
There we go. Momentum, though. That's 2 in a row.
It's my shadow, right?
The other thing about stakes is if you're starting your professional poker career and you want it to be your thing, and if you lose, you jump up stakes, or you go to table games, might as well just, like, stop. You're done.
Yes, for anyone aspiring out there, when you're losing, don't jump up.
Yeah, don't chase losses.
Unless Wayne's in the game.
Oh, yeah. Ryan Malky bum hunts me. He's always like, when the seat to my left's open, he's, hey, buddy. Just like sits down to my left.
You're up on me lifetime, Wayne.
I am, but I only brag about it because you're so much better than me. Oh, snap.
Garrett with, I think, his 3rd round of flop 2 pair in this game. And unfortunately, no one has much of anything.
So Ryan Malky and I have only really played 2 pots. Everything else was tiny. One at cooler didn't bottom set against top 2, which is, you know, all skill.
I thought you played that fantastic.
because I have a good hand. And
All the money went in, you won. Scoreboard.
the other one was, I think you raised. It was a 3-blind game. I think it defended in the big blind, the 3rd blind. Flops ace queen 9. Do you remember the hand?
I don't remember this one.
Well, I remember because I flopped top and bottom, and there were 2 hearts on the flop. I had the ace of hearts, and the turn was a 3rd heart.
Oh, you played this terribly. I was bluffing with nothing, and you raised me out.
So I should have just,
Should have just let me go for it.
yeah.
You're 1 and 1. One was
1 and 1.
fantastic. One was awful. You put in a double check raise, though, right?
Yes, and we'll talk about that after this hand. And Andy is going to bet with the best hand, and oh, is Reese getting creative with the 7 deuce? Oh, he calls. Okay, he's floating out of position, or sorry, floating in position. And Andy picks up a wheel draw and a diamond draw. And just going to keep hammering.
I wish I saw the action to start. I wonder if Ryusk opened the button and Andy called and now led into him.
I would guess Andy 3-bet out of the small blind. Oh, and Ryusk is floating.
What a hero.
Yeah. Andy with the best hand, but he can't know it. So let's see if he gives up or goes for it. With something like an ace-high board, call.
I don't fault Andy's check here at all. Once you get called twice, even though I don't know exactly what happened this hand, it looks very much like your opponent has a good ace. Or an ace.
And Ryusk has to go for it.
And this isn't get it done, and the table is going to see the bad news. Well, they don't owe him anything.
Yeah.
It's only bad news for one of them. But Andy, not giving this up immediately.
Yeah.
He does beat some bluffs, but...
And he could also... Oh, yeah.
And
7 deuce? Oh,
Get
my.
out of here.
Oh, man.
That's crazy.
Andy's upset, but he has to smile.
The
Because
thing is, you keep getting a 7 deuce. I haven't got 7 deuce with even
Fold
one.
ace king. Fold ace king.
Let's keep it fold ace.
Yeah.
Not checking the river days king.
So sick.
That is sick.
that was some gangster.
I thought about that too.
Play
I thought
by
about that. I was
Ryusk.
thinking maybe.
And this guy is instantly becoming a favorite of mine.
God, if I called that there, oh my god. You wouldn't play 7 days for a month. You wouldn't play. My hand was so bad if I called you there.
You had a pair, Andy? Oh, no pair.
But I had the hand that could beat that. That's the only thing that didn't make sense. 6. You had straight draw on the turn, right? Open it. You had.
Gut
You have
shot.
anything on the turn?
No.
What the fuck? You sicko.
26.
So Andy with the steal, and this time with Lingland squeeze, he is dominated.
Good position.
Oh.
Position.
Position. Good instinct.
Tom with a rough
Position
hand
is always
against
a good excuse.
Yeah.
aggression. Jack 10 off. Lays it down.
And Lingland wins another hand without needing the best hand. And I think you're going to see this a lot from her. She's just going to win more pots without needing the best hand than almost any other player you're going to see.
Yeah, it's fun. Like, many times and he won every hand so far. So.
The next time he's gonna have aces or something, right? You know, that's the thing.
There's the creative director, Matthew, hovering over.
Risky, I guess I should be happy I saved money on the river because you weren't going to let me win that hand. So if I bluffed the river, I saved money.
You're getting rebluffed.
I guess I'm happy with the result. Which is weird because.
Yeah, I mean, Ryusk was in position.
Save money.
Levi, you bet. I lace.
No choice.
No choice. Yeah.
And we've definitely
Not
seen
left with
Andy
many
check raise
options
bluff
there
river
besides.
before, so.
And you call, I tilt.
6.
I don't think I've ever played against a player that played 7 deuce just on their own. That must be a little bit
Really?
of a.
I'm surprised. I ran into quite a few people who have. It's rare, but like some people just always play. Like Candy on Live at the Bike, she's always plays 7 deuce. Some other players as well.
It's working out for him today.
Yeah, I mean,
It's tough to play against.
yeah.
Check.
We have the classic battle.
Check. Check.
Okay, me too.
King.
King.
And I know Garrett well enough. When he sees that king, he's just thinking back if he should barrel the turn in river. But Garrett had showdown values we could see, so his checkbacks make sense.
Just like certain states I don't pick it up, or is it?
Okay.
just
Well,
random?
like it means one of the
We're continuing
in the hand was.
on the strategy.
Doesn't
means
doesn't
one of the
read.
others didn't read.
Keep going,
One
right?
of the cards don't read, then both don't read.
Yeah.
So weird.
How does that work?
Yeah.
All right.
How's that
Because it's programmed not to pick it up in case the card goes over to the second.
Oh, okay. So
Archie.
there's something wrong with one of them. It just doesn't pick up the.
Yeah.
Do we don't know which card it is?
No, that's why we didn't swap it. If we knew which card it was, we would just swap the one card. But we'd have to wait to do it anyway, because otherwise it would announce the card.
Right.
600. $2,000.
Here we go. We got 2 monster hands clashing.
And of course, this is, like we said, when you play a lot of hands, it's hard to give people credit for real hands sometimes.
It's a great board for Wingland. She's going to get at least a bet.
$45.
45.
You see the call by Garrett here. pretty much making a statement that Lingling is probably a little bit too wide on this turn, and Ace Jack will be good just enough.
What are you guessing, Lingland? Bets on the river.
I don't like to make guesses because I'm always wrong.
I think she's gonna go for her pot. And I'm very wary I'll be wrong a lot.
A lot of tough spots.
Did I hear 20? Oh, 11.
Lay this
Okay,
hand
so
down.
it was off 5. She bet about 2/3. Garrett can beat busted draws. Running 4s should be blanks.
So bad too. It's just
And Garrett looks like he made a hero call, and it's gonna pay off. And that's the thing. Garrett does this to other people when you have a when you're known to play a lot of hands, then
I thought that
you
would have
get
been
paid.
horrible. That
People
forwards,
have
that
memory when you have
running fours, that would be
garbage.
horrible. I put it on ace. I thought she might have ace king too. That's the thing. I think I need you back. Couldn't make a hand with that. Horrible.
Yes, basically permanently.
Ended up a cool 45,000. Wingwin and on the comeback. Fantastic
that one,
hand by
girl.
Wingwin.
my hand very bad. Very, very, very bad. Very, 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 very bad hand. I have.
That's racist. You're making it.
What's racist? What the fuck are you talking about?
The accent.
What accent is it?
Garrett had ace deuce. Garrett had ace deuce.
And Ling Lin, fresh off her victory, hashtag suited, and live. It's gonna battle Brandon's 3-bet. They both flop a pair, and both backdoor flush draws.
Brandon's likely to win a pretty sizable pot here.
Unless some key cards come off.
Raise to 11,000.
I think this is fantastic again. I just love Wingwin's aggression. It makes it so hard for your opponents.
And the thing is, if she gets there, she can get paid. It's flopped a pair, 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight. There's 4 to a straight now.
Wingwin deciding if she wants to turn this hand into a bluff.
I like this.
You like it? Yeah. Very dramatic.
They're very deep.
Very dramatic.
Lingland's out of position.
Round
So
60
close.
more?
Yeah.
How much?
60.
60 more.
Getting a chip count. Brandon's hand. I mean, what do you think? He can't beat many other
So you
tens.
like Vegas more or
Legitimate
Los
tens.
Angeles more?
And I think against most
like Vegas.
opponents,
Yeah,
you're
Los
not
Angeles
gonna
more.
find
Yeah.
as many hands like Ace 10 and
Are you
King
gonna play
10 when
the
they check
five
raise,
diamonds
but
in October? Is that what you
Wingwin
said, October you're gonna go
absolutely
here for
could
five
have those
diamonds?
hands, making it much
Are
more
you going
challenging.
fight diamonds?
Right.
Five
The
diamond
tournament.
tournament.
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
I think you're gonna go in October. You said that's why.
What is 5 diamonds?
It's a big tournament. in,
Brandon, with
Bellagio.
a sigh of
They made
relief
it in October this
Every
year.
year.
Number November, the number December, but they made October this year because they said
to see
last year because
Wingwin
the
not
tournament
put
was
in
so
a big
popular
bet
in
here.
November,
For sure.
they want to make it for October. So
More
December
free
people
tournament,
in December.
So we'll
people
talk
like-
about double
we'll
check
talk about
raises
December, so.
True.
after this hand.
We have a,
In No Limit Hold'em, I guess, in
Yeah,
2021,
Legends at the end of the
22,
month,
it's
huh?
not that common, so
I
Brandon
think I play the main event.
I'm gonna
can
fight
pretty
them.
relentlessly
53, right? 53.
bet this turn.
I don't play tournament.
I think in different eras of No Limit Hold'em, multiple check raises
blackjack
were
also.
more frequent, and that would make it dangerous.
Blackjack is just
bet
so
the
painful.
hand
Oh,
with
yeah.
such
It's
strong
literally
showdown
the most
value.
You think in the past it was more likely you would face double check raises?
It depends on the era. That's the thing. Like No Limit Hold'em especially goes through so many different meta games.
Blackjack tournament.
And this is a tough spot for Wingwin.
I got
She has like quite a bit of equity.
300,000?
Yeah.
You win 300,000?
Yeah.
Blackjack
Again,
tournament?
Blackjack
you
tournament.
know,
How you win that much
that's
in
not a
blackjack?
set, not two
But
pair.
I don't know how to play blackjack.
Obviously, you can't play poker. You keep playing 7 deuce. You think you play like aces.
Just a luck.
We can see she has two twos,
300,000 in a blackjack.
4
tournament.
fives,
How much
and
the buy-in for something like that?
sorry, yeah, 4 fives and
but
3 fours
How much
to
did they
make
put
the
in
winning
to
hand.
play?
No, free.
One of the
Oh,
issues is
so
she
you
is
like
out
it.
of position, so when she does make her hand,
You've been running good
what
all
does
the
she
way
do?
around.
If she makes 2s and 4s, does she bet out? If it's a 4-liner, you're gonna bet out. Make trip 2s, check raise.
And Brandon should be feeling pretty good once Wingwin is taking this much time.
Right.
Oh, no more time.
Just being out of position is so hard because even if you realize your equity, you have to make your best guess what to do on the river to realize it.
And I wouldn't be surprised if these exact questions are running through Wingwin's head at the moment. But if anyone can find a way to get paid on the river when she improves, and she makes the call.
Here's the river down and dirty.
And
Juice.
Wingwin, I was wondering if there was any chance.
That she would bluff.
That's obviously not the card she was hoping to bluff, but and another nice pot for Brandon. As Garrett had already mentioned, this guy is a very strong player.
He also mentioned that has a higher IQ than Garrett and Andy combined. But Garrett's always, you know, nice and polite like that.
Six.
Fold. 600. Fold. Fold. Call. Heads up. Andy raised to 6. Heads up.
There's an 8 for Lingling. See bet from Andy on a dry ace board. So here's a situation where knowing your opponent's aggression factor and position can help guide you through the hand. Because I see so many people who just like spam bet the river. But if your opponent has a high aggression factor in position, that's when you should just go in for bluff induction.
If you can answer that question well, you're going to be playing this situation much better than most people, because that's never actually that obvious depending on the situation run out.
Yep.
On that actual run out, there are lots of hands the imposition player can have with no showdown value, and they're just forced to bluff or concede the hand.
Also, like both players can play the board in this particular case. Ace, 8-8, deuce, deuce. So, you know, a lot of solver stuff is during potential chop pots. Put in some chips.
No, not you. It's, oh, you're good.
Yeah, I pushed that, sorry. Thank you.
Raise.
Raise 1,000. Fold, fold, fold. Call. Heads up.
We've seen this before. Tom limps the cutoff and Garrett raises his button. And unfortunately for Garrett, he's up against it again. Man, poker is hard, isn't it? Some days you just can't find that win.
Check. Check.
But he does this time.
It's horrible right now. Jeez. Just crappy right now. So I get for slow playing this stupid hand. Ten's good.
Call.
So bad. So bad. It's so bad.
Lucky run.
Yeah. Hey, Garrett, can you do me a favor? Do you know how much you added on after the 150? 100 more? So 250 total? 250,
Should've
250
knocked that
total?
stupid hand.
Garrett's favorite question, being asked by the dealer how much he added on. Every player loves when the dealer just makes it a big scene.
Gross. I think you're betting with the king in that hand. They're not very low. This king's got showdown that. God. So no, it's off first to me. I'm first act.
Call.
And this is the first time we've seen aces all night. Brandon with aces in the small blind facing 2 limps makes it 10x the big blind. First limper folds. And Linglin flopping a great draw. And she could put a lot of pressure on Brandon here. makes the correct call. Brandon's going nowhere. I think we're going to see a big bet here by Brandon. And I will discontinue making any estimates as to how the players will play their hands. This is a good card for Brandon in that a lot of hands that bluff flop that hit the 10 will check. So he does have quite a bit of strong hands. Obviously he has aces here. So he could very reasonably put in a big bet and bluff a lot.
Bet 10,000.
And bet and quick fold.
Do you play tournaments?
Do I play tournaments?
Yeah.
I
Stellar, right?
have played under a handful of tournaments in my entire life.
I used to be like that before quarantine. So right now at the Bicycle Hotel and Casino, it's the Legends of Poker, which is one of the biggest tournament series, maybe even be the biggest tournament series in LA.
Always.
The Mega
Thank you.
Millions, and then the Legends of Poker 5K buy-in event.
Shit, it's me
I've made day
first.
2
Sorry,
of the Mega
everybody.
Millions. Before quarantine, I'd like never play tournaments, and then as most people following me know, and Live with the Bike know, that I'm
Anybody
on
else
the
need a
global
water?
poker streets, doing all right. Know a lot more about tournament ROI and just the challenges of tournaments versus cash games. It's totally different animal.
Do you think one is more hard? Not in a strategic way, but just in a lifestyle.
Strategically, cash games is just harder. Like there's so much more to. You can wing tournaments. Can't wing cash game. That's one thing. But tournaments, making money and the lifestyle, that's really tough. Because you can brick 40 in a row. Like, we know a lot of high stakes tournament pros that they may have banked a big one, but they are net losers.
Probably has a 3. Probably
For
gonna
tournaments.
call off 15
Bad
for
river,
a
bad
3.
river for you. Bad river, Can't play.
And Andy's going to scoop up that one.
Had an okay heart on
And
that
as
on the
my
turn.
followers and the live bike followers have seen my graph, I am not losing in tournaments. But they are very frustrating. For the people I coach, I give them advice on how to do better. And I make a lot of mistakes, hands-wise, but it means a lot less in tournaments than it does in cash games.
How long have you been coaching?
I just randomly, I don't enjoy coaching because it's just like you set yourself up for disaster because the people who want coaching think that they're going to get coached and then all of a sudden become winners. And that's just not a thing. So, I mean, I've been coaching ever since college, so for a long time. But nowadays, it's like, I just tell people ahead of time, like, you've got to be doing this for fun. Don't expect to, like, just turn into a winning player. Brandon's 3-betting here in position. Lingland's just really fed up with it. But this happens a lot online. The person in position is just going to 3-bet you a lot, and if they're going to be relentless, you just have to tighten up. There's just no way around it.
You 3 me, I'll fold them every time.
When I have John Cohen on the podcast, we'll talk about
Let's just play for step.
the Cake Network. He and I were both on the Cake Network, 1020, the 2K no limit, I guess. We were on at the same time. I don't know his name.
Not even suited?
I don't even remember mine. But just like,
Suresh is really
you know, even on the Cake Network, which is
Do you want
less
to fist
competitive
bump
than GG
Not good.
and Poker
You let
Star,
me know.
especially nowadays, like, you know, the guy in the button cut off 3-betting relentlessly, that forces you to just like
No, you
open tighter or else you can't do anything.
I wish they can put a shield so I can see everything.
Play with him online, then you don't have to see him. Play online.
I hate online. I never win online.
6.
Fist pump after I win a fist pump.
Fuck yeah, this guy's been kicking my ass too. You definitely got a fist bump coming your way if you beat him in a big one.
We should have like do it like one round of.
And out of position, when somebody's in position, just like run you over. Kind of have to calm down, or start 4-betting and 6-betting.
Which is what Ling Ling has mentioned. She's going to put Brandon through if he keeps this up. She said, we're playing for stacks. If you're going to be raising me, every hand I raise, you're going to be facing another re-raise.
And strategically, that's what you have to do, but at the same time, it's very dangerous.
As bad as like.
There's basically only 2 responses: throw chips back in their face, or just concede early.
Just leave.
And we've seen Ling Ling get unlucky in this show that she just kept running into it, but this time she has 10-9 offsuit versus an ace-7 off 3-bet, and the 4-bet gets through instantly.
Yeah. Medium aces, obviously very weak for a lot of reasons. And here we look to have a multi-way pot, set of 2s for Ling Ling. Nobody has anything. If he gets checked around and a medium card comes out, then she could get something. There's a medium card. And that is a very good 7-deuce starting 4 cards. Diamond draw for Andy, and top pair for Tom. Over cards for Brandon. Brandon does stab at it. Andy quickly folds. He's bad relative position with his flush draw. Tom calls, and Ling Ling is we're gonna have liftoff.
Raise 10,000.
10,000, little 4x check raise. And Brandon just. Ling Ling, you got him. You got him. You got him. Finally got him with no equity. And Tom with top pair has to wonder if Ling Ling's pushing back with a semi-bluff. He has a decent 7. Like, 7s are paired with 7-9, 7-8, 7-6, 7-5. So he has one of the better 7s.
This is not an easy situation for Tom by
Absolutely
any means,
not.
especially against a player like Ling Ling.
Yeah.
Grab that phone on the way out.
But Tom has been making the right decision time after time.
Yeah.
Just made the correct fold versus Garrett with trips on a 1-liner. Can he find another good fold here? But again, I would not fault him for calling by any means.
You run once or twice then?
Okay, I'll give you twice. Twice is fine.
What did you say?
You can run twice.
Ling Ling with the table talk, wanting the action.
Got almost anything in your damn hand.
No twice for him. Twice for you.
10 seconds.
These are tough spots, Tom.
Time to.
You can see the frustration.
Either I have you or you have me. Nothing about it.
22.
Yeah.
How many years do you play poker?
Since my freshman year of college, so
4?
4 now.
So you play online, so equals to maybe 10 years. More hands.
Makes sense.
Want to run over Chase?
What you got? 7-8?
7-8 would be a good hand. This
10
one.
seconds.
Gosh, dang it. Nice hand. That's a bad.
Good fold, Tom. Good
Good
fold.
Video later.
And Ling Ling gotta be a little chippery. Dragging in some pots.
How long have you been playing?
2 years.
2 years? Wow.
Got a good hand? Guess I'll see it later.
Sure.
Hold. Hold. Hold.
800.
Great. 800. Hold. Hold.
Probably 4x from Ling Ling. King Queen. Oh, it's the next hand. Okay, she took down the blinds and won some lunch money. So quickly before the hand goes down, you're really into exercising. You did CrossFit, I guess?
I've been in CrossFit for the last 3 years. I grew up playing soccer, and once I finished, I didn't want to get fat.
So Ling Ling on the button with an ace, medium ace, raise it up. Andy defends the queen 5 suited, goes check check.
Okay, good. Okay, man, good. Check, check.
And Andy turns a 5. Looks like he's going to try to find a crying call here from the range that Ling Ling has. Ace
You,
high.
Andy?
And this is what makes these players so tough. This is not a trivial fold with ace 7.
Yeah.
And you see it's over and over correct decisions are being made. I've played with most of the players at this table, and
You hit a 7? You hit a 7?
you know, watching it on stream with the whole cards and actually being in the streets with them, it's
5 times.
it's truly a challenge. These guys are all here for a reason. They all have their own unique set of skills that they are going to execute,
No stress.
make things up on the fly.
10.
I guess 5-6 would have played the way you played it too, potentially.
No, 5, 6.
No, I'm just saying that you would, think it's the same
I
thing.
wish I
Ling Ling raised to 600.
You're hoping that he bets. And
It's
then
time for an
calls,
official shout out to Neil.
You know.
Shout out to Neil, who I'm sure is watching.
Watches all the LATVs.
600.
He's not the target demographic.
Heads up.
So, I don't know if he wants his last name revealed, but just, you know, regging the streets, the last few people standing are usually like Garrett, Andy, Neil, Brian, Kim. And that's when I exit.
Yeah, I like to call that death row.
I had no redraw with
And
that.
poker's
No
so
redraw with
challenging
that time.
because,
It was just a naked set.
at least personally, I enjoy the challenge, but at the end of the day, you can get
You would do that with
messed up financially.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you can
Top
just,
pair type of thing.
it can be all fair and fun to
That's another thing.
compete against better players, but this is one
Against this
pursuit
guy?
where it can't
That's the only
hurt.
hand I could
There
beat.
are repercussions to going against better players.
I said it on that 4 to 6 though.
Hold.
I'm a coward in my age and these days. Plus, I have to be like nice to like all the players. And that kind of puts me at a disadvantage when it comes to
Thank you.
fighting for every chip.
Yeah, like,
Which online, I have no problems fighting for every chip.
the only hand that bugs me the most actually is when I take Garrett off of the 3,000 with the 10 and the rivet, there was a straight. It's like,
Barry Woods actually
Yeah.
attacked me. He said I'm an online player. I'm not a live player.
Wow. How did he respond to that?
I don't know. I was like a little shocked because hardcore players usually regard online players as stronger, right?
2000.
So we got Ace Jack from Brandon. We're raising it 3x, and Ryusk has a superior hand, 3 bets Ace Queen. Pocket 2s for G-Man. Ling Ling, 4-5 suited. It's gonna take a flop.
3 players. Check. Check.
And let's see if Brandon gets hurt this hand.
1,000. Fold.
These are tough spots even for ace king, let alone ace jack.
Call. Okay.
They're both deep. Ryusk in position. Is he going to go for the throat? And if Brandon remembers that Ryusk likes playing 7 deuce, how does that factor in?
Call.
As I was saying, it makes every decision versus Ryusk more challenging.
Yeah.
Check.
And he fades the
This-
7 and a deuce on the river.
And
I don't see
Ryusk
it.
is going to go, you know, sizable, and that's going to put Brandon to the test. Ryusk did show the 7 deuce bluff earlier, and that just has to factor into Brandon's decision.
12,000. Call.
So he just pays off.
And a quick call from Brandon, which is
Understandable. It's so tough. Like I don't know. Like I mean, you guys know I hop around games from like 5-5 no limit to like 25-50, and everybody, all the environments play so different, and I just like get mind screwed. Like I was in a 5-5 game a couple days ago. I knew I got rivered. I just knew it, and just like I'm just like it's 120 bucks, you know. But you know, principle-wise, it hurts. Like you know you got rivered.
it's all principle.
Yeah.
Sometimes the money is the last thing you're thinking about.
Yeah, it was just, I'm just like, what if I just get bluffed out here? And like, my hand wasn't even that strong. I have ace queen on like,
Good luck.
it was like ace jack 4, 7, and then 10, and he rivered ace 10, aces up. But I just like, I knew I was going to turn, and the river, the way he looked at the board and bet, I'm just like, I'm just dead. Like, there's no way. And like ace queen's not even a strong hand there.
Want some negativity.
Third heart on the board. I don't have a heart, and I'm just like, just take my 120, or maybe I see a bluff. I don't know. Wanted to flip over king jack one time. Andy returning the favor with the 7 deuce.
18.
Ryusk flopping a diamond draw.
Bunch of fucking
Ryusk
losers on
opens
the
and
side of the
Andy
table, just
three
three
bets.
big fucking
3 bets the
losers.
7 deuce suited.
Really fucking embarrassing.
Andy is no stranger to 7 deuce.
Representing the
Like,
right side of the table like
I play
shit.
if I don't reg no limit. I play all the
fucking
games.
good.
So and I play with everybody. But if I wound up in
Yeah,
a 7
me.
deuce game with Andy, he
We'll
must
see.
be playing the
You
7
never
deuce.
know. You never know when
And
temporary
very
becomes
unfortunate for
permanent.
Andy. Ryusk just makes the nut flush.
Yeah, I feel
Lucky
bad
for
about
him.
you giving my chips away too.
Potentially, if he doesn't do anything
Yeah.
crazy, you can get away from this hand pretty cheaply. But we know how it is. That bluff that Ryusk got through has to hurt. Be in his memory.
So badly.
Fold.
Fold.
And that's so tough. We know how, like, you and I know how it is.
I'm
Like,
losing
you're
pretty
getting
good.
beat up. You're getting beat up.
Pretty solid.
Great fold, Andy. Just had the
What
nuts.
you got, Risky?
We all know Andy's just like running that too.
Look at that. Andy.
Andy, you gotta pull the trigger, man. What are you talking
about?
Oh my god.
All you need to do is check, and I just bet, and he just bets. So I take all you need to do.
Yeah, you want to try to get it back at him with that 7 deuce.
Wait.
7 deuce is only for rest.
I give up on the 7 deuce, man. I hate the 7 deuce.
Pardon me.
I'm playing it anymore. It cost me so much money.
Everyone's trying to.
Beat you with your own hand.
Okay.
Andy, I'm willing to
That's
bet
the
you're
frustrating
up
part, Andy, is when they get
lifetime
you with 7
7
deuce, you
deuce.
try to get them back, and they have the nuts of the turn.
I just wanted to give it back to him. And he just told me again.
It
No.
was suited too. Better than
You
him.
had a pair, right? You had a pair?
I made a pair, yeah.
You had middle pair?
That's it.
Or bottom pair, whatever you had?
Because it wasn't offsuit.
Check. 500.
That just means Risky is lucky with 7 deuce because when they play against you, you get the nuts. He gets the nuts when you play against him with it.
Check call
Check.
with an ace. Let's see if Garrett shuts down. I believe he
I should
will
wait
This
his
table
bet.
is fun.
I should
shut
wait.
down or
Anyone
triple
beat
barrel.
you so bad.
Those are pretty
I
much the
wanna beat
options.
him so
It's
bad.
gonna go either one of those directions.
I won't beat anyone. Just
This is
somebody.
Garrett opening his
dealer.
button and Ryu's in the last blind. And Garrett is electing to use this hand.
Garrett, of course, does not like seeing that call, but one factor about the double barrel is that Ryu does like the 7 deuce. Garrett has showdown. We know he knows it's likely no good, so he's wondering if he should go through with the triple barrel or just concede. And he's going to triple barrel. What did we say? He's either going to triple barrel or give up the turn.
No, you called it, Wayne. And I really like this play. I think his hand is a great choice. Blocks ace-8, blocks ace-jack. The only thing is he might block some folds with king-jack, jack-10 of hearts. Well, jack-10 of hearts.
And
gets
there's the puppy.
One thing I didn't do.
Nobody gonna have
I
enough
missed jack-10
time.
was in, so it makes it even better.
Can they give us more after?
5 hours. Every 5 hours refill.
And this is just a tough spot for
Oh,
Ryu.
yeah.
So you're up against the one player that can definitely be bluffing.
I think all these guys can.
Yeah.
Actually, this table, I think everybody can do it.
I feel safe in the booth with you, Wayne. This table would they could tear you apart.
They tear me apart daily.
This is just tricky. Having the 6 of hearts obviously is not great.
Yep. He has ace-x of hearts. It's
No, no.
like,
Yeah, what happened with the
it's a 2x pot.
This
You
is
know.
a $20,000 bet into 10,000. Just
Garrett Adelstein does it again.
and
Thanks.
I could not
He will
fault
never show.
Ryu's
Yeah.
for that fold.
Of course not. All you guys at home, yeah, it's so easy. Yeah, you guys try seat open.
I don't look at the chat. Does the chat usually get very
Nope.
oriented with what the whole cards were?
Like, I don't know if you're on Twitter, the chat pro term, that's my term. Like, I made the term chat pro because everybody in the chat just knows what to do.
I'm doing my best for
Just
the first time in my life being on this side not to think it's easy when you can see the whole cards.
I mean, we play on stream. We've been playing for like a long time. We just understand. It's like the very first time was when I played Jamie Gold. Like, Jamie Gold will self-admit he's not like a world-class player, but he's much harder to play against in person than when you see the cards, you know, when he's on TV. Andy with the flush draw, just gonna c-bet and take it. Andy's been in some tough spots, and as a pro, like we talked about earlier in No Limit, you just take your small pots and just try to do what you can.
Bloody, huh? Shit's bloody.
right. Yeah, 7-1.
It's mostly you and I getting punched, but it's bloody.
I get punched all the time.
What's that?
Oh, okay.
I get punched a lot too.
Okay. All right.
Today. Today for
Garrett's
sure.
fantastic at adapting to his opponents.
Okay. Okay. I'll give him a call right now.
We've been around, we play against
Okay. Okay.
a wide range of people, and of course stereotype,
I'll go with you.
but we see certain actions, play styles. There's a jack for Garrett. Brandon doesn't have anything.
500. Most of us like 5 or 6.
Not a great jack though.
Here.
The bottom end of
I just
jacks,
haven't been good
realistic jacks.
Here. Yeah.
Raise
I'll go with you.
15, fold.
And Garrett just not gonna allow Brandon to check
Top set.
back the turn if he has overcards.
Top set.
And we're seeing this more and more these days. When players are electing to bet small, they're saying, I'm going to bet everything, good luck defending. And we're seeing more players now respond to that by putting in raises with hands that you normally just see call in the past, as we see here, Jack 8, no club. Still well ahead of Brandon's hands if he's betting every single hand he opens the button with.
Michael, I haven't tipped you yet, have I?
I almost want to be careful when I, say people's history, because I know Garrett's history. He was a run it once coach.
Oh,
He won online and live, for now about 20 years.
20,000.
So just like,
Hold on.
he's no stranger to different environments and different people.
Yeah.
Not enough?
Oh, that's a bluff.
His adaptation is just like, you're going to
Okay,
make
well,
One pair, yeah, but town
I mean,
flush draw, yeah.
What was he rapping? Like, what were you rapping? 20,000. I snapped.
Top set.
England reads the situation
That's what you're playing
perfectly.
Now, or
No.
you could always win with no showdown.
Yeah.
Oh, it's nice with no showdown.
It's harder to have it.
Well, it's like
It's easier to bluff.
For you, so let's see if he plays fives as well as Brandon.
It's kind of like
Okay.
where I
So
seen it go from
3x
10,000
raise.
to 200,000.
Yeah.
But I also seen it
And
give
Garrett's
all back.
smooths
Yeah.
in the big blind with
It's
ace king
because-
suited,
So you keep and just waiting for a big hand, then I can lay it down.
which
If I know
allows
you're-
Ling Ling
Yeah,
to
that's the thing. It's like-
squeeze.
The thing about it is when you start
Hashtag
doing,
Got
genius.
the 7 deuce out of it.
And Garrett will not be
and that,
flatting
it's hard to
this
call though.
game.
It's
full bet.
hard to
These
call.
graphics, right?
The problem is it's hard
they-
to call if you have middle pair. You know
Garrett
what I mean?
correctly-
Unless you just feel like I'm just gonna go with that.
In the
Six,
past,
six,
he's
six, yeah.
Yeah.
flatted
Oh, no,
out of
oh.
position
7.
and trap people.
Thanks.
Like I was deciding I was
hands
gonna go with the 7 with the 10.
Yeah, so
7.
just
Then
button
she
opens.
popped. Then she pops it for 10.
Button
I'm like,
opens,
oh
Garrett
yeah,
flats.
Garrett flats with Lingwin in the straddle, and his plan is coming to fruition here.
Yeah.
I mean, this I wonder if people can see the whole cards.
12,000.
What do you mean?
This is just expert. How Garrett is,
He back 4 bets.
of course, once you do flat, I just think it's absolutely phenomenal that he decides to slow play his king suited here sometimes. And
Yeah.
well,
Great
Ling
fold.
with a great fold.
That's great. Because, like, yeah, I mean, she
Why are you trying
sussed
to
out the
get-
situation that Garrett was
What are you
trapping her.
rapping, man?
And
What are you rapping?
what would have been, Garrett doesn't know what Ling Ling has, but had Garrett
I'm top
actually
setting.
3-bet
top setting.
Ling Ling, Ling Ling, I'm guessing, unlikely to fold queen off there. So
Not here,
it
no.
backfired this time a little bit, but, Garrett knows his players.
Good fold. Flop top both.
Any kicks will come tomorrow. Huh? Any kicks. Any kicks,
Yeah, like now that Chris Brewer knows me, like if he sees me flagging the small blind, there's no squeezing from me
He's a funny guy.
if he's in the big blind.
Very frustrating session.
Garrett getting hit by the deck.
Tell me
pre-flop
about
at
it,
least.
girl.
Yeah.
Fucking
Stop.
tell me. I bet you I'm not.
Well, you're stuck. You're not stuck now.
Misery loves company. I'm trying to join you, all
Yeah,
right?
but
Let me
you-
be on your team.
You keep winning.
You
so
won't let me be on your team. Fuck. All I want to do is be a team, and you won't let us.
You've been winning, so I know you're not in that club anymore. You don't qualify.
Garrett flopping the ace, Ling Ling with the back door, not a flush draw. Garrett has made it cheap enough that Ling Ling will go for the back doors. That was not a good backdoor card. For those of you questioning Ling Ling's float there, to this small blind versus big blind, and Ling Ling has a lot of backdoors. Like if she picks up the queen, jack of spades, she could float.
Man, we are so stuck.
And then if Garrett checks the turn, she could
Not
take the
funny.
pot away.
I knew that one wasn't going to be funny. To be fair, I knew you were going to like that one.
Unfortunately, well, I should raise. Raising is better than calling.
Yeah. Right behind the button.
And for anyone who missed that, Ling Ling gave a piece of wisdom there. Raising is better than calling.
450.
She wanted to raise that flop.
My stack.
Help me for the straddle.
It's a big thing, especially if you have the backdoor nut flush draw. When you have a lot of 3 to a flush, 3 to a straight, backdoor trips, backdoor 2 pair.
What do you want me to make it for next time?
4, make it 4 next time.
400?
You don't do that online. Now what the kids are doing these days. Huh?
And he shouts out to the kids. Those damn kids, Wayne. They've made everything harder.
Oh, they have. I mean, I play against a lot of them on global, like Landon's friends, like Trico Blast, like Jay Banks, like.
Yeah, they're the real deal. I play with 22-year-old kids who play phenomenally. When I was 22, I was playing 1-2.
100, 200. It's like brag.
Yeah, I've dropped
I
down
top
since
set,
then.
Andy.
Top set already?
Garrett with King Jack off and the cutoff. Andy flatting with
Like I'm
queens.
starting to lose the
These
grasp
guys
of what
have,
that
again,
means.
15 plus years of history.
You're right. Andy with the sneaky just flat pre from the blinds versus Garrett's cutoff open.
Wow.
And Garrett made a joke about top set. But it's really Andy, second top set.
And
brilliant
Andy
check.
knows that he, you know, even though this is a small pot, Garrett potentially just can't help himself.
As he shouldn't.
Yeah.
I think Garrett played this great.
Yeah.
35.
Andy with a check rate, large check raise, 7x.
I wonder why Garrett's taking his time here.
I mean, Garrett knows Andy is capable of bluffing here.
You have top set?
Middle set.
Actually, very middle set. I saw
Oh my god. Everything about that hand was so pure. That was amazing. You can't script that. That was so pure. It's amazing that you had 3 queens there. No, not top set. Middle set.
No.
That's great.
So funny.
Good times.
And of course, to Garrett's credit, King Jack has blockage effects on an ace queen high board. Could potentially get Andy to pair, fold a small pair.
Flips it over. That's the best. This is my favorite hand we've ever played against each other. It's so fucking cool.
And this is a spot that I just like. I know what the solvers say when it comes to ace jacks, ace 10 suited. I just end up losing money.
What did he say? Put your raise in?
So Tom's just gonna waste no time with the wheel draw. Lingland with the backdoor hard draw, and just wondering if Tom has, you know, an overpair to the board. And she has 2 overs, backdoor flush on a wheel draw. Good fold. Way behind, but just, you know.
Yeah, it's a great fold. Tom could have kings or queens, and ace jack with the backdoor flush draw is doing quite good.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, just like when you have ace jack suited, ace 10 suited, in a lot of solver spots, or I don't want to say a lot of solver spots, in certain solver spots where it's supposed to be plus EV for you to flat 3-bet or call a 3-bet. I don't know. You just have to work with your environment, because like I just keep torching money. It's like back in the day, I would like I just, you know, torch them. I'd fold to a 3-bet. I just even fold to an open in certain spots. And then solvers come out and I'm just torching money, just, you know, doing what they say.
This table's made it easy on my first day commentating. Plenty of action hands, lots of talking, great characters. But you can expect that with this group.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Plus, you played with all these guys. That's one of the reasons I asked you about Garrett. And you played
Yeah,
the
that's
show a
what I'm
lot.
doing right now. Developing for a crypto protocol I'm working on.
For crypto what?
Protocol? It's like
Okay.
There's a 5.
You write, like, you're basically doing programming stuff?
Yeah.
Like apps or?
Yeah, we're building like this marketplace aggregator.
Uh-huh.
So, like, you heard of OpenSea
Yeah,
before?
yeah.
Yeah, there's probably like 12 to 15 marketplaces out there. That's like OpenSea. So we're just trying to like Amazon that, just like aggregate everything.
Got you.
So you don't have to click around 15 different places to
Right.
find what you want.
Interesting. That's good.
Wing getting some amazing value with her 6 here.
Yeah, for a while, I'm sure you did. Do any startup with crypto, they'll probably.
And this is a great card to continue to go for it. Wingwin can very reasonably get another sizable bet out of Garrett.
Any new startups coming in?
It was a lot easier last
God,
year.
these players are tough.
Yeah. You had all those, the negative news and some of the.
So that's why I'm down so much against them.
Yeah, people are a lot more careful now.
Yeah.
Oh, 26.
Well, just love it.
Oh my gosh, just like.
It's a phenomenal bet.
Yeah.
Era is like creating all these new jobs like that.
This is.
I think Garrett will fold this.
Never existed in my time. Like you would think like.
I'm not sure if this
crazy,
was
It's really
Garrett
easy
call
to
big
pick up
blind
too.
check,
You just like put your
Garrett
head down,
open
put it
call,
down.
Garrett limp call, and great fold.
Okay.
That's not an easy fold.
The fumbling of chips is
And back when I was in
unfortunately,
school, like, programming language was like.
Your hand is
It's
so
something.
good, you're a little nervous.
Yeah, it's more like you just don't care.
Or say Turbo Pascal or something. They're like.
I had a hand in limit hold'em.
My first assignment was to create a program to say hello world or something. And it was
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, they're talking about coding. So Brandon's actually a
Couldn't wrap my
crypto
head around that.
coder. Like he has a crypto project. He's a Brown graduate from computer science. And you know, we're gonna interview him. And he'll have comments on
I feel
crypto
like
and
programming is one
crypto
of those things
traders.
where like either you get it or you don't.
Yeah.
There's nothing in between, you know?
I think you're right.
It's so hard for me.
Pretty binary. It's a personality thing too.
Yeah.
Some people can sit in front of the screen for like 7 hours and enjoy it. Some people can't.
Yeah. It's not like something you train for. Like get better at it. Get it. You know?
I definitely program. I'd rather program for 7 hours straight than play poker.
Really?
That's why I make.
Oh my god.
Get out of here.
You're sick.
And Andy winning a 3-way pot with what was the best hand, but seemingly nothing, which is not easy to do. When you have nothing 3 ways, it is not ever
It's
going to
like-
be easy to win without the best
I
hand.
feel like it's the only. It's like the only thing that you can do that brings like real value to, or like it's the only like product building skill, or like it's one of the most important product building skills you can have. Like, I was gonna go into finance, but like I feel like you don't really make like many cool decisions. There's like a lot of design choices involved with programming, which I really enjoy. So
Part of the creation of something that's amazing, right? Basically, it's
Yeah.
like
You're like
creating-
building something. is
yeah,
what you're saying,
exactly.
Yeah, that's cool.
Like you're given so many tools and
Yeah,
just like
that's cool. Most people your age,
it's up to your imagination.
most people your age don't really realize that. I think like most smart people your age like are like, all right, I'm just gonna make a whole bunch of money and then I'll figure it out, or then I'll be happy, or whatever. For you to sort of see past that like that's not gonna be enough at your age is cool.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, using programming, whatever, programming to solve real world problems, right? I mean, that's what you're ultimately trying to do, is trying to create efficiencies or trying to create something. You know,
Yeah.
There's a problem that the value proposition you're trying to create.
Yeah, work is like so much more meaningful if you feel like the time you spend on it's like doing something good for society, you know?
900. The cool thing about Web3 that a lot of like non-developers don't understand is that like there's so many new like ideas and like things that haven't been touched that are just like oversaturated in like the Web2 world. I call.
I mean, crypto is kind of like the old .com era, where people try to start a crypto company and get funding, right? Try to
Andy,
create
3
something
betting.
and,
There's
the
a
word
lot of
crypto.
space for new ideas.
5-3 suited.
But also, we just don't understand the
Brandon just
problems with that.
not only making the right decisions, just flopping well too.
Just a good flop for ace jack off. So Brandon opened a small
Haven't
blind
seen
and
anything
Andy
like it in the financial world in a very, very long time.
Well, the problem is, we're still trying to figure out if there's utility in it or not, right? In the real world utility or not.
Yeah,
Just
of course, yeah.
But just most people trying to make money off of it,
Yeah.
just to make it seem like it's gonna be.
Yep.
I used to call the .com era one of the biggest trends. Some people went public, knowing that it was gonna go away anyway.
Yeah.
But they went public to make some money off the top.
And this game is big.
And when they go public, the company fails 5 days, they didn't care.
Yeah.
So many just went public, what's the public, get numbers, go public, and then we get public. No one cared about the longevity of the company. So the real big problem. That's why I feel that was crypto.
And just another fantastic play by Brandon. So Brandon opens small blind and Andy 3-bets from the straddle. Andy bets flop. And Brandon calls with his nut flush draw. Turn Andy picks up his open ender and bets about half pot, and Brandon puts in the raise.
Andy just, running bad in spots and just guessing wrong. We've all been there. It's tough.
We've all been there. I think Andy played this hand well. He picks up equity and bluffs, and Brandon just calls the flop, so he can have many hands that cannot withstand too much pressure. But
as veterans of the game, like we see Andy's spots, and we're just like,
like,
Jesus
so
Christ.
many
we see the cards, we see the spots. We're like, I don't know. Like,
Just because like the industry just hasn't like failed enough, and like it hasn't like it's been saturated.
Yeah.
And people haven't gone through those realizations that we've already gone through in the .com area.
Yeah.
So it's like a big growing pain.
Yeah.
Whether it's like stay around or not, I'm not really sure.
Yeah.
It's tough.
We're finally getting there though, huh? With like obviously the huge drop and a bunch of companies like Celsius going to shit and like we're finally starting to clean it up, right? It must happen, yeah.
Something's gonna come out of it. I mean, that the best one's gonna stand around, right?
Yeah.
Those have utility, those have things.
You got it?
Let's see if England can find this bluff here and put Garrett into another tough spot with ace jack.
Yep.
As in.
I'll be honest, I'm okay with her check there. I
call 105,000.
Good.
I beat you in the fucking pot. Like.
He's like joking, not joking in that spot, I think.
Have the same hand as you.
It's the best check of your life right there.
Really? My hair was, yeah, it was either 5,000.
Uh-huh.
Brandon picking up pocket queens. Garrett pairs the 10. Might be a 2-street hand. Oof, just kidding. And leading out with trips.
These are always interesting situations.
Yeah.
Brandon from the cutoff bet this flop really small, so he can have 10x to bet the flop. So it's not like Brandon bet this flop big, seemingly not having any 10s. And he makes the... And there it is.
Oh my gosh.
Garrett is going to be put into another very tricky situation.
He's gonna be losing X dollars. We just don't know how much. Garrett's very smart though. Like like facing aggression, facing a raise, he literally has a bluff catcher.
Garrett bets about 80% pot, and now Brandon has a decision of how big to raise. Garrett can easily have ace jack, 10x, king x, king queen.
22,000.
And he pretty quickly makes it 22, and now Garrett gets the bad news. And sometimes you get here, like, how do I get raised again?
This is very interesting. What's going on in all these hands? Yikes.
And Garrett knows that Brandon is capable of turning like ace king, ace queen into a bluff too. That's just the gross thing.
I have no idea what's happening. Is there a clock on? Yeah? No. Sorry.
I hit the button, it didn't take it.
Dear God. What? I don't know what's happening. I don't know what to do. I'm lost. I feel like I don't have the best hand. Like the other hand, where I thought about it a while, I really like was unsure. This one I like feels like I don't have the best hand. I don't know. Maybe you're just bluffing me 40 fucking times in a row.
10 seconds.
That'd be sick if later I find out you're just 40 for 40 with big fucking bluffs, huh? Just fold.
Fold. Fold.
Good hand.
Hashtag sicko. Just
Every time I put money in, he just fucking 10x's it. So strong.
Yeah, I'm done.
I just want you to have had it once. When I look right, I just hope you had it one time at least.
yeah, he had it both times.
Nice hand, dude. Oh, fuck.
Garrett Adelstein gets rivered, lays it down, gets his queen setted, lays down the turn.
If you haven't had it yet, will you promise me before we're done to have it once? I just want to later, yeah.
I can do that.
I'll just keep folding no matter what. But I want you to have it once later, just so I can be right once.
This is one of the 6 sessions where like Garrett hasn't. I mean, you obviously got lucky in a couple spots, but got very unlucky in especially 2 spots, and just lays it down.
times.
You know, like I mean, I
I feel
can't do
so
that.
used.
I can do it
You know what I
sometimes.
mean? Like,
You feel cheap.
yeah, I feel like I was just like on a Tinder date and the girl's just out. Like the moment we're done, she's just, you know, like, fucking out of here.
Real. Lingland again turns equity, pair and a straight draw. Very similar spot to last time as last time with Brandon. This when you play out of position, it's just too hard. It's like an uphill battle. Like
Brandon
has
takes
to,
out another one.
yeah, has to give up our 9 out equity.
Just winning hand, 90% rate.
And that's the cool thing about tuning in. When you're going to watch a player like Garrett, you're going to see someone executing at the top of their game, top of the field, and you're going to see just correct decisions over and over. Those were
phenomenal.
not easy decisions. Both of them correct.
Hands all the time, you get nothing.
He's annoyed, right? He might be a little frustrated right now, but he'll see the good news later.
But yeah, and the money he saved off those 2 pots, and God forbid, countless many
Much I want to do
other
it to you, Rick, I
pots.
couldn't do it. I had 7 dudes.
That's why he's so huge.
Much I want.
Run good, yeah.
You know what?
He'll admit it.
He
He runs
probably
over
had woke
easy.
up with aces. With
We all have
the
at
ace
certain
under the
times.
gun.
Or he could have out 7-deuced you.
Yeah. It was suited too. It actually was.
Then he's winning.
I had spades. From now on, if I go back to Bellagio, when I see 7 deuce, I'm thinking his face will show up every single time I see 7 deuce. I'd be like,
Right,
what
Tom?
would he do? What would he do? I see some pretty sick plays with those things where pile driving, I mean, you get a whopping, what, $1,800 more? People are risking $40,000 on 7 deuce to win, $1,800. You know?
Wait, they do this at the Bellagio?
In Bobby's room, they play 7 deuce all the time. They play 7 deuce. They play different games. It's just a good group of guys in there, and so they play a lot of different games. I do all the bomb pots every rotation. Yeah, the bomb pot. Bomb pot ranges from 300 to 500 in the morning.
1,000.
2 players with open-ended, ace high, the back door, flush draw. Not flush draw. Ace ball.
Check.
Garrett is correctly assuming that it's hard for either player to really have an ace once they call flop, unlike other situations. But Ryus does in fact and he's going to be forced to bluff the river a lot unimproved. And this is definitely a river that Garrett is happy to continue applying a lot of pressure.
So queen jack does get there. So this is
Garrett blocks queen jack of hearts.
yeah.
No, I'm gonna check.
Yeah, great check. I think Ryus was gonna call that one.
Okay. Give it to him.
Garrett's very happy to see Ryus had an ace and not a hand at like 5-6 of hearts. Even queen high hearts.
Can't get over Garrett's laydowns.
Yes, those were phenomenal laydowns. I don't know which one was more impressive.
I don't know. Yeah, both.
I think the queen's fold is.
I think the 10-9 one because the queen's one because the 10-9 one I think that's in my arsenal. The queen's one, I mean it's in my arsenal, but like, you know,
I think
sometimes the chips just don't go in and they don't come back. Aces up on a 3-club board.
It's a good flop. Good flopper though, huh?
That's rough.
Something
No
I want to
club,
credit
no club
Pralad
Rico in the back.
and I guess probably Friedman and even myself, like some of the stuff that solvers
I go check the fat
revealed
club
on like
underneath one of them.
monotone boards. Like, I think Pralad just found them out 20 years ago before the computers did. That guy does not get enough credit.
Yeah, I've seen him around playing
All right.
very big
I'm
mix.
gonna raise them. 6.
6. Fold.
Garrett with the premium from the hijack. Can he turn it around? We've all been there. It's not been the way he wants the session to go. And Brandon.
All right, let's do it.
Take it easy on me this time, all right? Remember, one time you have to have it, okay? This could be it.
this is a very close situation developing.
How much?
Brandon will likely win with these two exact holdings.
Better fold.
And Brandon wins once again versus Garrett with an inferior hand.
And this is so common online.
Yeah.
It's just like the guy in position just bullies you, and you just can't do anything. And even with, you know, hands that can realize their equity.
Having fun. I'm learning a lot.
I'm having a lot of fun too. First time, second time under the lights. Good company.
Ling Ling, having fun?
That's Garrett's job.
Hey, girl. We're getting fucked up over here, aren't we?
We're not on the same team.
We're not on the
Same
same.
team or not on the same team?
She doesn't think we are. I know we are. It doesn't matter what you say. We're like the same person. It doesn't matter what you say.
Most frustrating session ever.
You're telling me.
Garrett needed his flop last time. Queen gets there. Brandon doesn't get a king high call.
Can I get a Queen of Hearts red?
One of the things I was saying.
Such a fun game, poker, huh, Andy?
Yeah, very fun. Can't tell my voice, huh?
Yeah.
Couldn't tell it.
Very fun.
Very fun.
You know what this session kind of reminds me of? I don't know if you can remember. One time you and I were playing. It was one of the very first times we played against each other. It was here.
Okay.
And you beat me in like many big hands in a row. It was one of the first times that I was like having like a panic attack, whining after each one. Do you remember this? Can you? It would be hard given how vague my description was, but it was like one of the very first times we ever played against one another. It was in this room. And I was just like, what is going on?
Yeah.
Why? How come every time I have a great hand and put a lot of money in, you put more in? I'll fold. I'll put this money out here and fold. Does this exact? Do you think you know this exact session?
It sounds familiar, like the
Yeah.
dialogue. Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, it's like that sometimes. It's what makes the game so fun.
Yeah, these guys have.
I'm being sarcastic, bro. This game's not fun at all. It's fucking stupid. All I can think about is what a waste of my time it is to be here right now.
I don't know if you're joking or not.
I know. It's the best part.
It's hard to tell.
It's safer that way.
That was serious. No, but Andy and Garrett have 15 plus years of history.
Easy fold.
Yeah.
Thank you.
There's this song Ling, and it goes, ring, ring, goes the telephone, and then someone else goes, there's no one home. And every time I hear it, I think of you now.
Gary, there's nothing can make me happy. Right?
You know why? Let me explain why. Ling, ling, goes the telephone, there's no one home. Operator. All right, I tried. Oh, I got you. I got her.
She was listening.
Yeah.
Tom with ace queen raises up when Ling calls. Small blind. There is a straddle out there. See if her faux does anything. Both players not gonna like that. Ryusk has the ace jack.
When you went back to Taiwan, did a lot of people recognize you? Or?
Like, basically, if they play poker, then they did, but like, not in the city. I mean, I did get stopped a couple times in the city, like in the cab, and then like in the elevator, but like.
More so in LA or Taiwan?
Taiwan for sure.
Taiwan for sure.
Yeah, because like it's smaller and it's like, basically if like they watch poker or they play poker, like they'll recognize who I am. But Otherwise, if they don't, then I'm just another. They don't.
Are you familiar with your like Taiwanese following before you started doing like?
I had no
stuff?
idea.
Oh,
I
wow.
didn't even know they had poker out there.
Really?
Like, honestly, I didn't.
So you were surprised when people knew?
I was surprised. Yeah, I was surprised they had card rooms and like it was booming and like people were loving poker.
Oh, you were doing like the meetup and stuff.
I mean, it's only been around for like, when I went back in 2020, it was around for 4 years. It was on the 4th year that poker has been around.
What do you mean by it?
Like it was like there was no poker, there was no card rooms or anything before,
And the first
before
one
that.
opened up.
4 years.
Okay.
Yeah, it opened 4 years ago, and then that's when it like was growing rapidly. People are crazy about poker.
Oh, really?
An unfortunate
Laid down.
call.
I have the queen of
How long has
Ace
poker
queen.
been popular in
We have
Korea?
queen diamond. Ace queen.
There is no poker here actually.
So there's casinos, right?
Oh,
So there's,
no.
I thought
There are casinos
what I was afraid of.
where they do like a
On the turn?
APT, I think, Asia Pacific tour.
Okay.
But Korean citizens aren't allowed to get going.
Yeah, but foreigners are allowed to play in the casinos. Right?
Yeah.
There's like card rooms and poker,
Yeah.
splitting poker. Okay.
Not car rooms, just only casinos.
Casinos. So how long have those been around, the casinos?
I don't know. I'd be lying if I said I had.
Okay.
clue, you know.
I'm curious if they like had the casinos there first with no poker and then they start spreading poker when poker got popular, or if like they've always had poker for a while.
Yeah.
I'll bet 6.
I know we were in Busan. There was some casinos in Busan.
There's casinos in Busan?
Yeah.
35.
It's only foreigners. Only foreigners can go there. Well, you have to have a foreign passport.
There's what?
You can
Yeah,
have
that
foreign-
foreign
yeah,
passport.
yeah,
Yeah. You played in them before?
You know what? I didn't go. You know what? I had this image of like it run by a bunch of mobsters or something. I just had this thought that it could be, just a bunch of,
Gotcha. Yeah.
it's like I'm in a somewhat foreign country. I guess even though that's my home, but original country. But it's like
Yeah.
didn't want to really get.
These two have been battling a lot. Garrett pairs of deuce, has the backdoor spade draw. Not gonna let go of the flop for sure. Backdoor wheel draw as well. Burn and turn. Ooh, that's spicy.
Oh, you can put it in the thing. Oh, no, I had a few. Hold on. Here. I got it.
Garrett can choose to call or raise.
This is a big bet by Brandon. It's gonna probably lead to Garrett calling a little more often.
Ryan is psychic.
I think I've been wrong at every guess today. So.
Guessing Brandon checks here.
Yeah, it's gonna go check a lot unless.
I'm not sure about the. I mean, definitely some percentage of the time check, but could be check and Garrett puts in a big one.
He's got a pair, right?
He does,
He has
but
quite a few hands with no pair.
with these situations, there's a lot of jacks. There's a lot of jacks in the cutoff. There's a lot of jacks in the 3-bet small blind.
Yeah, and a lot of credit to Brandon to finding this turn bet, and for a big size as well.
Yeah.
You check.
And Garrett wins a lot.
As well. Okay, he went.
I think Garrett was okay with his decision there.
And I wonder if Brandon regrets telling the table he plays online at this point.
Sure, but Garrett's no stranger to online players, like him himself, and also battling so many.
And this quickly becoming the Brandon show. Once again, we see this situation unfolding of Linglin coming in for a raise and a cutoff, and Brandon 3-betting the button. This time, she does not put in the 4-bet.
30?
And
Is it 30?
correctly does so.
Oh,
I'm colorblind.
oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Serious or kidding? Okay. That explains Andy. He was reaching for the wrong chips.
He's outplaying everybody by throwing around.
That was the $5 chips. It was the $5,000 chips. Do you actually know? No.
2K into 6K. Lingland pairing and a straight draw, this time open-ended.
Brandon hasn't had his fair share of easy situations either, but he's continuously making the correct decision.
2 pair for Lingland, which is the winning hand,
Super.
and it's gonna win. Brandon's a little sick, I think, wondering if he could turn his hand into a bluff.
Going off air?
No. Just tell me live.
Oh.
Now you can.
You don't have somewhere to be, do you?
I'm trying to get out as quick as possible.
So you and I both know who Kevin Ravitch is. I
You're so
talk, I
full
don't
of shit.
really know him personally. But
Yeah.
Everyone at this table knows you're the best player. Stop.
Mighty compliment.
Preparing for this day for the last 5 years, watching all the tapes. And it's a big moment. Talking to everybody up.
I'm good. I told him I just want him to have it once, and you just had it. Like, we went to Showdown, so I'm good no matter what.
You're happy now?
The other 40 can all be bluffs. It's all good.
He's thinking you're either really good or you have a monster hand. One of those two, right?
Just wanted him to have it once. That's all.
Raise to 6. Fold.
Reduce, raising
16.
on the button, ace, 8.
16.
Tom.
Maybe you just had it every time. No?
No way to know.
I don't think so.
Oh, wait. I guess there'll be a way to know.
There is a way.
Just had it every time.
Reduce,
You
you
appear
know.
to be a very good player.
The math would be strongly against him having it every time.
That's right,
That seems very unlikely.
It's likely. I'm saying.
I hope he had it against me every time and then not against you guys.
That'd be sick. That'd be super sick if he had it every time against you and never against me. That'd be
Go
amazing.
chirping right now.
There's an ace for both players. Tom with a hammer lock in his hand. Chips are going to go in, I think.
25.
Unless the turns are hard.
2,500.
I mean, can we use to make a sick fold here if there's no hard on the turn? I think it's or else it's just all going in. At some point.
Yes. Only 5,000 behind. We keep saying reuse make correct decisions.
You're right. Should not underestimate.
Anyone want a water?
I mean, that's sort of been the theme of this show. We're
We'll have
just
whatever you're
seeing
drinking.
some expert execution.
Yeah.
Maybe we should just all drink the same water. Once or twice.
15,000.
And this is also reasonable.
Let's
There's
go
so
twice.
little behind.
Call.
Yeah.
Running it twice.
You got a good hand? No?
All right.
Well, your hearts are dead if you have a heart draw. Hearts
No
are
hot.
dead.
No hot. What do you have?
I have ace.
I have ace too.
Okay.
Here's his
It's
2
getting really
outs.
sweaty.
I got ace queen. I got ace queen.
Good
That's
hand.
just one draw.
Hot? Okay. I have 3 outs.
You have 3 outs? That one of them?
No, you have
I'm
2
just
outs.
kidding.
Yeah, done.
Yeah.
I'm sure you have 3 outs.
I have 3 outs.
2 outs. Cannot hit the 8 hard.
77, 75.
But yeah, there was several people asked for me who to get poker coaching from. I'm never gonna recommend myself.
I never knew
Some
you did
people-
coaching until today.
Do what?
I never knew you did coaching until today. I think you'd make a good coach. Well, you do, but you are a coach. I'm sure you're a great coach.
Most of my players are doing pretty well, and I usually don't do people in the LA. There's a couple, but they just vastly improve. I'm always very happy. Like all you guys, I'm really proud of you guys. And
Where do they normally play?
geographic. There's a couple in LA and there's a couple in
Mainly
other
live?
places. Yeah, but I have them. I mean, people see my online stats, so you know I tell them stuff here and there. But
Am I playing your students, Wayne? That would make a lot of sense.
Oh,
You don't need to name names. I'm uncomfortable naming names on air as well. But that would make a lot of sense. I'm up against Wayne students, hidden throughout the Los Angeles streets.
oh.
All right, let's get Andy.
there's an ace.
We have Andy opening the button, Tom calling the small blind, and
You
Lingland
own-
Oh,
up to you
this
now.
is gonna be bad for Lingland.
flopping 2 pair.
May the force be with you.
Both did.
Raise 2,500.
Oof, a lot's going in.
Let's defer to Andy here. If he just calls to keep an aggressive player with
I'm actually
the
seeing
potential
a
to
pretty
continue to bluff, or if
tech
he
genius
puts in
guy
the
right
raise
now. We're
immediately.
starting something up right now.
10 seconds.
But not crypto. He actually was AI. He was artificial intelligence.
6,000.
Those are the smart guys.
Yeah, he's like a
And
different
this
level.
time he
I've
makes
never
the
seen anyone
perfect
type-
decision.
people type fast. I've never seen anyone, like I'm on the phone with them, and we'll have a conversation. We'll go through stuff like what we gotta do, blah, 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 blah. They're in the conversation that we're
And this is just fantastic. We've seen England use all sorts of hands to check raise versus c-bets, and it's very tempting to want to let her continue to bluff, but Andy correctly puts in the 3-bet on the flop versus another very strong hand that he has crushed.
I'm like, how is that possible?
Check.
Yeah, he
And
just-
Lingland get a 4 to win or a queen to chop.
If Andy was bluffing the flop, England is likely still good on this
Well,
turn.
We'll see. I mean, we're trying to do something that's a little.
And he's going for the throat.
We're trying to kind of think about ideas, we got a little different angle to it.
12,500.
Sorry.
Hey,
Almost
different
a pot
angle.
sized
Whole
bet.
different angle.
Okay.
He knows
Archie?
Lingland has a monster.
Yep, going for stacks.
Archie.
This is just very unfortunate for England. She's gonna get stacked here quite a bit. Nothing you can do.
Oh.
Here's the river, down and dirty.
And
Backdoor diamonds. Neither of them have. Well, Andy's winning the pot. It's just a matter of whether he wants to put the rest of his stack in. If he had the ace diamonds, obviously it's going in.
10 seconds. Time to end.
this is a little bit easier against most players. England can
Once you have it.
still have ace high hearts, diamonds, check raise the flop.
Yeah. I mean, if Andy rips, I just really feel bad for Lingland. It's an ugly spot. And he's going for it.
And I absolutely love the all-in. Andy correctly finds the all-in decision.
The 6 of diamonds does help too.
And man, you feel good when you don't get snap called here.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like the all-in graphic.
10 seconds.
Yeah. We're going to be getting a lot of graphics.
Time chip in.
I've been in Lingland's spots so many times. You just have a good hand. You know, flop a really
Corey,
good
you want to
hand.
take those? Are those for someone who's not here? Time
Yeah.
trips?
And then you just have to call a really big bet on the river. really heart-wrenching not even being in the game, and like all these guys are my friends.
We don't like the river. Oh my God.
She pieced that well.
Letting it blow.
Last country.
Give me $5.
And will Garrett take it easy on Linglen after this hand? A little more than he has so far.
You mean play-wise?
No, not play-wise.
Not play-wise. Empathy-wise, needle-wise, maybe. Reminder, guys, next week is Phil Hellmuth week. We'll have him Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 50, 100, 100, and 100, 200, 200. Mike Mattisau will be in the mix. Live the bike legend Oace. Marie Ho should have involvement. Renee from Storage Wars. And she calls and sees the bad news.
Feels a little bit better that Andy doesn't have a hand that was behind on the flop and got there.
Yeah, but I don't know. This is these hands just bring back brutal memories.
So long, like you know you're the best man. He snaps, you're like
Some PTSD.
Yeah.
What did I bet?
A lot of empathy for Lingland there. Just have a strong hand.
Can I get 2,000?
Tom makes the astute observation that Andy was relieved to not get snap called when he went all in.
Yeah, and Lingland, like he authentically just like did not like the river.
Oh, tough decision for Andy for sure, but he found the correct decision and won a lot more money than he would have otherwise.
Yeah.
And nice pot for Andy.
Don't fall, Dursky.
This is, you know, why having you in the booth here is like, you play on the show, you've been around, no limit hold'em specialist, like, you know, you just know all these spots, and we're just like, oh gosh.
If you play long enough, this you have to somehow find some joy in the frustration.
26, call, fold, call.
Oh, I want one of those 500 purples, man. It's enough to bet.
Andy, right, fresh off a win, raises, flops a wheel draw, Reus with the wheel draw too.
Bet 600.
I want one of those 500 purples.
Fold. Call. Heads up. Check.
Reus gets lucky.
Check.
Andy gets showdown. Reus, what do you think? That's 2,000. No,
5,000.
JK, over bets.
First lesson I've learned, and that quick correct fold by Andy. He has a reasonable hand to call as well.
Yeah,
And once again,
not for that dollar. Well, you know, it's all relative. He has the read. He has a mental picture of how much he would pay.
Nowhere near the board.
That's the thing with no homes, like, if you can pinpoint how much your opponent's going to pay, then tax them 15%, make them squirm, and then make them pay the extra 15%, that's godly.
you're cold-blooded, Wayne. I like it.
Fold. Fold. Fold.
Waiting for the time to tell the Kevin Rabichow story.
Fold.
Yeah, props to you and the rest of the commentators. This is it's not as easy as it looks as a viewer.
And you're heavily qualified to do it. You know all the players, you've been around. So people ask me, including some of the people we play with, who would be a good coach? And I was thinking, because there's a lot of coaches out there I would not recommend. You know, I don't think I'm that great, but I'm better than them. So I would say Kevin Rabichow, and they're like, who's that? And I'm like, well, what? Huh? You don't know who he is? Garrett's got 10s. Raised up in the cutoff.
We'll return to K-Rab in a bit.
Yeah, Brandon 3-bets.
And I think Garrett will find a 4-bet here some of the time.
We raised 9,000. Fold.
And a quick fold by Brandon.
Garrett goes 4.5x.
You know why I would bet on the 4-bet OOP there from Garrett? It's because they're both freaking deep. We know Garrett likes big pots, and he's okay losing. He's not gonna be happy, but he'll be happier if somebody's willing to play a big pot with him.
It's much more challenging to get unstuck when you keep the pot small, and I think this is the point in the session when Garrett needs to get the pots as big as possible, even if, you know, he might end up losing 90% of the time. The 10% of the time he gets unstuck, it's worth it.
Yeah,
it's absolutely worth it.
We know him well enough that, yeah.
So stay tuned, everyone who's viewing, because this is where some pots can grow.
Do you want to get it? Okay.
So yeah, I recommended Kevin Rabichow.
Does he do private coaching?
Yeah,
he does.
Like I actually, oh God, I'm already blowing all that. Because the thing is, like, when I make a venture back to be competitive, I wanted to get coaching from him, and you know we DM back and forth, and he has like a 30-minute free session, and I'm like, I'm saving it for
He
when I'm
offers a
serious.
30-minute free session?
Yeah.
Like almost like a first day in a new gym, huh?
Yeah.
So now everyone listening is just going to take up a free 30 minutes.
Well, I mean, he's not going to let people abuse it. It's going to be like he knows.
I'm
if
going to abuse it. I'm going to take
All
my
right,
30
go ahead.
minutes.
Like, I'm just saying, like, he knows, at least me, if I'm going to take that 30 minutes, like, I'm serious. Like, I really want to, like, you know, get coaching from him.
I think anyone who contacts K-Rab for coaching is going to be serious, and I couldn't recommend it enough. He's a run-it-once coach. Phenomenal thinker of the game.
So Tom's got ace-king off here, raising it from the small blind. Garrett 3-bets from the big blind.
And here we go.
Here we go. Brandon 4-bets.
Will not slow down for Garrett. We see.
There we go. Come on, Tom. We got this, Tom. And we're not talking Tom the one. We're talking live at the bike, Tom.
Brandon is going to call here.
Like 17, somewhere in that range.
Price himself
Maybe
in.
18,000.
He's not in good shape against an overpair, which he's not.
Get out of my hand, Brandon.
Sorry?
Nothing.
18,350.
So little to call, pot so big. So this was, well, not really, but Victor jams on me with 7-8 suited and squeezed. It was a good spot, you know. I had 9s, and I'm like, I thought he was squeezing. Get it in. We're gonna twice lose both.
Come on, man.
It's gross because 9s are stronger against 7-8 suited than ace.
Yeah, I'll gamble.
Once or twice?
One time.
All right, we got all in call. One time.
Brandon said one time like a boss
Ready?
with the 7 high all in pre-flop.
Yeah, one time. Okay, here we go.
And this will hurt if ace king goes down.
Ooh,
This is the flop you're
wow.
hoping for when you have the 7-6 of spades. Not quite there yet. We all know these moments.
Yep.
Will it hit?
Oh.
All bricks, and Tom can breathe easy.
Breathe, Tom.
18,350.
Fantastic pot for Tom. Nice double up. Well
They ran it
played.
once?
They ran it once. Brandon called once.
Speaking of run it once, shout out to Kevin Rabichow.
I'm glad we get to plug Kevin Rabichow. I
Yeah,
got to meet
dude.
him once. It was a pleasure. He's a big foodie, so he came to LA because he's very good friends with a friend of mine, and we went to Major Domo.
Is it Neil or somebody else?
What's it?
Is Neil or somebody else?
Yes, Neil. Yeah, Kevin Rapp. They had a house in Canada right when Black Friday hit, and that was a strong minded house.
Feel bad for Lingland.
I had a one
We've
time
all
man.
been there, and all we could do is empathize.
Yeah, king queen or something like that, or
Nah.
But the guys I reckon, I'm just like, you should get Kevin Ravichow. Because I mean, there's other candidates, but they're like, who is he? I'm like,
I didn't mind the
what
board.
the-
Like,
I guess
like-
he's not a well-known name if you haven't been on Runner once or.
I guess the thing for me is like when I first saw Chris Brewer, we were like playing 5-5, and I'm like, this guy, like if he keeps at it, he's gonna.
You just instantly knew like
Yeah.
there's something here.
Yeah, and just like when I watched Kevin Ravichow, I'm like, this guy just, yeah.
Yeah, Kevin, he's a brilliant thinker. Like anyone who's like actually serious about improving their game, he would for sure be a block.
So Lingland stabs with her gut shot. Lingland, stay strong. You've been through downswing. We all have, and it just sucks. But all we could do is keep trucking on and hope to not play bad. Yeah. So then he asked, or they asked me, what makes Kevin Ravichow so good, and I'm just like stunned. I'm like, how do I even start?
Yeah,
with
it's a
it?
great question though. It's very hard when someone asks what makes someone good at poker, how to address that question, because there's so many things, and till this day, like it's unclear, like where should you put your focus if you actually want to improve, like what's the best route, and any answer you get from anyone, it's gonna be incredibly biased. That's their opinion from their perspective.
Sure.
That's what makes this game fun, you know, it's open for the taking.
And I haven't mentioned this. Well, let's talk about this. Andy's got ace-3 off and hijack raising up.
could have won every hand. You're probably at like 95%.
Excuse me, sorry guys.
You should have a new metric for you.
I've
Hands
never
involved
told
in
a
hand.
story like Garrett knows I went busted like 10 years ago. And just like on my climb
Beat you
back
by
up,
45%,
he like
you'd be like,
pulled me
that
aside and he
percent
was like, "Are you
It's
okay?"
been pretty impressive.
And just
Term
like,
for that, I
I didn't
think,
even know he
online.
knew where I
They call
was.
it like
Just
a red line.
a little silly because I've been around, but just
I had
like,
to look that one up actually.
yeah.
It's like how much money you put in the pot and then.
How did he know?
and
Just
how
from
many- how
what?
many shows
Observing?
go to.
You guys were in the same games?
We weren't in the same game. He was
Come
playing
on,
a
man.
different game, and I
You're
was
embarrassing
just
yourself
propping
in
up
front of
the
this
night.
guy.
And just like,
Stop.
yeah, he
Kinda
literally
impressive,
just
man.
took
It's not working.
his time. Just be like,
He's counting your fucking money in his head right now.
Andy and Garrett.
He knows if you play long enough, all of your money will be his, dude. All of it.
It's 800 above the bet.
it's like an 800 bet, and just ace high's gonna take it down. Yeah, you know, he didn't owe me that chat, and just he's off making his bajillion. I was on my. He knew I was working a live bike, but I wasn't a caller yet. It just, you know, and then we
Who?
worked more, and just
No,
he
my
knows
wife.
I
thought that was gonna happen first.
try to avoid
So
playing with the
that's all-
player
he
pool.
wanted to stay
Like
there
short
just to
term's
get it back.
okay,
And
and
that's
when
all
I
I
have to
wanted.
fill and start the games,
Because
okay. But
she
really,
flipped it over.
really just big bet games, especially Nolan Hold'em, it gets really
Yeah.
personal.
He flipped over Jacks and it was like,
And
it was
that's-
like on, game on at that moment in time.
I'm good with the
So his
game,
whole goal was just
but just
Call 600.
a lot of people just become my friends, and it's just hard.
All right, I'll pay for it.
Call. 3 players.
Don't worry, Wayne. We can still battle, even if we're friends.
No, I mean, I like the people who are tough. Like that's actually who I have the least problems like battling. Like they may be better than me, but I have no qualms about battling. But others, like it doesn't feel good stacking people, and have them be dejected.
Raise to 3,000. Fold.
With 20?
So here, Lingland opens up
Yeah, 25
cutoff.
total.
Andy calls big blind, and Tom calls and then leads into Lingland, and that's always going to be
So the bet is how much?
3,000.
met with aggression when Lingland has any piece of the flop.
And this is one of the underrated things in poker is like suited connectors look so cool when you have them, but when you're against them, there's so much more common in PLO when you have the top pair is not of the two-tone. and they have that pair, you're just dead.
Yeah, and unfortunately we can see for Wingling, she's already up against the check mark.
Yeah.
So all we can hope is that this river bricks out.
Yeah. Sorry, Tom. Don't want that much paper on me.
And she correctly checks it back. Fantastic check.
Ooh, got hard. Wingling, don't bluff raise. And Tom's gonna value bet.
7,000.
Wow, and Tom with the uncharacteristically big bet. I'm not pretty sure he wasn't turning his queen into a bluff, so he just surmised that his hand was best.
Once again, guys, tomorrow
Tom, what do you do?
we have 100 or 200 with a 200 big one handy, and next week we have Phil Helmuth week, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, which might be met with more high stakes episodes. We are planning that out.
Really good COVID year. Let me just say
So
that.
appreciate you tuning
2
in
years, 2.5 years,
today,
the whole thing
tomorrow,
was here.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and all the special hand of the days that
Got really lucky.
Matthew puts together, aka Wheeze.
Fold. 6. Fold. Raise to 6. Fold.
Call.
Call. Fold. Heads up.
I don't have to work anymore. Just basically just strictly
And we're all rooting for a Phil Helmuth blow up next week.
I don't know. I've like, I think I'm supposed to be commentating one or more of the days, so I'll be saying some stuff. I've grown an appreciation for what Phil Helmuth has done
What's
with
that?
poker
That's a good line. It's a
as I
movie
get
to
older.
He has it already.
But
He
I'll
already has it.
expand on that on those shows.
800. He already has that.
Bet. 800. Fold. Do you want it? Good.
And Tom
He already made it.
looks like he
already made
bluffed.
that. I think he-
Yes,
that
Tom
transaction he made order-
called out of position and then bluffed when the flop checked through with his queen high.
Yeah, you don't have to do much. But, he's
Tom, we're changing your name to Bluff Daddy.
So, he's like, now it's more of a challenge. He wants something that's more challenging. I want to try to create something that's going to be, a big deal. Doesn't have to do it for money anymore. Yeah, that kind of.
I think anyone who has like
His
extreme
biggest-
passion for poker that can
his
just
biggest
go
fear
down the
is
rabbit
actually
hole
scoring.
so much deeper than
Yeah,
I
as
can.
it
I
should be.
just have an
Yeah,
appreciation
it's only
for it.
like 4.
I think when I
Biggest fear is
listen to like
It's
Kevin
boring, it's
Ravitchow speak, Dan
it
Zach,
Yeah,
like
because
Chris
he fought
Brewer,
first
I'm
class
just like,
in tournament
whoa.
Europe. He's 4 years old. He thinks that everyone's
Dan
fast,
Zach coaches
first
too, but I
class,
don't like. He's a little bit like me. Like we don't really want to,
Guys
but
are spending
if
30,000
somebody
on a
really,
flight
really
and
wants
then
us, then
It's his wife is German.
we'll just give him a heads up. Like, do this for fun. Don't expect anything, and you'll get better. But this game is what it is.
It's a big concern.
Pair of twos for Tom.
Bet 700. Fold.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest fears that he realizes.
This is a
that,
new Tom. From
3 for 3, I believe, right?
not
Yeah.
everybody live like this.
Well, I mean, this he had the best hand. This one, but just like
W's a
It's
W.
kinda neat when you see
Got the W's a W.
Oh, yeah,
you got the
yeah.
hat trick in.
like
Yeah.
these kids are very
Always
young,
feels good. I used to play a game
Shadow round 4.
Sure. I'm
with
in.
friends and like trying to win consecutive hands in a row. It's like a 7 deuce game.
This game optional.
Optional.
All right. This hand we have a $400 straddle.
Yeah.
Oh, 400 strike.
so it's double straddled.
Fold. 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 Fold.
I want to play my rush, but I figured
Ban
that
people
hand
often,
there
but
Call. Check.
this guy,
Heads up.
peace out.
$300. Call. Check. Check.
It's always ask guys that blind.
500.
What kind of poker do you have to play?
Call.
1,000 every
Dominate.
Wow, Brandon with the kicker kick.
Nice hand.
play my 8.
Oh, max value.
Yeah. It's like they're playing Limit Hold'em. I don't know who this Nick from Yuma guy is, but I think he's all right. He says the commentators are
You know
doing
that
it.
deal for the rest of the stream?
Do you know Nick from Yuma?
I'm just trying to piece together what his name is. Is it like 310 to Yuma? You know, the old Western movie?
He actually told me once. I actually forgot.
It's five-
Oh,
it's
damn! I was supposed to
510.
pretend I don't know who he is.
About an hour, right? Hour 15 minutes. Full.
Raise.
Raise to 1,000.
I think that's the first time in human history Garrett has ever said raise.
Full.
On the button with queen 10
My
off.
small blind then.
Okay.
And we've seen this situation unfold quite a few times.
Yep.
I saw your Instagram.
Oh yeah.
And,
Garrett definitely had queen 10 off suit. At least one of the other
Chess?
times.
Bet 500.
Oh, okay.
Just started.
Play
Raise
chess?
a queen
Right,
10,
yeah.
baby.
Okay.
I hit it right there in the spot, right?
So
No, you usually continue.
difficult.
Oh, very difficult.
Like a shogi.
Yeah, pretend I-
Like what?
Shogi.
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 I didn't know that game. Shogi?
Shogi is a Japanese.
Japanese game?
Yeah, Japanese game.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Like a chess.
Chess very difficult for me.
Yeah.
I always move my piece and then oh shit. You need to see the whole board all the time. It's very difficult. You just started, so before you didn't ever play.
Yeah, no,
Oh.
just started. Oh.
Takes a lot.
And
lot
Tom
of
with the
time
7
to
deuce off,
Yeah,
limping from the hijack.
That's on the next
Eric,
level.
I think is really good.
Oh, really?
How about Eric?
Oh.
I think he's like.
And we use with the opposite of 7 deuce.
4,000. 4,000.
Pulling in with the mystery hand on the button.
Oh, you already folded? Here, I was gonna do this to you here, but I can't even do it.
Okay, I just go.
See? That's when I have 7 deuce, it always happens. Someone's got a huge pair. And you got to try to play chicken with someone with a pocket ace of the king with 7 deuce. That's
Thank you. Thank you.
I wish that you have hands like that when we have 7 deuce. 7 deuce really likes you.
Fold. Raise. 600. Fold. Call. That's up.
Playing lane with ace queen off and the cutoff.
You play on like live chess or computer?
Computer.
Computer. So you play against the AI computer,
Yes. No,
Top
just
lots of
application.
or play with friend or with computer?
Computer.
Oh, computer. Okay.
Beginner mode.
Beginner mode, right? And then
Tom's
yeah,
run
yeah.
continues here.
That's a very good way to learn. Yeah.
Check.
What's the game called, Annie?
Huh?
The game? What's it called?
Oh, he's talking about chess. He just
Chess.
started playing chess. Yeah.
Cool.
Just started too, which is crazy. Cause like
Lane's gonna check back the turn.
It's fun. Fun
very
game.
hard to
Fun
learn.
game. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is a tough run out for Wing.
I try. I'm
Yeah.
terrible. Like I just terrible. It's fun though. I enjoy it. Sure.
Yeah, this is the heartbreak of ace queen
Very fun,
off,
very
or
fun.
just
Don't-
ace
don't
queen
need a
general.
draw.
Like, it's such a strong game.
No blocks.
I don't need
Queen
bra.
rack. Just- We've all been there.
That's what Mariano playing that. You remember we were playing the last game? He was playing chess while he was playing poker. I'm like, oh. So it's hard enough playing one game, you know?
What's
Once
the game
again,
you said,
guys,
the Japanese game? Similar?
Phil
What's the name?
Helmuth week next week,
Shogi?
Shogi.
Wednesday
Yes.
through
It's similar to
Friday,
chess?
3 p.m.
Yes.
Oh, never heard of it.
Tune in.
6.
Raise. 600.
We have Chinese chess too. We have chess, but Chinese chess.
Chinese chess.
Similar to chess, American,
Oh.
but different piece of move.
Oh.
Chinese chess. I don't actually. I don't even know how to play. All my friends in Taiwan, they play all the time.
Here you go.
But I want to learn actually. Yeah. You played before? I don't.
Brandon's
I think
aggression
it's very fun. Very
on a
fun.
paired
Fun
board.
players.
Takes it down.
20 years ago.
20 years ago?
Yeah.
You played one
It's
time?
2022, so
16 years old.
Did you do good?
what's the next level thing to do? Oh wow, that's beautiful.
Look at
Beautiful
that.
shot. Yeah. What's the
That
next
game, I
level
think,
thing to
more
do on
luck,
paired
more
board?
luck.
You
Yeah,
just
yeah.
check raise paired boards and then 3-bet bluff back. It's like tell you one thing. 15 years ago, you just check raise any paired board. You just 90% take it.
I mean, so listening to you, it sounds like 15 years ago, different eras.
Yeah.
There was a lot more aggression.
Just different eras just play differently. I don't know, like that's why like static training, even though obviously the training sites do a lot of is really good, like upswing, run it once, raise your edge, crush life poke, they all do really well. It's like you change your play based on the era, the players, the field. Like Vegas and LA play very differently. You know, LA and San Diego play differently. LA and the Bay Area play different. I only play in like 4 locations in my life, you know, and you can't play the same way and win in all 4 of those locations.
Double saddle?
Double saddle.
All right.
Fold. Fold. Thank you.
Call.
Okay.
All 4, option, check.
Let's do this again. Okay.
Heads up.
Koi!
400. Call. 2,000.
Brandon with the aggression, Ryusk with the bluff catcher. Oh wow, is he gonna fold this?
10 seconds.
I mean, with this body language, if he calls turn, he's gonna have to face a river bet.
Oh man, you threw a 10?
Bad kicker.
You might have had this. I had queen 10.
Queen 10?
I had queen 10.
Ah.
Chad F asks, what's the
Queen
biggest
10
difference between poker play between LA, San Diego, and the Bay Area?
Yeah, I trust you. Yeah.
Big blind?
LA's the most
Sometimes.
aggressive of the 3. San Diego's the most passive. LA
That's a pretty big laydown.
style's
on that
more like
board. Heads
overrun.
up.
Bay Area's aggression is, you know, has a thought process.
So stay away from the Bay Area.
Probably. I mean, I don't know. Like,
Raise to
if you're good, you're
700.
good. You adapt. You know, you have to.
What was your? Ooh, we got 2 big
Yeah.
hands colliding, and
Fold, fold.
Tom's got 10s, and Garrett 3 bets with aces.
You say you play other poker games like
No, just
Omaha?
for them. Yeah,
Oh,
but I wanna play short deck.
short deck?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to play that one?
Um,
You like that one?
But, yeah.
Oof.
More action, huh?
Both have
yeah,
over
yeah.
pairs. Tom's gonna put in
Omaha,
at
did you
least
play?
1 straight.
1,000.
oh baby, this is
A little
this
bit.
is,
A little bit. I'm like I'm very
has
bad,
the making
though.
for a big one.
Yeah. Confident.
Call.
You play?
Yeah,
Tom's been
I play
playing
on 5 cards.
extremely
Five
well.
cards?
I feel like Garrett would be
Five
happy
cards.
to have the
Four
situation
cards
develop
for one.
against
Four
someone
cards.
else at the
Fun
table.
until you play 5 cards.
Makes sense. Good reason. Why even play two cards? then? Right?
Now
I
Tom
still
can't
enjoy
beat
Yeah, it's a different game. Yeah,
Yeah.
2 cards.
another overpair.
I only
Loses
play
the aces through jacks already.
One
Now
ball.
loses a
Only
9.
bomb pot player?
And Garrett, you know, knows where he's at. It's just gonna be relentless. He's going for the throat.
It's gonna be an interesting hand, buddy. I need your help. I need your help. Get over here. I need your help on this one.
It's 1 player per hand, but can you have a player and a dog?
You would never give up this hand.
10 seconds.
10 seconds.
Turn chip in. Last turn chip.
2 months ago. I don't know bomb pot.
2 months ago, you
2
didn't know
months.
that.
I don't know bomb pot. Yeah.
yeah.
Dealer said, okay, bomb pot. Bomb pot?
I mean, Garrett's just going for the
Bomb?
throat. He's just
What is bomb?
almost pot-sized
Did you
bet
end up
in
liking
the
it or
rivers.
no?
I like it.
Oh, you
I
like it?
Might be an all-in. Might be 150%.
Sometimes 4 card and 2 board.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, bomb pot. Oh, so
When
funny.
you start running out of cards in
Man,
the
I
deck,
could use like
you know
ace,
that you're
queen, ace,
playing
king,
a
That's when you start imagining hands you could beat when you're playing no limit hold'em.
Unfortunately for Garrett, I think the one player in the table who may find this fold. It's gonna find the fold on the turn.
Nice hand.
Yeah, you're right.
I don't want to muck
Who
this
says
one.
you're always wrong calling it?
Thanks.
Garrett's like, thanks, but no thanks.
It's a big bet, that's the thing. It's like you could overpay what it is. Try to squeeze more money out of it.
I would say, and
Big overpay.
to continue the topic in the chat, like bluffs when you're in LA versus Northern California, so it's the Bay Area. Bluffs have more of a thought process in Northern California. In LA, you could just see random. I don't know. Don't even try to figure it out. Just take the money if you caught him.
That's gonna be how big.
And if you thought out that you should lay down the hand and you happen to get bluffed, just it is what it is. Like that's LA for you.
Well,
In San Diego, people usually play straight.
you gotta see
and,
it. I had pocket tens in hand.
if the pots get bloated,
That's a
things
tough-
can
that's
get
a tough
creative.
spot.
But other than
Yeah,
that,
no
like
tough spot.
San Diego's aggression factor
Figured,
is
you know,
much
I mean-
lower than LA and the Bay. I'd say LA's a notch or two higher than the Bay.
25. And they're calling the flop bet. These guys, you know, I've got a decent hand. I'm not playing that with.
Brandon's still
Oh,
the
the
big
nine,
winner,
oh, the 10
even
for
after
some, like,
the
oh, why can't it be a 10?
7-6 suited all in.
I was like, oh.
Be careful when you
Wingling
look
on
at
the
your cards.
comeback.
Okay.
Sorry. You see it? I'm trying to hide it. Too.
I can't see it. No, you're just exposing it.
Okay.
That's all. Just be careful.
I'm trying to hide it behind these chips.
Call. Fold.
Sorry.
I'm going to the pot.
Play.
Flop 4 ways here. Garrett opening from the cutoff.
That's LA poker.
How many
Flop
of us?
4
4
ways.
of us?
And Wingling
God's not in this.
Come on, girl.
It's 4 minus 2 Koreans.
flopping this second nuts.
And Andy's gonna bet out.
Got
with
pissed
the
Andy off. Now he bets.
I didn't even hear what you said.
I'm just,
I heard my name, but I didn't get it.
I didn't even say your name.
I still do it. I still do it. And you may not be able to see it.
And this is a smart, creative lead by Andy. I like this a lot. Fortunately, this time, he's running up against the real hand.
Ready, 3,000. Fold. Yes. Corey does let me know.
And we cannot fault Wingling for putting in the raise.
Yeah, Corey let me know. Thank you, though.
I want to replay that hand when I get home.
It's really good.
Expecting Andy to have something when he leads 3 ways there. But that's why he's a tough player, because he can't have bluffs.
True.
All good.
Am I big? I'm sure. Just got one. Sorry.
6. Fold, fold. Call. Fold. Call.
Yeah, 400. I don't think I can.
3 player.
And you were right, Tom. You cannot fold for 400 more. Again, all diamonds. Tom, the only one with a diamond.
$700.
700.
Tom's going to take this one down.
Fold.
Will he show to Doyle?
This is 700 from Tom, and then fold, fold.
Diamond, 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 diamond.
I have 1 diamond with a pair.
Cool. Not sure.
For the dog.
Huh?
Oh, they're asking about the dogs.
Yeah.
What was the question?
They have bandages for.
The what?
They said it looked like he was wearing a bandage.
No, that's really a diaper.
It says the diaper. I guess the chat was wondering.
Oh, nice. It's a diaper. You can get it on Amazon. It's a great thing.
Fold, fold, fold.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to lift him up if everyone's talking about it in the chat.
Call.
Looks like Andy's gonna limp.
Raise.
7-8 suited while there's a straddle.
All right, no cheap ones. Yeah,
Tom calls. Garrett raises in position.
ask him if it's okay if I lift him up.
He wants to know if it's okay if he lifts the dog up and takes.
And Andy will not play out of position to Garrett in this spot.
The dog.
And that's just a beautiful looking
That's gonna
dog.
give us more viewers.
Tom,
Be like,
one entity
one
per
hand
hand,
with the
please.
be like,
This is borderline cheating.
Now they're telling me one player per hand.
Guess I'm not the only one with the joke.
so I'm 50, right?
You're 50, yeah.
I was like, hey Archie, what should I do? Up to me?
And if this is allowed, I'm gonna start bringing my dog to the casino. Getting stacked while holding my puppy would be a much better situation.
Tough enough to play against you without aid. Like if you have a dog, I'm done. I'm out.
That's
Out
smart,
button.
Wayne.
Out button.
If I have Ace with me, yes, my dog's name is Ace, and Ling Ling, no action with the Kings.
What's the name?
Archie.
Archie. Archie. Don't advise for him.
What a good boy.
What should I do? Go all in. Okay, I'll go all in.
All in.
Risky is bluffing with 7 dudes. And Andy has 7 dudes too. He's trying to get Risky back.
Shout out to Sandy Joy, Live the Bike loyalist. Thank you for all the feedback. We're adjusting things one by one, day by day.
Six.
Is that a power bar right here?
And Tom was joking, but
Okay.
a dog could absolutely determine if a player was bluffing or betting for value if you could train them correctly. They
I
are
love
masters of
dogs.
body
I gotta.
language and behavior.
Thank you, though.
1,000. Fold.
Yeah, I gotta ask for some people.
You sweetie. The boy, yeah, Archie.
Yeah, boy. He had a. He has diapers.
I thought
Who's your favorite poker player of all time?
It may not have picked it up. It may not have.
Be more thorough next time.
It might have been a bad one.
Let me give that a thought and give you
Still work?
Get a reminder whenever.
It worked a little.
Why you're tough?
But it looks very
like a real authentic answer.
So,
Only one dog?
Because I have
Yeah,
I have my
actually
favorite
put on
players
other
from
dogs
when I
during
was
COVID.
young.
Coming
And I
up.
just looked at them, and they're gonna be so generic.
4 or 5 months later, but,
Phil Ivey's the Tom. I think Tom Dwan.
Yeah.
I came up in that era
Love Charlie.
Yeah.
when he was cruising, playing the 8-5 offsuits.
Calm.
I was in middle school. Fanboy.
He's like, he's such a good. This guy is such a.
Andy raising with the queens, and here Garrett's gonna
very
flat
loving,
with king
very,
jack suit.
What a
And,
flat.
He's a big personality too.
Yeah, and Ling Ling and small blind gonna flat ace jack
Like, I
off.
go anywhere, they all wanna. Everyone wants to say.
Hard draw for Garrett.
Just give me hints about risque.
900 into
Archie?
2700.
Archie,
One
yeah.
third pot.
Archie is 7 deuce.
Yeah.
So nerve wracking.
Not sure if that's a.
The guy in position.
Chinese.
Call.
Chinese language.
Guy out of position.
He's a.
Is this gonna go very poorly for me? Yeah, it went very poorly for Andy. Garrett
Man, they're gonna.
with the check mark.
They're gonna want him back every week. Bring back Archie. Don't bring back Tom. Bring back
Hearts.
Archie.
3,000. Call.
Whoa.
3. Check.
Andy blocks stuff like Queen Jack, Queen 9, you know, interference with Jack 9.
I know.
20,000.
And there's the 2x pot. Garrett knows Andy has a hand. So gross. With the history these two have. We've all been in the spot and it's just like, you know, flush, set. You know, if anyone could turn a pair into a bluff, it's Garrett. Like all these guys, but just, you know, we know he's capable. Andy's body language rules out the bluff check raise.
Yes, we were all waiting to see if that was in the cards.
Fold.
And he
Great,
makes-
great fold. I suspected he was gonna fold from the start, just based on his body language and thinking of the situation.
Once again, not easy. Being at this
No,
table.
definitely not.
Garrett could definitely have bluffs there. Andy's hand cannot fault him for calling.
Seriously, how long can you stay in the U.S.?
10 more days.
No, but I know the European guys all like they come and they go back and they come back, and I think they're allowed so many months here. Or something.
Six.
The European grinders over there in Bellagio, that's all they play is like 10-20, and they just grind all day.
Garrett with the queen 10 off again. Wilhelm's nemesis. You call my raise a queen 10.
Yeah, it's
Speaking of Wilhelmus, he'll be here next week, Wednesday through Friday. High stakes and live at the bike.
The bigger one's a little bit easier.
Check.
You know. They're really serious.
Nut flush draw for Andy. Incidentally, the best hand. But by no means a hammerlock. And somehow, Reus got the 7. Andy needs a 9 or a heart. There's the heart.
From Andy. Check.
Fold.
12.
It's a very small bet. Like we were talking about earlier, these are the small bets that are screaming value.
Andy picks up on exactly what's happening here. This card is bad for a lot of
Hero calls.
10 seconds.
a lot of the jacks have a hard time. Sevens have a hard time. If he has a flush, he might put in a raise now versus small bet, and he gets a call where most players wouldn't get anything in this situation.
Yeah. And
very easy to bet big.
This is why I'm not good for like judging for poker audience, because like what I find interesting are like bets like this from Andy, or just like when Dan Zach just turns top pair into a bluff, you know, it's like, or when Chris Brewer just 3x pots, you know, when there's 3 6s on the board, like stuff that I was never in a million years. All right, I don't want to sell myself short that bad, but just like I don't know the answers. So when I see world-class players like this, like do stuff like that, I'm just like, damn.
And that's what makes these streams so fun.
6.
You could tune in for a number of reasons.
Yeah.
You want to learn from the best? It's right there for you. Small pots are right there for you. You want the big hands, the big bluffs? Oh, they're going to be there as well.
So like a hand like Andy just had against Reus, that's never going to make a highlight clip, but that's the stuff, of one piece of the puzzle that you need to just like, you know, crush no limit. All of Garrett's fantastic laydown. It's like, I don't know if I could have done them, but that's what it takes to crush no limit.
And Tom calls with the 8-3 over Garrett's hijack open with Archie in his lap, so he can do no wrong.
Archie.
And Archie's saying, you got the best hand. Put some money in there. Garrett with a mystery hand. He probably has 3x speed here when he calls the turn probe.
Could have draws. It's 2 hearts, 2 diamonds. You could have 2 red cards. Tom just looked at Gary. He's like,
2,500.
Okay, Archie. See what you're made of.
Archie doesn't look interested in the pot.
God, that dog is cute.
If you can't soul read it, then just put the dog to soul read for you.
No time shift.
I mean, Tom unblocks the combo draws.
Ah, it's gonna make a hero call.
What do you think of that fold?
You will call with my pair.
Can't fault him for that fold at all.
My hero color.
8 of diamonds isn't, and then
There's a lot of
Garrett
flips to look back on.
Yeah, I know.
with ace 10 of diamonds. Rivering trips, turning the nut flush draw.
I had a pair of threes with that. It's like 50-50.
Tom once again with the correct decision. Well,
Let's
Archie
do
with the
fold up
correct
on the river.
decision. Tom is just playing Archie's mind.
What would you bet looking at? That was a 9.
Fold. Fold. 6. Call.
Yeah, all good. Like,
Call. 6. C8. $37. Fold.
Alright, give his mojo back.
Garrett squeezing versus
Thank you.
an open in 3 calls and taking it down pre-flop.
Is that a detilting dog?
That is absolutely a detilting dog. He's ready for his walk. It's like, I made you enough money, Dad. Let me out of here.
Am I 50?
Okay, can I get one more?
My fault.
Yeah, no problem. Raise. 6.
Ryusk. Putting the raise and the cutoff. King Jack offsuit.
Call. Call. Call.
Tom with the 10-8 suit and small blind calls.
4 black.
Check.
Check.
15?
What was it?
15.
50.
Great flop for Ryusk. Even 4-way King Jack. Very likely going to be the best hand here.
Yep.
Tom with the sneaky gut shot.
Call.
Going nowhere. Lingling with middle pair. Puts in the raise. And that's what we were hoping to see.
Yes, and especially if we get through. I mean, this is not an easy spot for King Jack. There's like no draws. So it's like, usually King Jack is going to be no good.
Yeah, super challenging situation for Ryusk here. Wingland is in the blinds. She can have good hands. She can have bluffs. She can be turning pairs into bluffs.
There's no legitimate front door draw.
And Wingland has 12,000 behind after this raise. We've seen Ryusk not scared of just going on if he thinks his hand is best.
Yeah. It would be a disaster if the dog just jumped on the table and just splashed all the chips.
10 seconds.
I mean, credit to Ling Lin, like, she can have, like, Jack 7 suited, 3-7 suited. Like, she
Absolutely.
She opened up those hands.
She has Jack 7 off. Yeah. Maybe 7, probably not 7-3 off, 7-3 suited. Jack 3 suited. Reeves' hand does do a pretty good job stopping her from having some of her strongest hands and not really getting in the way of some hands she could be bluffing with. There are a lot of options as well. But regardless, you're at the table facing this raise.
You're good.
And he makes the correct call.
Oh, Lord.
And Tom, who had a gut shot and a backdoor flush draw.
It hurts.
I mean, what's the pot? 17-5, and he needs 5K to call. You need 10-1 for your gut shot. Backdoor hearts is worth 5%. You don't even know if your backdoor or if your runner 2 pair trips are good. Yep. Just do not have the math.
That's a painful one.
And this is exciting. If England does not improve on this turn, let's see if.
Oh, and Tom would have drilled the gut shots.
We gotta take. Let's
He
let's
just
go
picked
pet the
up.
dog.
Yeah, let's go take the dog for a while.
What is
Linglet
that?
cost.
It probably
Reduce
went to
the
my
pot.
unread, like the filter one. What's
She
your?
gained out.
You know, it's
She
like
could
so
hit
important to have
2
this.
7s, 3 8s.
Oh, okay.
Alright, well 2 8s
what
because
is-
Tom had 10-8 suited. She can hit 3 10s. Once again, she's in a situation with a pair straight draw.
He goes
And
check,
gets
check.
gets a free card. There we is. I'm
Now-
guessing checks back.
Jack.
Tom.
The pot was
Saved a
big.
lot of money.
Yeah.
Very
I had a
reasonable.
gut shot. I had
Happy
a gut
to
shot. And I hit that thing. God
take
dang
what's
it.
in there.
Oh, Tom, take a walk. Take a walk.
I
Walk
was
it
gonna
out.
check raise you with, I was gonna check raise you with that hand. I would've turned the nuts. Horrible. God, that was horrible.
Profion says the dog knew the 9 was coming.
Nikolai's texting me, asking if we're gonna play. If so, he'll hop in.
Who?
The account.
Oh, it is.
Yeah. You guys all down to play a little more
I'm down to play.
after the stream?
For sure, I'm down to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, everyone. Yeah. Okay, I'll text him. Yes.
Yeah, a lot of these guys play after stream.
Oh, we're gonna take a break after the stream ends.
The account who works very hard.
You calling on the turn?
Yes, from call. You already?
Tom and then 3,000
I call.
Garrett.
Yeah, same.
Oh, you priced me in too. I should have called. I had a gutter shot. I hit a turn.
Yeah, because
But-
we from he actually just called. If I lose, I only set.
Yeah.
I think, yes.
I don't think she has a step. I'm thinking maybe she.
You have a set, Lee?
Oh no, no step.
But I scare top set.
I don't think top set raises that much either. I mean, that's a pretty dry board too, right?
Right, Tom?
When you definitely did it, I should have definitely called. Those are huge mistakes.
After you see the turn, you should definitely call.
By getting. But I also knew that only the 9's gonna help me. But I have hearts. I have backdoor potential too. It's a bad not call. Not call.
35 and then fold.
Ace queen for Garrett.
If I raise, she's not doing that. I think if I make it 35, she's probably not gonna make that play. And you're gonna probably call off 3 and pay another couple more thousand. Right? Yeah, it's horrible. That's bad for me. I've been running good, so I should.
And once again, Brandon 3-betting with the inferior hand and outflopping Garrett.
20 volt, 3 bet factors, 6 24. Check, check.
And now if you're Brandon,
10,000.
you can probably start going for value. And he uses a big sizing.
Every bet is so offensive. Every bet is like, I'm so much smarter than you. I love it. I fucking love it. Great. It's like my first time playing. They're all so offensive, and they work every time too. It's been so pure.
That's how I feel.
It's great.
The turn bet on this action was
Every
very,
bet is like,
very.
who are you?
So many offensive
So
bets all day. Just like, I'm so much smarter and better than you in every way. You're such a fucking pathetic player, Garrett. Just every hand. I don't even need to see your hands to know how disrespectful every hand has been. It's amazing.
Like, Gary, what can you do? Huh?
It's amazing.
You think you're the man?
It's all working flawlessly too. It's great.
Give me some lesson today.
I'm just lucky I have a few chips left.
Yeah, the sizing is so big. It's like can't bluff and you can't do it. The sizing is so big. The crazy part, I would have flopped top bottom on that flop. That's it. I don't like. I had 9-3 in there. I'm playing 9-3.
There's one time we were both playing, and then AJ of Live with Mike fame goes over, puts me in the same sentence as you. Were you insulted? Were you gonna like puke or?
I can't believe you called me with the king jack. That was good call.
Brian didn't answer.
You're playing the players.
Tough call. Tough
That
call.
was tough call.
Go ahead. Run it.
But if I have set, don't need lace. Yeah, because I bet he call.
Go ahead.
Call. Yeah.
You could have played. You could have smooth called the set too. I mean, you don't have to. You know, that's the thing. You could have easily smooth played that way too. Right? But yeah, just for me, bad lay down.
Hashtag semi bluff. That was.
10 high. Why would it be
10-8.
that late?
Why is that?
And the back
I don't get it.
cross.
You kept talking about it because you hit it.
No, but you pressed it in. But you pressed
You
it in.
didn't press. It was 5,000 more.
I think Ryan doesn't
It
get
was
one.
a meeting.
You make jokes, Wayne?
Sometimes.
9-10.
Sometimes I joke slow.
Me?
Sometimes I
I
joke
have
quick.
nothing. It's something.
Ryan and I only speak the same language when we're talking about these elite, super no limit pros. That
Saying we're from different eras.
Yeah. Well, it's true. Like when people are from different eras, there's like different communication, and like you just view the game differently.
I'm from the middle generation, not from old school online days, not modern.
There's Brandon dragging the occasional pot.
What's his real name? Did it count?
Nikolai.
Nikolai.
Yeah, he goes by Nick, whatever.
Oh, okay. I thought you were gonna go by sound like some Russian dude.
He's Ukrainian.
And very upset about the war.
Some of the toughest players ever. So aggressive. So all too aggressive.
Teddy KJB, Teddy KGB, the original.
Yeah, exactly. How much?
600. What was that?
600.
Brandon in there once again.
Do you find like those raises disrespectful? Just like the king 10 off and the low jack and hijack.
Yeah, what do you make of
I think
of Garrett calling all of Brandon's decisions versus him today
I
disrespectful?
know exactly what he means. And
Expand that for the audience.
Well, is Garrett's squeeze here with ace jack offsuit disrespectful? I mean,
Absolutely not. Great. I think it's
I mean, it's like against a normal hijack raise. I don't think ace jack off there is in that great shape.
Just go all
in. Ling Ling.
How much money does she want?
How much money does she want?
Ling Ling, very frustrated.
I'll just go
Gonna
all
get it
in.
in with a
Fuck
pair.
it. You got pocket jokers. You got pocket jokers. How much does she want?
12,550.
12.5. Thanks.
I almost think Ling Ling wants to call this. Try to run it
Why
back
is it so
up.
funny?
What's that?
Why is
Because you probably have a really good hand. You probably have a really, really good hand, dude.
What do you have?
Not a good hand.
Then why are you thinking? I can't be bluffing. I put all my chips in.
Yeah, you're making a great point here. How good is this hand, huh? Fucking, you earned it.
I don't have a good hand.
Thank God. My hand's not great either.
Flipping.
You probably win.
She said that last time, and you had ace king.
I have a jack.
When?
Jack
And here's the 4.
He's jack.
How
Not
much you
her
be?
day.
Nice.
That was the best.
Yeah, it was.
That's a really bad flop.
What the hell? Ace
Sorry.
jack. You can't even fold an ace jack off.
I wanted to. You know whose fault I didn't fold the ace jack is?
You guys are on the same
It's our
team.
new friend here. I'm so tilted that.
Stop bickering. You guys are on the same team.
Yeah, we're on the same team, Lang. Don't yell at your teammate.
This is so unlike. I can't believe this.
We're getting it in good here.
I don't want to call. So only
Yeah.
one choice.
Yeah. Yeah, not even one choice, no choice. All in.
That's how it usually goes.
2 and 2. Oh, she said
What do you mean? Am
I know, she's coming back. So yeah, you can just leave it.
Yeah, we just, cheat the straddle, start of the blind, 2 twos, and then wallet.
Okay.
Yeah. That's
How much you want?
600.
600.
16.
16.
And we have a hand here.
Fold, fold, fold.
Andy opens 1600. I'm not sure what kind of straddle is on.
I think the 400, so double straddle.
Andy opens 4x. Tom calls ace king on the button, and Garrett wakes up with the same hand.
Archie, you were giving me
It's
such
small
good
blind.
luck earlier.
Dealer?
What happened?
I think Tom's gonna call.
10 seconds.
I thought you had to respect the 4-bet. What happened? Are we respecting the 4-bet here or not?
Heads up.
Actually, also exciting.
Garrett mentions a 4-bet, so maybe Tom 3-bet on the button, and Garrett 4-bets him.
Yeah, the Andy raised 10-9 suited. Very 7,000 bets.
And this is just a tough spot with ace king for Tom.
Yeah, queen high board.
Garrett running off of the momentum from the previous hand.
And that's how you outplay the same hand.
It would have been cool if Tom had a hand like Jack's. Garrett just uses this to punish on a later street. The chat loves animals, huh? Maybe we should have an animal day.
We have 6 animals on the show right now.
Well, yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
you're too
7,
funny to sit
7.
next to. How can I keep up with you?
Different shit.
I think the chat would have loved my
sorry.
dog.
Yeah, no problem.
I mean, Andy definitely needs to go back to the zoo. Garrett needs to go back to the zoo. Ryus needs to go back to the zoo. Brandon definitely needs to go back to the zoo.
What's your name?
Brandon,
Brandon. You've been a good sport, Brandon.
it's been fun playing.
You've handled my rookie needling with all class. I hope you know it's all in good fun.
Yeah, of course. So, I'm grateful to play on here after watching you guys behind my screen for several years.
Brandon's just so happy to be here. Good kid.
And I'm with you, Brandon. I was watching live at the bike 7 years ago as well. I think I played 510 back in 2014, 2015.
Yeah, she's having such a bad day.
Yeah.
You guys been for like 120 or something like that?
Don't know, but it's been ugly.
You're actually 15? 50 and then 50 on the button. Next hand,
And
it's gonna
zigging,
go back.
zagging all the wrong time.
And he bought the strut.
So,
No, you're okay.
oh, you did both.
He bought the strut.
You bought it? Okay.
Next hand goes back to normal.
Me?
It's
Almost.
on there.
Almost me.
Get the dog to coach me.
I'll, no.
So there's no big blind here.
No, it's just basically he's a straddle. He bought the
Is this the
straddle.
200? And then,
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Two dead, yeah.
Garrett giving credit where
Two
credit's
straddle
due,
with your third blind.
Okay.
letting Brandon know that he's taking everything in stride.
Agreed to stay on step of his
And
button.
if you're gonna come in and just destroy the table, you might have to take
Secret.
some abuse.
Secret.
That's the big
I'll tell you
difference.
after, if you'd like.
Live and
It's
online, like,
already
you gotta
after.
be able to take
After the
verbal
stream.
abuse.
After we're done, yeah.
Especially no limit hold'em. And limit hold'em for that matter.
Call. Check.
Looks like Andy floated.
Tricky.
Well, the thing about it,
Oh,
when
no, I
you-
didn't.
it's easy to shot.
Alright.
Sorry,
That's the action.
You don't want to lose it all just with ace high, right?
Hey, Brandon opens and then
One of my
Andy
favorite hands.
calls him the big blind and calls a c-bet
Okay.
Super short.
and goes for the tricky check on the river.
We can't get him, man. We can't get this guy. He's too good.
You took a full house?
Finally, one of us combined makes a hand, and he can't wait to just check it 30 times. Way too good. Now we're on the same team, Andy. I'm calling teammates for the rest of the session.
Let's just all combine. We're all-
Fuck it,
we're all
dude. 4-on-1. Let's get this fucking kid here. We have like 9 minutes left.
And it's like, Brandon, have a hand. Have something in your hand, anything.
He just knows, bro.
6.
Hold on.
Yeah, it was pretty sneaky there.
Call.
Same with you guys.
Remember, we're all on the same team, so let's just finish the hand and let's get in. Yeah, exactly. You know, we need to. We're all chopping it up later. We're just waiting to play a hand against you, bro.
Double shadow.
Double straddle.
Double shadow.
Maybe round.
Done?
Maybe
Okay.
round. Seems likely.
I am not.
There we go. Double straddle
That's
round
when you
to
never had that ring
close
on
out the
for
night.
Yeah, it's a double straddle. Straddle for 400.
So this is 51-4.
I'm gonna make it $1,600.
16 fold.
Yes,
Yeah, it's like, have 7 dudes.
I would not want this kid to have 7 deuce in that situation. Because he's drilling you to the ground.
Depends what you have, all right? Yeah, the poker gods are haunt me for not calling that gutter. Since that one hand, it's like gone down here. I was running good until that point. I think that was supposed.
16.
16. Fold. Fold. Fold.
Easy money.
Yeah, he keeps doing that. He'll make $4,000 an hour.
Should be right now. 4. But I didn't. Oh, no, I was wrong.
Eight.
Yeah. I counted it the first time I counted wrong.
It's all right. It's all right. I know you and Andy team also, huh? Andy's got a lot of teammates here trying to save him $100.
Tell me you're in for the 4?
What now?
Are you in
Oh, I'm 4. Oh, okay. So we done?
Yeah. Fold. Fold.
Garrett 3 for 3 in this double straddle round. All real hands.
It's probably my last round.
feel like it's like an accountant call. Just
And I don't think this is how Garrett wants these hands to go down.
Of course. I do too.
It's hard to get even winning the blinds, even when they're as big as they are.
Alright, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Link has missed. Do that. And then we'll go with the whole throw around. Steve started it. Thank you. Hello, everyone.
Yo. Yep.
Yeah.
remember we had that horrible start like a week and a half ago, and no one hustled when we down.
Yeah.
Struggle back to make at least
little dent. Yeah, yeah. It's never fun to be down like basically 200K in the
Right at
first
the
two
beginning,
orbits,
yeah,
though. Yeah, it's rough. Feels hopeless. It feels like no way out.
Yeah, the 400's on. Garrett has it. Raise to 1200. Yes. Call. Old hold.
You try to change
Heads
the
up.
order at
All right.
You're trying to still stay the same in that, or you just try to
I just try to play good.
Just try to play.
Just try to play
The
good. Yeah.
temptation's always to get involved with big power.
Yeah, of course.
Hit something,
Yeah.
You know.
So if I think like getting involved is playing good, I'll do it. If not, this is ideally, right? When things are going my way in my head, I'll just try to play good.
No 7, no 8.
Practice, as you know, it's not that easy.
Yeah, it's amazing how it's so mental.
Fuck yeah. It's
Doing
so
things,
mental.
You're
Yeah.
doing things so many things that you would never do, you know, running bad, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You're doing the wrong hand.
Yeah. I could build so many mansions with all the money I've given away while playing bad and losing. Oh god. It's scary to think about.
400's on. Raise to 15. Call. Hold. Hold.
That's my fault. Love to try to help and I make it worse.
Heads up.
Worried about Brendan, this one. The Shad one.
Okay.
I don't even make it, 4,000. I'm like,
1200.
we're about to straddle a little bit. Let's be also hand.
Call.
Second, third.
Okay. Okay.
Oh, well, Andy go for value here. You can see this is just a single raised pot. One C-bet already ballooned up to 7,000. This game is big.
Bet. 3,600. Hold.
Slender.
No 7 deuce this one?
No 7 deuce.
That would have been dirty.
Oh, I raised 20,000.
My first one, so I'm okay with that.
Again.
Again. 400's on.
400 is on.
Raise to 1,000. Hold. Hold. Hold.
Lay bench.
Call. Heads up.
And reuse calls while claiming revenge time for the previous hand.
It's hypoallergenic. It's just so much to it.
Check.
Check.
7.
700.
Andy with the best hand, quarter pot. C-bet takes it down. These double straddle rounds are fun.
You want to go see Mom? Is that why? Missed them a button.
We're all hoping that we can see a big pop before we bring this to a close.
Yeah. 400 straddle. Fold.
You gotta be careful when you look at your cards, okay?
Okay. You can see it.
I can't see it.
That's
no.
pretty
You
close.
just gotta be.
If I could see it, I'll definitely tell you.
Yeah, let me know.
Raise to 1600.
Please don't take anything I'm saying as bad against you, Andy. It's got nothing
Oh, no,
to
no,
do
I mean,
with
I
you.
tried
Yeah,
telling you.
yeah,
No,
yeah.
no.
I would never say something so passively aggressive like towards you ever. I would never. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to
Yeah.
let him know that.
Yeah, he told me that earlier.
Because I didn't want him to think that.
Yep, yep. It's all separate comments. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. Archie.
More than anything else, it's for every other poker game.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
in the one and
Well, normally I'd use my left, but
yeah. Yep.
Garrett, that's yours, right?
I think it's my button.
that's his button.
Are we doing the 4? We have the 4 thing going right now?
Last
Yeah.
one, I think we did another round.
All right,
yeah.
sweet.
We do another round?
Yeah.
Thank you.
12.
Raise to 12. Fold, fold, fold. Fold.
I know. Shit all your hair on me. What the hell is the shit? What happened to all the hair? Let me get.
Yep.
All right. You want to go see Mom? Is that what we're gonna do? Okay.
And yes, if you have a dog, you can have verbal conversations with them.
Raise to 12. Fold. 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 Re-raise. 6,000.
And this is why we like to double straddle.
Call. Heads up.
Brandon opening it up from the button with 4-3 suited. Garrett from the 400, I believe. 3-betting King 8 offsuit to 6,000. But Brandon will not back down.
Bet 4,000. Fold.
Flop Ace King 7, nothing for Brandon. A bet. 4,000 takes it down.
You're restless already.
I can hand shuffle the last deck. The other deck. Yeah.
10 more minutes, buddy. 10 more minutes.
Ugh.
Straddle. Fold. 1,600. Fold. Fold.
Now Andy opening up from the small blind to 1,600.
Call 16. Heads up.
Brandon defending his 400 straddle with King 6 of diamonds.
Boom. Pair of sixes.
1,300.
Nut kicker.
Call. $3,300. Fold.
Andy bets half pot in the turn, and Brandon correctly lays it down. A lot of good turns for Brandon. Reese will defend his 400 straddle and is rewarded with an amazing flop for his hand. But Andy gets there on the turn.
1,000.
An ace would have been no good for Andy, just a 10.
Call. Check.
Five.
Ooh, would have thought Andy put a bet in there. But, you know, it'd be tough to get a call too.
Yeah, Andy quickly checks back. You saw before he used a small sizing on the river to get called by weaker hands.
Yeah,
That could have applied.
He's probably thinking, you know, probably should have bet that river. And obviously,
For not
one of
calling
the
bet
things,
shot, huh?
betting the river, you risk getting check raised.
400 straddle.
Yeah, this table is not shy about putting in the tricky check raise as the bluff.
Yep.
Hold. Hold.
Amazing.
Hold.
Well,
Raise to 1,200.
they're back on the left this way.
Call. Heads up.
Got it.
Reese raises his pocket sixes at 1,200 from the 200. And Andy with the snowman from the 400 calls.
Hold.
And the worst hand takes it down with the small bet on a very good flop for him. Well played by Ryusk.
I don't even know if we are doing this or if you guys want me to do it or.
Let's just do no 400 with the button.
Straddle. Yes.
That's me first now. That would make sense, yeah.
900.
Raise to 900.
Cool.
Call. Fold.
The 400 is off this hand, since the 400 would have been on the button. And the players did not want that. Brandon opening up from the small blind with ace-8.
Check.
It's a 900, 4.5x. Reeves called from the big blind.
Check. 1,000. Call. Check.
Reeves checks back the flop with the worst hand, bets the turn with the best hand. And I can see him going either way on this river. That check is very reasonable. Yes, looks like the 400 is off for now.
Hold. Fold. 600. Raise. Hold. Call. Heads up.
And Tom defending
500.
with the 8-3 off, making the statement that I will outplay you. I don't need a hand. But this time, correctly lets it go versus c-bet.
Is it full service?
Yeah, of course. Food service. Can you call food service, please?
guys have been battling for the last 6 hours. Some amazing hands tonight. Not Linglin's night. She lost a little over 100,000. Brandon putting on a show.
With the chicken and everything here still, or not anymore?
No idea. I haven't ordered something from here in so long. Yeah. They probably will do.
Yep. Probably still do it.
Something like that. Yeah.
Probably.
Call.
Raise.
Raise to 1,000. Fold.
Not messing around.
I'm not good with the big hand. You probably just call. I'm like, damn it. I'm like, damn. If I limp, I get raised on 100% of the time. I have a big hand. Limp in.
Fold.
It is.
Fold.
Call that guy.
Call. 1,000. Raise to 1,000.
Oh wow, tough spot.
Yep.
Fold.
How many 4-8s I have? I've ever had so many 4-8s in my life.
Exactly 4,8. The two cards.
But they keep getting them.
Yeah.
Still playing. No, it's
Ling, this is yours if you want it. Ling.
Ling, Ling.
Ling.
You want to grab it?
I think she cares about 5. But, I got only 1 card.
Raise 600. Thank you. Re-raise 2,500. Fold. Fold.
Tom raising up on the button with King 10 offsuit, and Garrett 3-betting from the small blind at 2,500. And they're going to go to the flop. Tom with the dominated king. Tom smelled something there, but little he can do with his hand.
And to be fair, Garrett had the best hand. So even if Tom did something, or a call, obviously, bad shave.
Garrett did have the type of hand he could start putting more pressure on a turn.
Raise to 600. Fold. Fold.
Call.
I got
Call
it.
6.
Go ahead.
Heads up.
Garrett raising on the button with King 6 off. Tom defending the same hand.
No free roll. Club would have got a free roll.
700.
And the swap goes check, check, and Tom leads 700 on this turn.
Pot control
Check.
line by Garrett.
Okay, check.
6. They have the same hand.
Drop it up.
I think I had the same hand. I'm not sure.
Who do you think is happier between the
Hard
two?
to do, but we did it.
See the
Yeah.
same hand.
I think Garrett is pumped when he gets to chop these types of pots.
It's just like, I think I have a king. I think you have a king too.
We all service again?
Yes.
I don't think. I was feeling like I just.
Did we give your boy Neil enough love? And, you know,
My
shout
read
him
is
out.
that you didn't get it.
I'm sure
Just the
he's
way
a
you
little
walked in,
disappointed
he was
with
like,
how little I
"Sure."
mentioned
I
him.
just walked out.
I'm just torn between, like, a lot of these guys want to stay, like, low key, you know? Like,
Yes,
I
I was
didn't-
being. I think the majority of people that
Okay, so just shout out to Neil. Yeah.
Yeah, he gets a shout out.
Neil Armstrong. It could be
That's true.
Neil Brennan. It could be. We don't know. You don't know what Neil we're talking about.
Yeah, it's my first go around. It does feel a little uncomfortable talking about people. I will be honest in that regard.
Yeah, it's usually the people who are on camera, you know, then you talk about. Or if there's, you know, somebody like Brian Kim or Chris Burr who aren't necessarily household names in poker yet.
Yet.
Yeah. Things can change. Like, you know, Garrett was reluctant to play on camera in the beginning. Like, you know, when I started, it was a career change.
No break today, huh?
600.
No break today.
Call.
I think at least Garrett and I don't have any regrets of the career change. I was insecure for a while about, you know, because
1200.
I work and I get paid to play. I'm like, can I even cut it on my own anymore? I took care of that. I'm okay. Just don't challenge Garrett and Andy. Heads up. I'll be okay. And
No,
Brandon,
that's not the move.
that's not the move. Just, you know.
Wow. Tom with the creative bluff when his pocket threes turn to dust.
Tom doesn't need to look for that third three.
Recognizing 3 high is not good. And successfully, yeah, I'm very impressed with Tom today. He's made correct decision after correct decision all night.
Last hand, guys.
You hear that correctly? That's the last hand. That was 6 hours. I get why
5
JJ
hours.
walks out
5.
of this room. 5 hours.
Yeah.
I've seen him walk out of this room just
Tired.
depleted. I'm like,
Depleted, yeah.
you're talking. How hard can that be? I'm out here playing.
All right. Well, we're sorry for Miss Ling Ling, but these are the final tallies, and you know, Brandon, newcomer, big winner. He did tell me he wanted to play against very competitive field, so we're gonna see him tomorrow battle Saya and potentially even tougher. Let's see where it goes. Remember, next week, Wednesday through Friday, Phil Hellmuth week. Tune in. Do the prediction. Better prizes next week. This is Ryan Malky's debut. Oh, look. Ryan Malky's debut. Smash that thumbs up, hit subscribe if you like him. I vouch for his Fred and many other people. So hopefully we'll have him back. All right,
Thanks,
later,
chat.
guys.